All right. Hey, hey, we're live. I should get my microphone out. Yes, I should get my microphone out. I'll try now. Hey, welcome in, friends. Should be a good time. Oh, I guess I should turn my camera on too. Oh shit. Always helps if you turn the camera on before you start stream. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oh well. And sometimes you forget. You know what I mean? And sometimes sometimes the old noggin doesn't do what it's supposed to. Howdy, friends. Good to see everyone. It's is it Wednesday already? I think it's Wednesday already. Welcome in. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun here. Hey, it's December. We're continuing our Christmas theme, and should be a good time. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Anyways, welcome to the live stream. Let's see. Ooh, I got some people already trying to get into the guest box, but we just hit go. We'll get our first guest here in just a second. Then, hey friends, welcome in. Thanks for being here. And we're going to be talking about the miracles of Christmas today. Bertram, thank you for the crystal crown. I appreciate that. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request button, and bada bing, bada boom, you'll be in the queue. Gary, thank you for the super chat, says, you don't need to feign humility. Lead mega pastors lie to their congregation all the time. Put this toward the secret lucid fund. Actually, the mega church pastors, they're not feigning their finances. They are openly and braggadociously making their finances known to literally everybody, which is why they brag about having private jets. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Zakul, thank you for the super chat. Says black screen equals the archangels took them. Perhaps. Oh, hey, how you doing, honey? Zenerthran, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think God tested the fruit on now extinct animals, and that's why he thought it was poisonous to Adam and Eve? Oh, interesting. Interesting thought experiment. Did God think that the fruit was poisonous, and maybe that killed off the dinosaurs? You think that's what killed the dinosaurs? It's an interesting thought. Gretchen, thank you for the 311, my friend. Says blame Blitz, whores for life. Blame Blitz. Hi, chat. Well, good to see you, Gretch. Is there something happening with Dr. Blitz? Are we supposed to blame him for something now? Is that what we're doing? That's fine if that's what's happening. Although, I don't know what I'm blaming him for yet. I need more information. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Says everyone, it's been a bad day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If everyone could send some adorable pictures of your credit cards, that'd be great. Oh boy. Careful out there, friends. Careful out there. And helping Mega Deconstruct says, Dear Doug and Sharon, can we please get baby paste tonight? Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and whores rule. Well, I don't know what topics are going to come up tonight. Here's what I know. No matter how I might attempt to keep this discussion linear, I know that my guests will do everything in their power to make sure that the conversations are not linear. Which means even though we're talking about the Christmas nonsense tonight, it's pretty likely that we'll end up on any number of different topics. G-Force says, so buttons on your underwear. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And Boogit says, God cucked Joseph. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What was he going to do? There's nothing he could do. It was already done. He already gave her the shekel shot. Still a taxi bit. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, once in a while, we hear an honest Christian struggling with the truth. It's true. Just once in a while, though, unfortunately. The cooking is fun. Nevertheless, you are doing good by helping others. May Doug, rock out for Doug, bless you and others doing the good work. Well, thank you, Siltax. I mean, I do. I know it's boring for the audience. I do get happy when I get a guest and I hear them deconstructing in real time because I know there's hope. Like there's hope for humanity when I hear good to honest people still on the internet deconstructing, taking in new information and dealing with it responsibly. Master Machete, good to see you, says still gay for Justin. Well, hell yeah, I certainly hope that's the case, unless I don't think they did anything horrible to drag you away. Thank you for that. And House70, thank you for the $10 super chat, says it's proven now. Justin is 90% catnip. Doug made it so. Indeed. Indeed. I don't know where the other one is. I don't know where Volta is, but Faraday came in for some necking. Land, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, hey Justin, love your TikTok live and enjoy the TKO. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And hopefully you're enjoying our respite from the cold weather this day or two. We got some warm weather. We got some not freezing weather finally up north, which was nice. Jack's Game Shack, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I think that Christians have trouble with challenging their own worldview or own view because it brings them comfort, and nobody likes having their comfort challenged. Yes, I think that's the case. I think that is the case. It was uncomfortable for me when I was in the throes of my deconstruction journey. Okay, let me grab our first guess. It's going to be Jaquavius, perhaps. I don't know if I said that right. Maybe. Oh, they did not connect. It won't be Jaquavius. They might have requested by accident, which is why they dropped out. Well, I thought we had our first guest. Well, bring them back. See if they connect this time.
Yo, right. It's pronounced Jaquavius.
Jaquavius. I appreciate that. Jaquavius, yeah, are you at least 18? And
yeah,
do you believe in the Bible Christmas story?
Yes.
Okay. And I've got a couple complaints with the Bible Christmas story, namely, why are you wet? Oh, careful, buddy. I don't know why my cat's wet. That's not a good sign. When a wet cat jumps on you, that means they're into some shit. So I've got a couple complaints, namely that I don't think that the virgin birth was prophesied in the Bible. I don't think that Jesus came from the line of David. And I certainly don't think the flight to Egypt makes any sense, or the wise men. And I don't even think that the Gospels can pinpoint his birthday accurately. Which one of those you want to cover first? Is he talking? I can't hear him. Hold on. My earbuds disconnect? One second. I don't know why, but my earbuds turned off. Weird. And he dropped. What in the world is happening? Guests can't stay connected. My earbuds can't stay connected. I don't know why it says they're connected. The fuck's going on with my audio? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's weird. I think they're connected. Let me play. I'm gonna play some audio real quick and make sure I can hear him in my. Yeah, he did. He went off app. I don't know why. Let me play some audio real quick.
The car just went through at a children's birthday party. I passed out.
Have you been drinking it all today?
I can hear that.
A little bit.
Okay, so
yes.
It wasn't me. It was the guest. I don't know what's going on with the guest, but my headphones are working. It wasn't my headphones. Okay, well, we'll try again. If they come back, we can bring them back up. If not, then I guess we'll move on to the next guest. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit that guest request button and get in the queue. Odd choice of audio. Well, it was the first YouTube video that came up when I typed in YouTube. It was the first one on the list. It was from the one of the true crime shows. It was the Ewu Body Cam channel. And this one's titled Drunk Woman Has No Idea She Just Killed 2 Kids. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing video. I haven't watched it, but we got some members of the Ewu crew. Anyone? I've been listening to Ewu for quite some time. I'm a big fan. All right. Well, while we're waiting for either that guest to figure out how to get their phone to connect properly, or for another guest to request on up, let me grab a couple of super chats. Clever Moniker, aptly named, says, "Don't try to trick me into dirty Verdi stream. I'm a priest on the other side of the schism. Whores for the win." Well, I don't know what to tell you other than Clever Moniker. There's no schism. There's no schism. No schism. And Randy, welcome in tonight. Thank you so much for the 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, big dog. That is huge. It is humongous. Giumongous. And Gretchen coming in with a 666 says, "Just thought you should know that the schism is real." It's not, Gretchen. It's not. My love for verts and whores are real, but the schism is not real. And it turns out Blitz is responsible. Oh, I know. I hate it too, but I have the clips to prove it. What's he responsible for? What did he do? Listen, Dr. Blitz is a beloved, cherished member of this community. I can't imagine he did anything terrible. Klein says, if Faraday is in a cage, can Volta get in? Let's just say Volta's met some resistance. I don't have a cat named Ohms. Fuck. Let's just say there's potential. Twist Your Scriptures, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Says, happy Hanukkah. Happy Wednesday. I thought Hanukkah was like Monday. Where's my phone? Anyways, happy Hanukkah to you. Thanks for all the info to help me during deconstruction. Well, Twist Your Scripture, I'm glad that I could be here for your friend. And G4 says, there's a new cult. It's summoned by typing so. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. In the chat. It's done on a few channels. DZ, Mezzo, Joel, Evidence First, Joven, The Line, Rock Hard for So, and Rock Hard for Dog. Okay. This is the new trend. We'll see where it takes us. We appreciate that. So, I guess let's get our first guest in here. I think this is a repeat, though. We've talked to Battlelogical before, and
what's up, man?
It's been a minute, though. Battlelogical, welcome back. I know you're at least 18 because we've spoken once before, so I don't have to ask you that.
Yeah.
And do you believe that the Christmas story is true?
What's the Christmas story?
Well, the Christmas story is that there was this cute little vixen in the Middle East that God couldn't say no to and knocked up. She became a virgin bride. And then she gave birth to God, apparently. And then they had to immediately escape to Egypt so that God avoided getting himself killed, which is a weird thing for God to do. And like all this came about because somehow a star, a giant ball of plasma, came to Earth and rested over top of a house that led the wise men from the east over here to figure out where Jesus was, so that so that he could tell Herod to go kill a bunch of babies. It's a pretty messy situation.
I thought you were doing like the God thing again. Like, do you have any evidence for God? Are you not doing that today?
No, did you not read the screen?
Oh no, it's just like usually I see you with like the God thing, so I just assume that you're gonna have like another God topic.
No, not right now. Listen, I run a lot of different topics.
Oh.
Although there's some people saying that they can't hear the guest. I don't know why that would be, but I suspect it's because Windows updated, and I gotta change my mixer setting real quick.
Wait, have you still not figured out who I am?
I have no fucking clue who you are.
This is Ian. Sure. Yeah.
Ian who?
Ian, the guy that does the atheist debates. Yeah.
You're a clown
Yeah,
is what you
sure.
are. I actually know Ian
What's
and you're
your
not
what's
Ian.
your
All right.
sufficient evidence?
Over
Yeah.
on YouTube, let me know if you can hear the guests now. I apologize. TikTok Studio updated, and TikTok Studio does every time it updates on Windows, it fucks up one of my settings.
You follow the God of the Bible
it's
Torah
a
or the
really
Quran,
annoying
please.
it's a really annoying Windows thing. It's not a problem on Mac. It's only a problem on Windows. All right. It sounds like they can hear you now because they're laughing at you in the
Wait, but
comments. So,
Justin, yeah, but this
so
is Ian.
Battlelogical, you're
Me,
not a real person. Did you want to be a real person,
I'm
or
Ian.
do you want to just be a clown?
I'm not being a clown. This is actually Ian.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
actually not.
yeah, yeah. It is. It's Ian. Tell Blitz to
You
come up
think this
here.
is? You think
We're the
this is
Holy
funny?
Trinity. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's funny. I just think I'm Ian. Yeah.
I think you need help, is what I think.
Why would you think that? I'm just over here baking people that.
Listen, I don't mind a good trolling, but that's not even a trolling. What the fuck is that? That's just weird, cringy bullshit. Okay, let's get a. Well, but we don't have any guests. We had a guest. They ran. If you want to get in line, now's a good time to do it. The queue is empty. If you're watching on YouTube, it's tiny.cc/TZ guest. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit that guest request button and we'll get you up in here. Jeff Peanut Butter, thank you so much for the super chat. Says there's a game called I Am Jesus Christ coming out next year. Any chance we get a playthrough? Is it on a game console or on PC? If it's on PC, maybe I'd play that. If it's on a game console, I don't own any. You know what though? That's one thing we should do. Is we should do some cringy Christian video game play-alongs. I would 100% do that. I don't even like playing games, but I would do that. That sounds amazing. But yeah, it looks like it's listed for release in Q1 of 2026. So we'll have to wait and see. Okay, well, let's get our. We do have one guest waiting to get in. So let's grab our what might be potentially our first guest. Now we know that Bat is not an actual like guest. We can just ignore him every time he's in the queue. How you doing, TikToker?
Can you hear me? Hey, what's up? My name's Julian.
Julian, welcome in. I'm Justin. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe that the Christmas story as portrayed in the Bible is true?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Do you think like it's completely true or just like partially true or?
Well, I mean, I don't think it happened. You know, when they say it happened, I think it was around May. I don't think it was exactly around December when it actually happened.
Yeah, but you believe like a star led a bunch of wise men from the east over to Bethlehem and like rested upon a cave / barn / house.
Yeah, I think that's what it says. Yeah, in the Bible
How does that
regarding
work?
that. Well, it's just God. You know, is a prophecy for the Messiah to come, and the
Sure, where's
prophecy
that?
foretold. It's in the Bible.
No, I know it's in the Bible. I'm saying, where in the Bible can I find the prophecy that Jesus fulfilled when he was born?
The exact scripture. Shoot, I don't know the exact scripture. You probably know it better than I, which scripture it is. I'll
Yeah,
have to find it.
I assume you're referring to Isaiah 7 verse 14.
That could be it. Yeah. I mean, would
Yeah.
you read that for me?
Yeah. And I'll give you a little bit of context too, because I think the context is important. So I'll go back to the beginning of the chapter and we'll lay out the groundwork from Isaiah. Give me 1 second and I'll put it on the screen. There we go. Oh, sorry, it's not centered very well. Give me 1 second to get it a little more centered. There we go. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So I think the context is pretty simple. The king of Judah, that's Ahaz, is being attacked by two other kings. There's an alliance between the Arameans and the northern tribes. They want to get rid of Ahaz and put somebody else on the throne, and he is shaken in his boots, as they say. So the context is there's a war going on. There was about 730-ish, maybe 735 BCE, and God sends the prophet Isaiah to go shore up the faith of King Ahaz in the midst of the war. And he gives them three different prophecies. The first prophecy ends in verse 9. And he says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So it seems like God wants to shore up the confidence of the king. And then the second prophecy comes, and this is the part that gets quoted in the New Testament. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David. Is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So, based on just a reading of that text, what do you think is happening?
Well, it's fulfilling the prophecy that a son of God would come. The son of God would come to be the Messiah.
Can you show me in the passage where it says anything about a Messiah or a son of God?
Well, it's implying it. It's implying that that's what's going to happen.
Which words? Which words imply it?
Exactly, I would have to say, well, maybe it's not in this chapter, but throughout the whole Bible, it's implying that the Messiah was going to come and fulfill and take away all of our sins.
Well, that's not anywhere in the Hebrew Bible, but the verse you're looking for about the virgin birth is this passage. The reason why it didn't sound the way you want it to sound is because some English translations, like the King James, don't adequately translate the Hebrew text. They superimpose the Greek text on top of the Hebrew text because they want it to sound exactly like Matthew quoted it, even though the Hebrew text doesn't say that. The Hebrew text says that it's a young woman who's already with child. So the reality is, this prophecy is a sign to King Ahaz. While King Ahaz is alive, 730 years before Jesus. And the sign is that, look, there's a woman who's pregnant. She's about to give birth. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are giving you trouble, they're going to be wasted. They're going to get crushed. So I fail to see how anything about this prophecy could be about Jesus.
So wait, you're saying that the story of the Virgin Mary and giving birth to Jesus wasn't accurate?
What I'm saying is it's fiction, especially the part where they say that it's fulfilling a prophecy. So when you go to Matthew chapter 1 verse 23, the narrative of the virgin birth is justified by saying, well, it had to be a virgin birth because look what the prophet said. It says, look, all this took place to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel. But that's not actually what the Hebrew text says.
Okay, so it's that's what the prophecy was, but in actuality, in the New Testament, it's saying different.
Exactly. The New Testament is quoting from a bad Greek translation of the Hebrew text. Not only that, it gets worse because Matthew fundamentally misunderstands what's happening in the text. Because in the Greek text, it says Parthenos for virgin, but Parthenos at the time it would have been translated into Greek wasn't exclusively used for connotating a virgin. It was perfectly fine to just call any young woman a virgin. In fact, we see this in the writings of Homer. You'll see it in the Iliad. You'll see it in the Odyssey. You'll see it in actually the Greek edition of Genesis, in Genesis 34:3. Dinah, after she's been raped, is referred to as a Parthenos. So, like, the
So,
word Parthenos.
you said the word. Okay, you can keep going. Sorry, I mean to
I'm
interrupt.
saying the word Parthenos doesn't have to mean virgin. It's just that Matthew interpreted it as virgin because in his time and in his culture, that was his understanding of what the word could only mean.
Okay, but Parthenats, is that how you say it? Parthenats.
Parthenos.
That word could Parthenos. That word could be interpreted and translated not directly to virgin, but it could be translated differently from that. It doesn't directly just mean virgin.
Yeah, in fact, if you go to the Greek edition of the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis 34:3, Dinah, she gets raped by a guy named Shechem. After she's already been raped by Shechem, there are some people who argue that it could have been consensual. I don't think it's consensual. But after she's already been raped, the text refers to her as a Parthenos, because for a large chunk of history, Parthenos just didn't necessarily mean that you were a virgin. It could just be that you're a young maiden. And we see that in a lot of the classical Greek texts. So in the Iliad, if you go to book number 2 of the Iliad, you'll find a line about a young woman named Istioche, I think is how you pronounce her name. She's referred to as a Parthenos after she already gave birth to a love child by Ares.
Okay, so how did we get this like connotation that she was a virgin? If it's literally saying that she wasn't and she was just a young maiden, as translation says.
So this is great. This is where it gets really interesting, because I personally believe the ancient claims by the Jews and some of the Romans. So the Jews and the Romans, their claim you'll find in the Talmud and you'll find in the Disputations of Celsus. Their claim was that Mary was betrothed to Joseph and she got knocked up by a Roman soldier, which is why she had to flee into Egypt to protect herself from getting killed. Because adultery in that time, especially if you're Jewish, could mean you get killed. So she went to Egypt to prevent herself from getting stoned. And then while they were there, Jesus learned a bunch of the Egyptian magic tricks, because Egypt was well known for like magicians and charlatans and wandering prophets that did tricks. And he came back eventually when he was an adult to his hometown and to Palestine and started doing the stuff that he learned in Egypt, and he fooled a lot of people. So I think that makes a lot more sense of the situation than anything. And then what do you do when you get back, right? You get back, you have no dad. Like, right? Joseph's gone. It's just Mary and Jesus now. And you have to figure out, like, well, where'd you come from? Who's your daddy? And you can get pretty far by saying that, oh, it was a miracle. It was a virgin birth.
So they thought that was more likely than her cheating on her husband, or well, getting raped. Not necessarily cheating, but
yeah, I think it's more likely. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think it's more likely, but they believed it was more likely.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, that it was a miracle. Okay.
Well, that's the thing, is because like if you're tricking people into believing that you're a savior or you're a messiah or you're special, because you can do all these interesting like magic tricks and whatnot in the street. I mean, I'm sure you can convince people that in fact, that you're a demigod. And to be sure, I know this sounds crazy, but there were a lot of demigods from that time period. Like Jesus wasn't the only one. There are hundreds of them, right? So the idea that there would be an individual that came through the union of a deity and a mortal was not unheard of. Even Zeus used to come down in Greek mythology and bone women.
Yeah. Okay. So, Well, I honestly was not as well rounded in this topic as I thought I was going up against you, hearing all this. Okay, so what does this mean? So if regardless, Jesus was still the Messiah, even if she wasn't exactly a virgin. So,
Well, I
right? I
don't think he
mean,
was. So, for example, like if you asked me, like pretend you're a first century Jew, and somebody asks you, how will you know when the Messiah comes? Well, you're going to go to the Hebrew Bible, and you're going to point them to the prophecies about the Messiah. Like, well, our Hebrew Bible says that when the Messiah comes, he's going to do X, Y, and Z. Now, when I go to the Hebrew Bible and I look at those prophecies, Jesus didn't do any of them. So I have a 100% confidence that Jesus simply is not the Messiah based on the fact that he didn't complete any of the requirements.
so you don't think any of the prophecies he said were going to happen in the last days have happened?
So this is even better, right? Because we've got two types of prophecies for Jesus. We've got prophecies that they claim are about him from the Hebrew Bible, and then we've got prophecies that Jesus made for the future. And those don't come true either. So if you go to Matthew chapter 10, 23, and 16, 27 through 28, and 24, 29 through 34, we get a series of predictions that Jesus makes for his second coming, and then it doesn't come true. It doesn't happen. I'll show you.
Are you going to refer to I'm just asking ahead of time. Are you going to refer to like when he said to his disciples that they would see him come back and in fact they all died before he never did come back?
Well, that's one of them. There are three
Okay.
different predictions he makes in Matthew. That's one of them.
Okay.
So the first one comes in Matthew 10:23. It's a familiar story. He sends his disciples out into the villages to preach. And when he sends them out, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. So his thought is, listen, there's a lot of towns and villages in here. Before all of these towns and villages have been reached, you're going to see the Son of Man coming already, which the Son of Man coming is that's the second coming. It's depicted in Daniel chapter 7. And we get somewhat of the same in 16. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Mm,
And
yeah.
of course, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then
They all tasted death. Yeah.
right, yeah. The last prediction, and I think the one that I don't think this one gets read as much. He talks about the signs of the end times. He says the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with the power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And then he gives you a time for this in verse 34. It says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And you already know, they're all dead.
Mhm. Yeah, that's very true. Um, well, regardless, there's plenty of okay, this aside, all of his prophecies aside, there's testimony of him being resurrected. There's plenty of eyewitness accounts of him being resurrected. That's proof of Jesus in itself. And then there's testimony of his resurrection. Yeah, so that's plenty of testimony for a Messiah and what was predicted.
Well, I
So
don't think so.
that was fulfilled.
I don't think there was any testimony. So, for example, the earliest gospel is Mark. Mark wasn't an eyewitness to anything. He was the cousin of Barnabas, according to church history and according to the book of Colossians. But we don't know if that Mark is the same Mark that wrote Mark. Church history ties them together. So he wasn't a witness to anything. Luke wasn't a witness to anything. He tells you that he's collecting other people's testimonies. And then that leaves you with Matthew. And we don't really know who wrote the Gospel of Matthew. even the church tradition on Matthew is incredibly dubious. They say it was originally written in Hebrew. The version we have clearly was never written in Hebrew. Says that it was a sayings gospel, like the Gospel of Thomas is. This is not a sayings gospel. It clearly is copying from Mark, which means it had to have come out after Mark, which would be a weird thing if Matthew was a real eyewitness and Mark wasn't. Why would the actual eyewitness be copying from somebody who wasn't an eyewitness? And then I guess you got John after that. I think John is the closest you'll get to anything related to an eyewitness. But I know for a fact that John didn't write the Gospel of John, because the authors indicate in chapter 1 and in chapter 21 that they're collecting other people's testimonies. So in John chapter 1, they claim that they're getting the testimony from John the Baptist, and then in chapter 21 they claim that they're getting the testimony from John the disciple, and there appears to be other testimonies in it. So who's ever writing John is clearly going out and collecting other people's recollections or testimonies, or something of that nature. So I don't think any of the supposed eyewitnesses left us anything that we can say is like written first eyewitness documentation.
Okay, well, if what you're saying is true, yeah, that makes total sense that there's no eyewitness accounts. So we don't necessarily know who wrote John, so we don't know for certain if that was him who had the testimony of the resurrection, you were saying?
Well,
So
all four Gospels have the resurrection recorded. It's just that we don't know who wrote the Gospels.
So we can't verify.
Right.
Necessarily.
Like, it'd be really interesting if the Gospels said, like, I, Mark, let's change his name. Let's say I, Philip. I, Philip, saw this happen, and then he gave some indication that he was there and that the author who it is. For example, in Paul, in some of Paul's epistles, he ends one of the epistles because he likes to use someone scribe to write for him. In one of his epistles, it's clear that there are some people writing epistles in his name, because he signs off on the epistle that says, I, Paul, write this in my own hand. See how big letters I use. Because apparently Paul, he might have eyesight problems or something, right? So even Paul took the care to put some stuff in his letters so that people knew it was from him and authentic. But we don't find anything like that in the Gospels.
Okay. Well, kind of got me stumped here for my talking points for this.
It's okay.
Let me think. Well, we talked about the resurrection, and we haven't talked about any of the miracles that Jesus performed, but
sure.
Let's see. He cured people of blindness. He brought demons out of people. He made water to wine. Those are a few miracles. Is there not plenty of testimony of that suggesting he was a Messiah?
Well, I don't think any of that would make you the Messiah, and I don't think that they're novel claims. So, for example, if he was able to do it, it might mean that he had some sort of magical powers. It might mean that he just learned a bunch of really cool magic tricks. In fact, I do kind of a spoof live stream every year, typically on Halloween, where I pretend to be the Messiah, and I do tricks like turning water into wine and whatnot, because it doesn't take all that much chemical technology to do. So it could be that he was just doing parlor tricks, and a lot of people believed it, which is what a lot of his accusers said about him. But it could also be that they're just fabricated stories, because we've got a bunch of stories from the ancient Near East of people doing magic tricks. We got stories about Simon Magus doing a bunch of magic tricks. We've got stories about a guy named Honi the Circle Drawer. He was a Jewish mystic. We've got stories about Emperor Vespasian. He healed somebody's lame leg using the power of Serapis. And I think maybe the most documented healing in the ancient world are the healings of Asclepius. So Asclepius was a Greco-Roman deity. and he was like the god of healing, and they had all these like healing institutes set up around the Roman Empire where you can go and get like prayed for. We have at least 300 known Asclepii today that we have archaeology from, and hundreds of reports of people being healed at the Asclepia have surfaced. But like certainly, like you wouldn't believe that the god Asclepius was out there healing people, right?
No. Yeah.
Right. So like I get
But
that
yeah,
the miracle claims.
there's equivalent.
Mhm.
You were suggesting there's like the equivalent amount of testimony for each, right? Because there's only writings and testimony of these things, not necessarily any more proof than that.
Yeah. So that's the thing is, unfortunately, like if Jesus was the only person who ever had like a bunch of people claiming that he was doing healing miracles and things like that, well, maybe we'd have to like take a look at it. But the reality is, like, claims of miracle healings are pretty abundant in the ancient world, so I'm
Yeah,
not
they're
inclined
everywhere.
to. Yeah, I'm not inclined to take them seriously.
Yeah, just based on just if we did that, we'd have to take into account every single one of them. So
Right.
I understand what you
Yes.
mean on that.
Yeah, you nailed it, right?
Well, I clearly need to do more research on this matter. I really enjoy listening to your debates. One of my favorite topics to hear you talk about is slavery,
Ooh.
with in the Bible, with how the Bible justifies slavery.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite topics. I think I beat that horse dead, but we'll get back to it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've seen you talk about it a few times. It's pretty entertaining every time though, but
Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you coming by and having a
hey,
cordial conversation.
yeah, absolutely. I would love to see if you're able to. Have you done any debates with like other debaters like Aaron Ra or in that ballpark? I haven't I haven't seen any of those. I'm not sure if you have or haven't.
Yeah, so I joined the line late August, early September. So I've been on there. Actually, I was just on there this last weekend with Forrest, and then I was on AXP as well with John Gleason, and then I was on with Shannon Q on the line as well. So there's a couple recent episodes if you're interested. I was on with Aaron
Yeah.
Ra, I think just once.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that. That's really cool. Well, I'm super happy I was able to talk to you. I love what you do. Keep it up. I think it's very educational and entertaining.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, you have a good one, man.
Cheers, bud. Actually, when I was a Christian, I used to enjoy watching Atheist Experience with Matt Dillahunty, even though because I was never like super fundamentalist, and I was always interested in critical scholarship and whatnot. And so like I knew from the Christian perspective, you guys heard me talk about this. I knew from the Christian perspective that you couldn't prove it. Like either you're willing to take it on faith or you're not, right? And so I used to love watching Christians call in and get cooked by Matt Dillahunty because it's like, what are you doing? Like, why do you think you can prove this? It's not it's you can't prove it any more than any other religion. All right, let me grab a couple super chats. Shockingly, we've got a good number of people in here now, but the guest boxes are empty. I figured this time of year this would be a hot topic. They're not overly difficult topics. I just want to talk about Christmas. I want to talk about the Christmas story around Christmas. So we'll see what we can do here. Big Mac Sauce, thank you for the $5 super chat, says the Grinch sat on a throne and sacrificed for the people like a certain figure. Indeed, he did, and he even he sacrificed the roast beast at the meal at the end. If you guys remember that story, although let's be honest, Max is the hero of the story. Isn't that the name of the dog? Was Max? I think it might have been. Yeah, dope dog. Zenerthran, thank you for the super chat, says Paul is the Ray Kroc of Christianity. If you have time to learn, it's because of your sin nature. Actually, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Actually, we do have one guest in the guest queue. All right, let me grab Dr. Fudge. Dr. Fudge says, in response to the prompt, you're trying to tell me that Lamp wasn't a major award? Get out of here. Wait, what kind of award? You know what? I think YouTube has awards. I wonder what categories of awards they have. I do know that some of the big channels, like the news channels, always get like streaming awards from YouTube. But I wonder if they have like if there's a category of YouTube awards for debaters. I'm sure it would only be the political debaters, but the political debate streams are unfucking believably huge. Valvifer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, how much did Santa's sleigh cost? It was free. It was on the house. Yes. Yes. That is good. That is good. I appreciate that. It was on the house. It was on the house. All right, let's grab our next guest then. Welcome in, Cool Dog.
Howdy.
Cool Dog, are you at least 18? And do you believe the biblical Christmas story?
I do.
Awesome. Do you believe it happened in the way that the Bible tells it, or kind of like mostly the way the Bible tells it?
The way that the Bible describes it. I
Sure,
actually had a
okay.
question.
Uh-huh.
Could you justify your claim as to why it's fiction?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Oh, you think I wasn't going to
Okay,
do
how
that?
do
I
you
was going
know
to be
it's
alive all
fiction?
night and never get around to it?
Well, yeah, I came up here to ask a question about your claim, so I'm just asking your question. Can you see why it's fiction?
Yeah, I'll show you why. Because it includes things that
Sure,
are
can you explain?
preposterous and absurd and contrived. So, for example, when it's found out that the babies are going to get murdered in Bethlehem, right? The angel appears to Joseph and Mary to warn them that the babies are going to get murdered. They have to escape to Egypt. Do you remember why that is?
Wait, which ones are you talking about?
Okay. So in Matthew chapter 2, right, we're told that Jesus, Joseph, and Mary had to escape specifically to Egypt in order to avoid being executed by Herod. And then it gives a reason why it was Egypt. Do you know what that reason was?
No, what?
It was in order to fulfill a supposed prophecy, right? So, interestingly enough, that would be really cool if there was a prophecy about that, but there's not, because this is a story of fiction. It says, after they left, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, get up and take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt and remain there until I tell you, for Herod is about to search for the child to destroy him. Then Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night, went to Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. So there apparently is a prophecy about the Messiah coming out of Egypt, right? Yeah? Hello? Hello? Still with us? Lord take him?
Sorry. Oh my gosh, my lag. What? I'm sorry.
Okay. So, according to the text, right, it says that they went in and out of Egypt to fulfill the prophecy, which states, out of Egypt I have called my son. So I should expect that in the Hebrew Bible, there's a prophecy stating that the Messiah is going to come out of Egypt, right? His connection's really bad. He's got some red bars going on over here. No, I don't think the live stream's lagging. I think it's the guest connection. Is it lagging on TikTok? Oh, now we lost him. Okay. Okay. Interesting. 3 to 5 business day lag. Interesting, because I've got it up on my phone right here. Oh fuck. I've got it up on my phone and there's no lag. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if it's just for some people or what. You're saying it's good? Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Let's grab our next guest. Welcome in. Is it Zeev?
Yeah.
Awesome. Zeev, are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Yes, I am. I'm well over that. And no, I don't anymore.
Oh fuck! Hell yeah! Congrats.
No,
Welcome.
Actually, before we, yeah, no, I wanted to say I actually found you like months ago on YouTube, and that's how I ended up on TikTok. I love the work you're doing. I've been
Hey, thanks, I appreciate
deconstructed for
it.
like 20 years now.
Hey, you're smarter than me. It took me a long time to get there.
Yeah, I grew up in it, and then I started questioning things. I wanted to come up because this one, the one you were just going to go over with that guy, is actually my new favorite one, because I was working on doing my own live going through all the false prophecies of Matthew, and this one, the Out of Egypt one, is actually my favorite one. Has become my favorite one.
It's bonkers. If you apply the biblical hermeneutic that the New Testament does, it's literally about just about anybody. In fact, my son is Egyptian, which means it's clearly about my son. My son's the Messiah.
Well, I know which Bible verse it's referring to. It's Hosea 11:1.
Yep.
But the problem is
it's not
Christians
a prophecy.
fail to. No, it's if you continue reading into verse 2, it's a recollection of of the Exodus story.
I know.
Because my favorite question now is to ask Christians, so when did Jesus worship Balaam and burn incense to idols? Because that's what it says.
Right. Yep. Hey, good to hear from you, buddy. Congrats on your deconstruction.
Yeah, you the same. Keep up the good work. You can drop me down for your algorithm so I don't mess it up. But I just wanted to say hi.
I do love it when they think I haven't heard of Isaiah 11. It's interesting. Bozo, thank you for the super chat, says there's no schism. False prophet. Doug warned of this. That's right. There is no schism. Doug told everyone that there's no schism, so we can trust and believe. And Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. Sean, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, big fan of your channel. You helped me deconstruct after getting my degree in Bible and theology and after my first job working for a church. Keep doing all you're doing. Well, shit, Sean. It's good to hear. And I hope you are able to recover from no longer being in ministry. It's quite a situation. I was lucky. I went to school for engineering first, but yeah, best of luck to you, friend. Glad you saw the light and the truth set you free. William, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, last night I was so excited to use your 2-premise syllogism disproving the Trinity in a Christian live chat. They didn't like it and banned me quickly. They were definitely not showing patience. That's all it takes. That's all it takes to disprove the Trinity, is just to understand that Jesus is not 100% God. Like, if they're into philosophy, then they have to understand that to be 100% of something means you have to have 100% of its qualities or be identical to it or be a copy of it. But you can't say that you're 100% God and then lack any of God's qualities. That's just not how that works. Unless you believe that there could be multiple gods, and in that case, you're a polytheist. Duke of Shaska, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, fictional Egypt gets to be featured. Yay. Did you know that that horizon of Khufu, the Great Pyramid, is made out of 2.3 million rocks? Ooh, I did not know that. Making it the hardest structure ever built by humans? Rock hard for Doug. Doug approves. Doug, is it no wonder that the greatest structures in the world are built from Doug? It should be no wonder. And Sir Game a Lot, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm assuming the magic star that led the wise men to Bethlehem must have had GPS. Indeed. I love it because people in the ancient world didn't understand what stars were. To them, there were these small little lamps in the heavens, and they could fucking move around and do all kinds of shit. And so if you're in the ancient world and you're thinking, yeah, it's just a little lamp that descended from the sky, and we just followed it until it came to rest over the location. That makes perfect sense. Until you realize that stars are gigantic fucking balls of plasma and other stuff from space that would annihilate the Earth if it came anywhere near it. Preposterous. I'm sure it was a special star. Aridin says, the Christmas live streams are some of my favorite. Wanted to wish you a happy holiday, sending love from a very toasty part of Australia, where we're expecting 37 degrees today. Happy cooking, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And hope you're having a good time down under. And yeah, I don't know what Christmas is like over there. Where I'm from, it's gonna get cold. We're gonna get some chilly weather. G-Force, thank you so much for the $100.01 super chat. Let's get 101 W's for G-Force in here. With hey, so, we'll take it. Thank you, appreciate that, big friend, big bud, big guy. I don't know, that didn't work out. I appreciate that. Well, we got one guest waiting to get in, so we'll grab Jenny from our YouTube queue. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/dzguest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video if you don't want to type it in. You're watching on TikTok, all you have to do is hit that guest request button, and we'll pull you up into the conversation. Jenny, welcome in.
Hey, Justin. I'm calling from the Netherlands.
Well, welcome all the way from the Netherlands. Jenny, are you a believer in the Christmas stories biblically?
No. I was raised European Christian, so not as strict as your American Christians. I was for some time really trying very hard, and was part of Youth for Christ, Hallelujah Christians, until I realized that the God wanted me to give up all humanity. So I thought my humanity was more important than a story.
Good for you. You use the
45 years ago.
Yeah, use the common sense that you got. Don't let this barbarian deity get a hold of you.
Yeah, it became clear that the story was a silly story. Later on, I remembered that when I was about 13, I asked a youth leader why God didn't make us so that we didn't sin, so we could all live happily ever after.
Right.
And I didn't get a good answer for it. So
there's not a good answer.
Nah, freedom of choice and stuff like that.
Right.
But a couple of weeks ago, I discovered your stream, and I like it so very much. You have such a deep knowledge of the Bible. You know so many great answers, and you. I like the way you treat your guests, and it's great to get a fresh up on all the biblical theories. So, in the spirit of Christmas.
Well, thank you, Jenny.
I want to thank you for all what you do, and I hope you help a lot of people realize that it's better to live in freedom than under the spell of God.
Indeed, that is what we're doing. We want to help people live in freedom and not in fear. For sure.
Okay. Have a good stream, and I'll keep watching for a while.
Thank you so much, friend.
It's 1 in the morning,
Oof.
so a couple of hours, and I will go to bed. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Get some rest, friend.
Bye.
Well, she was sweet. Wasn't she sweet? I've met mostly, almost exclusively, nice people from Scandinavia that are sane, rational, logical individuals. I'm sure they have, I don't know, some loonies. I'm sure. I think not that long ago, not that long ago, but I think 15 years ago, I think they had some sort of a white supremacist um, um, attack over there. I try and remember the details of it, but overall, I've liked my connections to Scandinavia. Atlas, good to see you tonight, my friend. Big W for the $5 super chat says, I love Ewu. I do too. I remember Ewu back when they were still just exploring like abandoned buildings. I was confused when I heard that video. I thought I hit something. I saw that video a few weeks ago. No, you didn't. You're okay, Atlas. Nope, it's the right place. I was just testing my audio. That's it. Zakul, thank you for the super chat, says H for S, meaning horny for so. Oh, where did so come from? Is this the new thing? Is this what's... All right, this is what we're doing. G4 says so hard for dog. That's a good use of so. I like that one. And MB, thank you for the 666, says, I'm so psyched for this topic. I love it so much. Also, blame Blitz. Oh, no. We'll see. I'll talk to Dr. Blitz and see. I'll see what he did. Okay, I'll investigate. I'll see what the fuck he got up to. All right, let's bring in. We got one guest on the YouTube queue, so hopefully we'll find some opposition here. Looks like it's going to be Frank. There we go. Welcome in, Frank. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Justin, I'm currently deconstructing. I had a quick question, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right. My question was, you know how you say the prophecies of of Jesus didn't come true because he didn't come back, before the generation passed. All those different prophecies you talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, well, didn't John accomplish those prophecies? Because didn't he see the fulfillment of Jesus coming back in a vision? And wouldn't that mean that he did come back in a certain manner? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so this is something that people will say once they realize that the transfiguration isn't a good answer. But I think this one fails too. For example, if we go to Matthew 16, he didn't say one of you. He says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Well, that always means more than one. Like some is more than one and less than all. So it's got to be above one and less than the entire group. And the reality is, this statement wouldn't make any sense unless it was a time marker. Like the goal of this statement is to act as a time marker for when this will happen, which is why in Matthew 24 we find the phrase being used as a time marker. Like Jesus says, nobody knows the day nor the hour, but he knows at least generally that it will happen before all of you have passed away. So that's why it says in verse 34, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And most people understand that those things didn't take place. And then we've got Matthew 10:23. And then we've got writings from Paul, the book of Hebrews, the book of Revelation. We got all the books of the New Testament agreeing that Jesus is coming back imminently, which I think could only make sense if Jesus was teaching that he was going to come back imminently, right?
Right. Well, I totally understand that, and I really appreciate it. I watch you constantly, and I think you're probably one of the best debaters that I've heard on the internet, honestly. And I just want to say you've done great work with me. I've deconstructed so much, and I've learned so much about the Bible. I also am a member, so just keep doing what you're doing, man. And I really appreciate it. Rock hard for Doug.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Frank.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Cheers. deconstruction. When I first got online doing the debates, I almost immediately got positive feedback from people. But the more that I've been doing it, the more and more feedback I get from people who are saying that they were in the trenches, they were in the religion, they were stuck in it, and then they deconstructed after hearing the debates. And I think that what that tells me is that, well, the debate field can be a little bit divisive. It can be a little bit argumentative at times, but I think it works. I think that's the key, is that it's actually working, because people are tuning in, they're watching the debates, and then they're learning and they're changing their minds. They're changing their position on things. So I think that tells me that what we're doing here is like actually meaningful and helpful to people in the real world. But let me grab a couple of super chats and we're getting our next guest in here. I think we've got 2 guests waiting in the YouTube queue. Surprisingly, almost all the guests on YouTube tonight. Not a whole lot of love from TikTok for some reason. They're all probably still watching Ian right now cook that guest, Vesius. Scuba Steve, great name, says, I'm sorry, not do you. You say there's no schism, but the whores do not accept ketchup on hot dogs. Therefore, the vertical is the one true stream. Listen, those are, you've now conflated 2 different schisms: the ketchup on hot dog schism and the non-existent schism between the whores and the verts. So I don't know what to tell you there, friend. And Dexter, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says there is a game called on PC. There is a game called on PC. I Am Jesus Christ. Check out the trailer. I would totally tune in and watch you play. Actually, I pulled it up in my browser. Oh, there's a demo. Oh, dude, is it? See, no, I need Steam. Okay, so it's on Steam. Apparently, I have to install Steam. What's Steam? Listen, guys, I know I'm a million years old, and I realize asking what is Steam is the most boomer fucking question ever. But what is it? Am I supposed to know what Steam is? In my day and age, Steam was for locomotives, okay, friends? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, people can't believe I'm that old. I don't know what Steam is, y'all. I'm installing it right now. I'll find out. Probably, I assume it's like a gaming interface where I can download and play games, if I had to guess. Oh well. Well, listen, I downloaded Steam, so now I can get the game. Let's see. Yes, Steam is installed. I'm gonna open the link in Steam. I assume I have to create an account, right? I mean, that seems to be a given. Yeah, it's a game store. Okay. Well, listen, fuck, if I can get the game, I'll get the game. At least I'll get the demo, and we'll have a demo. Former Adventist here, thank you for the 777, says EGW, quote for Christmas, in heaven there will be no color line, for all will be as white. Oh, Christ himself. Oh, God. That's some racist shit. Right there. Harold, March, oof. I'm going to take a screenshot of this quote, actually. I really need to start reading some of these Watchtower publications. They're wild. Like, just absolutely wild. All right, I got to save that. I've got so many saved super chats from people super chatting really interesting stuff that I have to go and follow up on. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Oh, man. All right, I'll get one more super chat from Scribble Scrabble. Thank you for the $13.99, friend. Says, happy holidays, everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Justin didn't pay me to say that. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes, if you like debates, if you like the God debates, even if you don't like the Christian version of it, I do non-Christian God debates. If you like God debates, go ahead and link up. Hit the like button. Crucify the like button. All right, let's get Mr. Cheesy in here. Although I'm concerned that Mr. Cheesy's not connected properly, because Mr. Cheesy, it says that you have no microphone selected. Let's see what happens. Mr. Cheesy, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the biblical Christmas story? Of course not, because you don't have a microphone. All right. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Cheesy. I think you got confused on the way in. Go ahead and link back up, and we'll try another go. Until then, let me grab our next guest, which is going to be Amp. There we go. Welcome in, Amp. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Oh, hey, Justin. So yeah, I am 18. So I'm kind of a little bit off topic. I'm not a Christian myself. I just had some questions. Argument that I'd heard for their side. I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on.
Sure. What is it?
So it kind of hit or made a little sense to me. Just for the perspective of a God that's like outside of time and space. So like looking not a simulation theory thing, but like for like within a certain game. So have like a sim like the planet solar system sims and stuff. You know, you can pause the game, move stuff around, affect stuff from effectively outside the time of the game, and then hit resume and have stuff happen. Their argument was more or less along those lines, how that God is outside of like our time, not necessarily outside of any specific time.
Well, the problem with that is because the situation that was described is all happening in time. It's just that now there are two timelines. There's one timeline that God is on, or the game player, and there's another timeline that the game's on, but they're both in time still.
Right.
So like, if you believe in God, I think it's almost incumbent that you believe he has a separate timeline, but Christians won't admit that. Christians and other believers, for some reason, are stuck on the idea that God had to create time.
Yeah. And that's kind of more or less where I landed with it. The other one was more or less the idea. I can't remember the exact term. Is like limited theism. The idea that like God knows all that knows all that could be and that could happen, but without necessarily knowing like exactly what will be. So like, you know, knowing like if I'm given a choice between 1, 2, and 3, I could choose 1, 2, and 3, and perfectly knowing exactly what would the outcome be for each of those choices, regardless of which I chose, but not knowing exactly which I'm going to choose.
Well, I think in regards to this, I would ask that I would need to know more about the argument, because there are God concepts that aren't all knowing. So for example, I don't think most of the ancient God concepts, like the pantheon of the Greeks or anything else like that, I don't think they would have believed that God needs to be all knowing. So I think, you know,
I'm Norse pagan myself, and like my gods aren't all knowing.
Right. So like when you're talking about like omniscience, I think if the person doesn't believe that their God is omniscient, then it's no point in really going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. All right, and that's all I don't know. I had one question that I was curious what your answer would be, as far as what do you think is probably the best argument that that they could offer that you'd have like kind of the most difficult time refuting?
For a God or for like the Christian God?
Specifically for the Christian God.
That's the thing, is I don't think there are any good arguments for the Christian God. I think there are some like potential arguments for a generic God, but I can't think of a single one for specifically the Christian God that would be even in the lightest bit compelling. If I'm a Christian, I think the thing I'm going to run to is probably to the prophecies and the resurrection, because those are all you have.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's pretty much all I had. I appreciate your time, man. Big fan of definitely from watching your stuff, and kind of helped me in, you know, conversation with friends and family that have, you know, learned that I'm no longer a Christian anymore, and kind of pointing out some of the stuff why I left by, you know, I guess similar to you, studying the Bible is what caused me to leave the faith.
Yeah. People get really upset because they have all these ideas like, well, you just left because you wanted to sin and all that bullshit. But the reality is, people don't leave because they want to sin. People will leave because they realize it's not true.
Oh yeah, I like put out a thing explaining exactly why I left, and still get messages like, "Oh, you just wanted to," blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Guess I don't have to worry about you anymore.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, thanks for what you're doing, man.
Amp.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it. Cheers, man.
Yep.
All right. Well, friends, listen, I love talking to friends, but we've got to actually get debates. Please, if you're in the queue, make sure you are opposition. As much as I love hearing and dialoguing with friends in the community, there's a lot of people here that are here for debates and debates only. So we're going to try to make that a reality while I sign up for a Steam account. I need a password though. No, I don't want you to make a password for me. No, I don't want. There we go. Nope, get out of here. Get out of here. Well, I hate that this is the case, but we've got a guest in the guest queue that wants in, and I think some people are going to have some mixed feelings about this, but the reality is we don't have anyone else, so I think we're going to have to bring them in and see what's up. My passwords don't match. I hate this signing up for so many accounts. Okay. Oh, Mr. Cheesy came back. Let's see if Mr. Cheesy gets a better connection this time. Looks like they've got a microphone connected this time around.
Muted.
Welcome back, Mr. Cheesy. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yep.
Perfect. I am 18. I do not believe in the biblical Christian story. It was more of a question about, have you heard of VMAT 2 and the genes that encode it, and how it could be related to belief in anything that can't necessarily be proven?
I have no idea what you're talking about. The topic for tonight is the biblical Christmas story. So
Move
if you're
on
not
then.
here
I'm
to talk
wasting your
about
time.
that, then
Sorry.
All right, thanks, though.
No problem.
Cheers.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
I have no idea what he's talking about. He just said a whole lot of words that I've never heard. I'm sure it was interesting though, if I had to guess. Okay. Well, my account is almost set up on Steam, and hopefully we can preview or demo the I Am Jesus Christ game. No, I don't need a freaking chat window or a help box. Awesome. All right, well, bring in our next guest. After Zen, thank you for the $50 super chat. Big W. Let's get some W's for Zen. Says, hello, Guru Justin. Still following from stream to stream and still learning. Been holding back on super chats and supporting through Venmo to maximize my support. Love you and your work. Hope you get millions of followers. Well, thank you, Zen. I really appreciate that. It's super kind. And remember, even just liking, watching, and commenting the videos help my channel a lot. The more people interact with my videos, the further my videos get reach, and the more new people get introduced to the content and to the community. But thank you so much, Zen, for supporting my work. I really do appreciate it a lot. It means a lot to me. We have so many people supporting the channel. Really warms my heart, much more than Jack Daniel's eggnog. Not that Jack Daniel's eggnog doesn't. Not the Bible, Jason. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, thank you for being you. May Sharon's eternal drip provide you will all the moisture you need in life. Simply wet for Sharon, and only simply hard for Doug currently. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And it's good to hear from you tonight. I hope you're doing well. And let's get our... oh, they just dropped. Breezy, you waited 10 minutes in the guest box just to drop? I'm shocked that you still have enough energy to come up here and get roasted. You got roasted in like 5 other live streams between today and yesterday. Some people are just glutton for punishment, I suppose. Okay, well, I guess we'll read a couple of super chats then while we're waiting for another guest. Yeah, Breezy wanted up here. Christopher says, Justin is afraid to bring you up. I'm not, Christopher. You're not in the guest box. I can't hold your hand. I can't do it for you, buddy. You've got to figure it out on your own. You got to figure out how to hit that guest request button. You're certainly not ready because you're not in the guest box. Yeah, Breezy dropped out. I've never seen someone get cooked so many times other than Christopher. Christopher's got to be entirely concussed. You have no join link. Yes, the fuck I do. Maybe you don't have a join link because TikTok finally banned your ass for being a toxic, vile POS. Maybe that's why you don't have a join link. Yeah. Chris, we're waiting for you. Hit the guest request button. You can do it. You can do it, Chris. Everyone's waiting for you. You're yapping in the comments, but you're not in the box. Well, while you're getting the courage from the Holy Spirit, we'll read a couple super chats. James, thank you for the super chat, says Jesus was carpenter. He made his own cross. You know, I think this is a good sign that Jesus wasn't a carpenter, at least not a good one, because the only story we get with him with wood and nails, he gets his ass hung up. I mean, talking about showing your ass there, that's not a good look. Not a good look at all. MILF Wrangler says Mr. Tinker Train in the song by Ozzy Osbourne is analogous with God. Both prey on children and promise another world. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. And Ronnie, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hi, Justin. Christians insist God is outside of time and space. Did he think the Tower of Babel would reach outside time and space? Big W to whores. Simply wet for sharing. So this is a tough one, Ronnie, because I think most people know my position. The reason why the Tower of Babel was a problem was because God thought that it would reach the heavens, the home of and the abode of the gods, and then they would storm the heavens. In fact, later Jewish authors wrote about this. If you read in the book of Jasher, let's see. In the book of Jasher, they give you an explanation for the tower. And the interpretation by Jasher is that God's afraid that the heavens are going to get stormed, because that's what people thought. In fact, in the ancient times, people assumed you could go to heaven and then live forever. And so that's why we get like the quote from Gilgamesh. He says, who can ascend to the sky and live forever with the gods? But in the book of Jasher, it says, the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin, and they began to build it. And whilst they were building against the Lord of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. So, I mean, the ancient interpreters of the tower story knew what was up. They knew that the point of the tower was to reach up to the heavens where the gods are, and to go around and be like the gods. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Let me bring in Godless Engineer, and then look, Christopher couldn't figure out how to get TikTok working, so he logged in on YouTube. Welcome in, John.
Hey, so I was just gonna warn you about that game. If you check Discord,
yeah,
I sent you a screenshot because I streamed it like maybe a couple of years ago. It's got a couple of strikes on it now for music. So I was just gonna say be a bit wary on YouTube with that game.
That makes sense. Okay, so if I do stream this, I might have to stream it with the audio muted when I'm.
Maybe it may not like flag you immediately, so you might be able to stream it without getting flagged. Mine came much later, like it wasn't an immediate thing. So it's either they input some stuff into YouTube so that it automatically flagged it, or something. I'm not sure. So I was just gonna let you know to be aware of the music there.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I haven't got the game yet. I'm just figuring out how Steam works. But does that mean that there is a demo that's been out for a while? Because it says that it's on pre-release for 2026.
Yes, it is. So my game, let's see, I streamed it in 2023,
Okay.
February 2023. So it's been edging for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, so the demo's been out for a while, and they've constantly just pushed it back and back and back. So I'm not sure when it's going to be coming out, but it's interesting to say the least. I don't know if they made any updates to the actual demo, but I mean, it's definitely worth an initial play, I would say.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate the heads up. And if you're not doing anything, you're welcome to hang out with me. I'm going to bring in Christopher. You've probably seen Christopher. He's been crashing out on every live stream on TikTok for the last 2 or 3 days.
Awesome.
I know, right?
Crashing out. That's the word.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, that is the case. Yeah. So,
Justin, how's the
Christopher,
bullying
we already know
going?
that
You feeling
you're
good
over the age
bullying
of
everybody during
18.
Christmas? What's up, bullying?
So the question at hand right now is, hold on, why do you have a crazy echo? Hold on.
I'm just amazed that you all like to spend your Christmas time bullying people instead of spreading beautiful goodwill and cheer.
I mean, crying.
That's
So I don't know
What?
if you've got
You're
like
spending
your
your time crying?
speakerphone turned up or something, but you're gonna need
This
to
is
turn your
literally a
speakerphone
season
down.
about giving to people, making them feel wonderful, like spreading
Yeah,
joy.
that's what you
You're
do.
literally
You make
spending your
you make
time.
people feel super wonderful. Christopher, before we can talk, you got to turn your speaker down.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll turn it down. Does this help or no?
Let's find out. Yeah, I
Okay.
think that works. The echo seems to be
So
gone
can you
now.
just do you really enjoy spending your time bullying people all day? Like, do you feel good about yourself at like at the end of the night?
No,
I just
I
would like, I'd love to
I
know.
only enjoy bullying assholes like you.
Oh wow, you got
Also,
me
I
there,
can
man.
still
You got me good. Oh,
I
I'm
can still
gonna
hear the
cry so
echo in
much.
your phone.
Oh
So,
man.
do you
It's
have
good now.
do you have Bluetooth earbuds in?
No, I don't.
Do you have any?
Here, I'll turn it just to double check. Is that
Yeah, it
better?
might be helpful if you do. I think it's a little bit better.
Hello.
I
think that one of your cult followers.
Unless you have
blocked
me on, like,
from
do you
being able
have
to
me
bully on
playing in the
TikTok.
background
I
on
mean,
something?
it's really strange how you all think. I don't know. Here, I
Does he
had my
just
phone
like
plugged in.
listening to
Maybe does this
himself
work better?
talk?
Yeah, he loves listening to himself talk.
Hello.
Yep.
No, I'm just. Yeah, I just love listening to myself talk.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's talk about the topic. My claim here is that the narrative surrounding Jesus's childhood and birth is basically all bullshit. And it's kind of quite clear from the story. And you probably believe that it's all true, don't you? Did you mute yourself? You're not muted. Where'd you go?
Kind of looks like his phone fell behind his computer.
That bro's all over the place over here. No one can hear you if you're talking. It's embarrassing. John, when you were a Christian, could you imagine being this embarrassing?
No, actually, I was embarrassed just being a Christian. I mean, I mean, I never really talked about my faith, and I often felt like a little embarrassed if I ever did talk about it. So, like, yeah. Oh, well, hey, there he is.
Yeah, he's
And he-
back. No one can hear you right now. I don't know if you broke your microphone or what.
You know, he's giving off an energy right now that says that he takes pictures of his screen in order to share screenshots.
Yes. Yes. Yep. I think it's 100% correct. That seems to be the case. And now I think the situation is that he's got a really bad connection because it seems Justin muted me. No, I did not mute you, Christopher. You just didn't know how to work your own how to work your own hardware. Here, we'll try to get him back on YouTube. Interesting that the bunny. Didn't you just say a minute ago that you couldn't request up on TikTok?
I'm back in the bully room. Oh wow, I'm so scared of Justin's cult. Oh my gosh, here
Yeah,
they come.
just to be clear, you said a couple minutes ago that you couldn't request on TikTok.
Well, yeah, the request box wasn't there. I'm not sure if maybe one of your
but
mods.
now
such as,
now it magically came back.
Well, it just wasn't there. I mean, I'm just telling
Yeah,
you the
I'm
truth.
sure.
Why would I lie about it?
Sure.
Okay.
I can think
Wow.
of a few
Okay. So do
reasons.
you realize that you look stupid
So
when
let's
you
talk
say
about
something?
the Christmas story. How much of the Christmas
let's
story
talk
do you think is real?
Well, I think that Jesus lived. He's a historical figure. And so, if he's an historical figure, regardless of the Bible, then he must have been born at some point. So, if he was born, then that means that we should celebrate the birth of somebody who changed the world.
Adorable. I didn't ask if he was born. I think we all conclude if he's historical, he was born. I asked if, do
Okay.
you believe when
So
the
you
biblical
said the Christmas
story
story is not
tells
real. The
his
Christmas story is
childhood,
all
do you
about Jesus'
believe
birth.
that the childhood story is true?
There's parts that are probably true and there's parts that are not, and it doesn't matter to me because the person changed the world and we should celebrate him.
Adorable. So when was
Uh,
Jesus born? About what time period?
Okay, first off, can I just ask that you don't censor me and you don't kick me out for no reason because you're afraid that I might beat you in this debate ahead of time?
I certainly ain't censoring you or kicking you out. You'll get cooked the same way you got cooked last time. I know you're used to getting
Whoa,
muted
yeah, if
because
you
you'd
say
like to
it, it
talk
doesn't make
over
it
everybody and
because
you
you
don't know
kicked
how to
me out of the
behave
last
yourself.
debate because you were
And you're
afraid
just
of me
used to
proving you
people
wrong.
kicking you because you're like an intolerable piece of shit. But
Oh
certainly you
wow.
won't be
If
getting
you
kicked from my live stream. It's too much good rage bait to kick you.
Justin, have you ever studied projection psychology? It's going to be a really hard day when
Yeah,
you do.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it happen in real time right now with you, Christopher.
Okay, well, everything that you literally say is just literally your own frustrations with your own psyche.
Yeah, I'm rubber and you're glue,
Some
huh?
more, please.
More
It's okay that you
meta.
don't know enough about
More
psychology to
meta.
understand why you should be embarrassed about
Yeah,
your own things.
more meta rather than avoiding the topic. When was
No, I'm
Jesus
happy
born
to
according
talk
to
about
the
the
Bible,
topic.
Christopher?
Let's
This is
dive
why
into
no
the
one wants to
topic,
talk to
Justin.
him because he can't actually stay on
You
topic.
superior intellect, teach me everything you know, Justin, who stepped away from the faith that he literally committed his life to.
I asked you, Christopher.
I'm sorry that
Do you know?
you stepped away from the most beautiful
So you
faith
don't
that's ever
know. You have no idea when
ask
Jesus
me a
was
question.
born. You just
Ask
came
me a
up
question.
here to
Superior intelligence.
pontificate and to avoid actually talking about the topic because you've never read the Bible.
I'm ready.
And
Let's
you've got
go.
some sort of like psychological problem that causes you to think that you're a divine messenger
think
for
how
God and that you're like a
obviously
gift to the
rude
world,
you
when in
are
reality
this
you just get on people's live streams and make an utter fool out of yourself. And just so you're aware, Christopher, I don't have to mute you because my microphone's louder than yours.
Okay. All right. So please, superior intelligence, teach me everything about life.
According to you, when was Jesus born?
Jesus was born around 2,000 years ago, and whether it's the exact
And what's the
date
Bible
on
say?
Christmas doesn't really matter. You what?
What's the Bible say?
Many people have different beliefs in it, and I don't think it really matters exactly.
I didn't
which
ask
day.
you what many people believe. I asked you, what does the Bible say about his birth? When was he born?
I'm sure we can Google it like anybody can. I mean, I don't think
You
that this
don't know.
Okay, most people celebrate it as December 25th. Is that when I actually think?
I'm not asking you the day. I never asked you, was Jesus born on Christmas? So I need you to take a step back and put your listening ears on. I didn't ask you if Jesus was born on December 24th or 25th. What I asked you was, according to the Bible, when was Jesus born?
Let's say June 24th.
Holy Spirit is not leading this one in truth. Bible is already lying on that one. We'll try this again. According to the Bible, what general time frame does it say that he was born in?
Most people believe that he was born in the morning.
I didn't ask about that.
Jesus fucking
Christ. This is the most unserious person I've ever met, and he thinks he's winning souls for Jesus right now. That's the funny part.
Think you're serious. You think that I should be serious?
Everybody, everybody put a JC in the comments if this guy just won you over to Christianity right now.
Yeah. Put a JC.
What's
superior intelligence has
what's
ever
the
existed.
Bible
All
say?
Justin.
What's the Bible say Jesus' birth time frame was? I'll give
Justin,
you a
you are
hint.
much more
Both
deserving.
Matthew and Luke tell you when he was born.
Well, I just don't understand why you get so caught up on details that don't matter.
They do matter because my claim is that these stories are contrived. And one of the ways you can tell that they're contrived is when they utterly contradict each other. So, for example, in the book of Matthew, which we were already reading, chapter 2, It says that he was born during the reign of King Herod, and he had to go to
Okay.
Egypt until the death of King Herod. About when did King Herod die?
Okay. Is Jesus better recorded as a historical figure than
That doesn't answer my question. My question was
99.99999%?
about when does Herod die in history?
But this is okay. I just want to explain this. What you try to do is you try
so
to
we'll
put
just
people
get
in
the
ridiculous
we'll get the
corners, and
dodge
there's just
counter
no
going. Dodge number 2.
Okay.
So
Do
my
you think that
question
Jesus
was
existed,
about
Here's
what
what's
time
important.
frame
Do you
did
think
King
Jesus
Herod
existed or not?
die according to history?
I'm not going to play trivia right here. Here's my
You
question.
you
Do you
actually
think
are.
Jesus
So
existed
that's
or not?
dodge number 3. We're on dodge number 3 now.
That's not a debate. It's not even
So-
what the debate is about. The debate is about was Jesus
about
born or not?
about what time period
Was Jesus born or
did
not?
King
Yes, he was born. Okay,
did King
that's end
Herod
of debate.
die? Dodge number 4. All right, we'll try this again. About what time period do
Why
you think King
that in a
Herod
debate,
died
if you
according
ask
to
a question,
history?
the person has to answer it?
You can say I
Where
don't
did you get
know.
this style of
That's
debating?
actually how debates work.
No, this
Yeah,
is not
that's
how all
exactly
debates
how
work.
debates work. In fact, if
No,
you were
no.
in like a moderated debate, they would make you answer this. So again,
Okay,
we'll
so if
try
you're asking me a
dodge
question
number
which I don't think
5.
applies
About when
whatsoever
do you
to the
think in history King Herod died?
I think King Herod died probably around the end, right before BC, from the switch between BC and AD. So about 2025 years ago.
4 BCE, give or take a little bit. Okay, so what that means is that according to Matthew, Jesus had to have been born prior to 4 BCE. Follow?
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
the problem is
Got
that
me.
if you
You
turn
got me.
over to the book of Luke, the book of
Okay,
Luke,
show me the problem. Show me the problem, Justin. Teach
book
me the
of
problem.
Luke, the book of Luke
Okay.
says
Where's the
that
book of
Jesus
Luke?
was born during the census of Quirinius. And
Oh
when do
my
you think
gosh.
that was?
Are you serious? Are you serious? No way. Justin, are you
this
serious?
guy is not serious at all.
Oh my
Imagine
God, you're mind blowing me.
Imagine
You're
being
mind
this
blowing me.
childish,
You've proven
thinking
all
that
of
you're
Jesus
winning
wrong.
souls for
You've
Christ
proven
right
all of
now.
Jesus wrong.
This is
Justin has
embarrassing.
proven all of Jesus wrong.
It's
How did
embarrassing.
no
Do you have
one
a
know?
Christopher?
Justin,
Do you have a
you're the
Bible on
smartest
you?
biblical scholar that's ever existed.
Do you have a Bible on you?
I can grab one. You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead and get one.
All right, I'm grabbing a Bible. Give me a second. All right, Justin. Keep proving. You're showing the whole world the way. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
so
showing the
much.
whole world your ass right now. Go get your
It's like
Bible.
no one has ever thought of these things before. It's like, Justin, how did you get so smart? How did you get so intellectually superior more than God? It's amazing. Okay.
Well,
All right.
hold on. Let me interrupt real quick because I mean, honestly, you're coming off really bad here, Christopher. For one, like you're trying to make fun of Justin for
Okay. Did you listen
paying
to the 2
attention to
minutes before I
details
even got in the
when
room?
you
What Justin
like
said?
you claim that people have reconciled these issues, like the differences in Luke's dating versus Matthew's dating. But it seems to me like you've just sort of thrown your hands up in the air and you've given up at the very beginning by saying like it doesn't matter when he was born, but he was definitely born. It seems weird to me that you would be like that.
So here's a 1-minute answer, which I'm sure you're going to try to interrupt me because that's what this cult likes to do. But what's important is that before I even entered the room, you did 2
It's
minutes of
rich,
smear
someone like Christopher blaming us of interrupting people when that's all he does.
Justin can't let anybody speak without interrupting him.
Well,
it's his
you
style.
didn't earn the right
this
to
is
go
his whole
uninterrupted
style of
because
thinking.
you come in and you treat people like shit, which is why you get treated like shit. Now, I've been
How
in
did you
other
see
people's
people
live
before I
streams
came into the
before,
room?
and I've never been muted once. Just so we're clear, Christopher, I've never been muted once in anyone's live stream ever. And you want to know why that is? You want to know why that is, Christopher? Want to know why that is? Want to know why that is, Christopher? No one can hear you while you're talking while I'm talking. No one can hear you. I know you think people can hear you, but they can't hear you. So when you talk while I'm talking, the only thing they ever hear is you mumbling in the background. So every time you talk while I'm talking, you're just wearing yourself out. And that's fine. You can do that. You can tuck yourself out, and then I'll call your mom. I've got her on speed dial, and I'll have her tuck you in at night. That's fine. We can do that. But the reason why I don't get muted on other people's live streams is because I actually behave like an adult. Are you capable of doing that?
Oh, yes. Justin, the mature adult who never says anything mean or is never rude at all.
Oh, I
Justin,
didn't say that at
That's
all.
not what he
I'm
said.
mean to asshats like you.
Oh, okay. All right, so Justin, thank you. Let me be kind and slow and as honorable as you, Justin. Let me be patient and kind.
It's wild that this guy thinks he's an adult.
Justin can dish it and he can't take it. It's just okay. You have to censor people to can dish it back to you, and you're afraid of it. It's okay that
I
you
didn't
censor
censor
people.
you.
Christopher.
This is the first time I've never been censored by Justin. Just to let
Christopher,
you know.
do you yank your chain while watching Persecution, Prawn?
No, I don't. Thanks for asking.
Okay,
Is that
because
the
you're coming off with this energy that's like, please persecute me, daddy, and I just don't think it's
I
gonna
think
happen.
that you two are just afraid that one person can hold himself up against two people and not be afraid of you at all. Because
No. See, Christopher, you came into this debate just giving up completely. Like you started off giving up, Christopher. Christopher, you started off giving up. I don't know what you're talking about.
Christmas season and try to take faith away from people. How sad is that?
Oh, what the fuck
Literally,
just
that's how
happened? It says, "Oh, godless." I hate that I have to do this. Drop and come back, buddy. You got violation because you said yanking when you referred to the
I'm
thing.
the mean one, even though you like, if you
Oh,
just
it wasn't mean.
rewatch
He
it,
just
it's so
violated
obvious.
the. It's crazy that you think talking over me is gonna work here. So he violated the terms of service with some of his words. It wasn't because he was mean. I know you want to be persecuted so bad, but that wasn't what happened. So let's do a little bit of reset here, Christopher.
For the religion, and you
So let's
think
do a
that's
little
great
bit
way
of
to
a
save
reset
you
here, Christopher. What we're hoping to
Alright,
do
check
is
out all
actually
your high
find
school
some
anxiety,
productive
check it out,
dialogue
check out
somewhere,
all that
which
high
is,
school insecurity on you.
can
I'm
you
ready.
tell me, according to Luke, when Jesus was born?
Okay, I'm in Luke. Show me what you want to show me. I literally have a Bible in front of me. I got Luke. I'm ready to be so just thrown on the ground by your genius superiority. Show me.
Yeah, it's Luke chapter 2.
Okay, Luke chapter 2. Show me how genius you are. Okay, prove the whole world wrong. We're ready. Luke chapter 2. All right, here we are.
I love it when the Christians do my work for me by just being clowns. In those days, a decree went out
Here's
from
how smart
Caesar
Justin
Augustus
is.
to all the
Smarter than
world
anybody else.
that it should be registered. This was the first registration that was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to their own towns to be registered. So this is telling before Jesus is born, they had to go to Bethlehem to be registered because supposedly, which isn't how this works, Joseph was from the line of David, and so he had to go to Bethlehem to get registered. But the problem is this census happened at least a decade after Herod already died.
Okay.
So what that means is either Matthew couldn't figure out when Jesus was born and made up a fictitious story about his birth, or Luke didn't know when Jesus was born and made up a fictitious story about his birth. But the reality is, both of the stories can't both be true. One of them has to be wrong, or both of them can be wrong.
Okay. Now, the question again, do you believe that Jesus lived, yes or no?
We already went over this last time, Christopher. The answer is yes.
No,
The problem
I just wanted to get a
isn't that
clear
we
answer.
disagree on whether or not he's alive. The problem is we're trying to figure out when he was born.
Clear answer of a
We
yes or
agree
no?
that he was alive. We don't agree on when he
so
was
here he is
born.
born.
So I'm still waiting to figure out when do you think
so
he
what
was
you're
born.
worried about is that people 2,000
It's crazy that
years
he
ago,
can't actually concentrate at all. Christopher,
I'm
this is
ready.
why
If you're
this is
just-
why no
why
one
do you
likes
always
talking
do
to you, because you can't actually track. Like you're
Justin, I can
incapable
listen
of
to you.
tracking
You
a
just-
conversation right now, and then you think that talking over like the host is going to help your case, and it only makes it worse. So the problem we're trying to resolve right now is that either Matthew or Luke wrote a fictitious story. Which one do you think it is?
I think both gave their best accounts of what they believe took place.
But were
because
they
didn't know
true?
Jesus at that time. Well, I think that they thought they were accurate when they were writing it.
But was the story true?
Was Jesus born? Yeah, he was born.
Was he born during the reign of Herod?
Well, I think that Jesus has one of the best historical records compared to almost any historical figure of that time.
Yeah,
so
that
one of
doesn't
them is-
answer the question. So we'll try this again. Was he born during the reign of Herod?
It's possible. It's probably around that time because there's a lot of events that took place that were recorded that he did at that time.
Okay, then that means Luke's account is fiction, which means my claim still holds true that the Christmas story is fiction.
Okay. Do you understand how many stories
To be
throughout
fair,
human?
I think Matthew's is more likely to be fiction than Luke. I think Luke was attempting to give a real historical account. I think Matthew was writing a nonsense story, making up details to make it sound like he was the Messiah when he wasn't, because we have no record whatsoever at all of anybody commanding the killing of babies in and around Bethlehem. But in Matthew chapter 2, that's like the central focus of it.
Okay. Thank you for your perspective.
Also, I want
Yes,
to
Lord,
point
yes.
out how. Hold on. I want to point out how Matthew's gospel is seeking to portray Jesus as the new Moses, and so that's why you have like him fleeing Herod to Egypt, and he spends time in Egypt and then comes back. Like, there's a lot of literary devices that are used in that story in order to portray Jesus as the new Moses. So this is well established in scholarship too. You know, Christopher, I'm surprised you don't know this, since you seem to, know everything about, Christianity and this topic, even though you seem to not want to like give a date, or a date, or you care about dates when we're specifically asking you about dates.
Right? I
Well, I
thought
think
Chris was a
that
real scholar.
Okay. The problem here is that you guys are missing the forest for the trees. This is a beautiful book about learning about the beauty of love and
no
how
one
much God.
cares.
You
No,
don't. Okay. You don't care that a guy.
We're not
literally
questioning
gave his
whether or
life-
not you like the book. We're questioning whether or not the book is true. You understand
Okay,
that
but
whether
you
or not
are-
something
you-
is
you
true
not
and
just
whether
say
or
that
not
you
you
think
like it
Luke-
are two absolutely different things, right?
Okay, but did you not just say that you think either Luke's account or Matthew's account is accurate? Which one did you say?
What I said is I think Luke's account is going to be more accurate than Matthew's account. I think Matthew's account
Okay.
is straight up
Okay.
fiction.
So now you're saying
And the
Luke's
reason
account
why
is
Matthew's account
accurate.
is straight up fiction is because he wants Jesus to be the supposed Messiah from the Hebrew Bible, even though he just clearly wasn't.
Okay, so just to go off your words, you think that Luke's account is likely accurate. Is that accurate or no?
No.
Okay, so you don't think Luke's account is accurate.
No, I don't think that anybody was going to Bethlehem in order to register for the census. That's preposterous. You didn't have to go
I want
to the
know is I
hometown
want to know
of your
Justin's
father's household
version.
in order to take a census. That's not how censuses went in the ancient world. And again, Christopher, every time you try to interrupt me, it won't work because you're not as loud as me. It's only ever going to make you look silly.
Okay. All right. So what I want to know is 2025 years later, I want to know Justin's version of Jesus's birth, because obviously you probably know way more than the people that met Jesus at that time. Please tell me Justin's version of Jesus's birth, because I'm sure that you know way better than anybody else would.
I don't have to know the version of events to know that it's contrived when it says things that are false. For example, if I told you a story about my life and my life included flying, we'll call them flying fire trucks.
Okay.
Now, somebody 1,000 years later might have heard of flying fire trucks. But the reality is they don't need to know the story of my life to know that the story about flying fire trucks is false. So I'm not saying that I know all the details of little baby Jesus's life. What I can tell you is I know the false parts, because the false parts are easy to detect, which is why my claim, as it still stands, is that the Christmas story is fiction. It's also fiction because it clearly has a fundamental misunderstanding of how the cosmological bodies work and how stars work. Because according to the story, there were magi from the east that followed a star all the way over to Bethlehem. How does that work?
Okay. Well, I would like to know, do you know what happens when a Dalai Lama dies and what the process is when they need to find a new Dalai Lama?
Weird,
Can you tell me?
Weird that that's not an answer to my question.
Well, it is an answer, because I think that if you actually understand that there are mystics who have actually tracked certain births of people that they believe are future kings, and this is a tradition that still happens to this day. And so the fact that you don't know this is a little bit embarrassing.
I'm
but
sorry,
why don't
where do
tell
you
us
think the Dalai Lama is from? Genius.
Well, what I would like you to tell me, Justin, is what happens when a Dalai Lama dies, and what happens to the birth of the new Dalai Lama. Tell me about that.
There's a
How does
prophecy
this-
that's going to indicate whether or not the new Dalai Lama is a particular individual person, but that's irrelevant because the Dalai
and then what do
Lama
they do?
is
And
for
what do
the
they
people
do?
that are
And what do
living
they do?
in India. And as it turns out, the wise men from the East are magi, most likely from Persia.
Okay. And so when a Dalai
So
Lama dies,
I'm sorry, did the
right?
Dalai Lama visit Jesus?
There are certain scholars who actually believe that there was this was the birth of a new Dalai Lama at that time who was
Oh
literally
yeah,
meant to be
name the
same.
scholar. Name it.
I'm just telling you that this
Name
is
it.
one.
Name the scholar.
The scholar name doesn't matter. What's more
Oh,
important?
it does, because I think you're making it up.
No. This is an easy way to understand why this story is important. This is literally still happening to this day.
The
Justin, and
Dalai
that's what you don't
Lama
even realize.
is not a
Okay.
magi from the East.
Okay. Just look up the process of what happens when a Dalai Lama dies, please.
Is
How
is the
does-
Dalai
hold on.
Lama from Persia or not?
Can you just tell me what the process is when a Dalai Lama dies?
Buddy, you're the one that knows the process, not me.
Okay, so you don't know anything about it. You don't know?
Of course I don't.
Oh,
Of course I
Justin,
don't know.
no.
Of course I don't know what happens when a Dalai Lama dies.
Okay. So when you don't understand other people's cultural traditions, why don't you not make fun of them 2,025 years later when you actually
I'm sorry.
don't
Did
understand?
I
what-
make fun of the Dalai Lama?
I just don't think you should make fun of other people's cultural traditions when you literally
Whose
don't
culture
even know
did
how
I
to
make
get out
fun
your
of?
own hyper-rationalist mind.
Whose culture did I make fun of?
People all over the world who understand that the deep cultural traditions of Christianity
Did I
have to do
did I
with
mention the Indians? Did I
ancient
mention the Dalai
practices
Lama?
of
I think you're
ancient
concussed right now. I think you're confused about where you're at. Like, listen,
No,
I know that your head is so far up your ass that you're starting to get dizzy from the
my head's up
gases,
my
but
ass.
the
I'm actually
reality
talking
is
through my ass
you're
right now.
deeply
I'm actually-
confused if
Good
you think
boy,
the Dalai
Justin, you
Lama
got
has
me,
anything to do
kid.
with the Magi in the Bible. And I asked you about 4 or 5 times to make the connection between the Dalai Lama and the Magi, and you couldn't do it. So what that means is that you can't make the connection. You think that because they're from the East, they're the same culture, but turns out not everybody that's east of the Roman Empire is the same culture for Christopher.
Okay. Do I get my answer because you've given your answer, or are you just going to interrupt me when I give my answer?
Are you going to connect the Dalai Lama to the Magi?
Okay. Are you going to interrupt me, or can I give an answer?
Unless you give me the connection, I will interrupt you.
Oh, I have to give the answer the way you want me to give it, or I get to give my answer the way I
No,
want to give it?
you have to give me an answer. I don't give a fuck how you do it, but you have to do it.
Oh, okay. Many people do not realize that many traditions all across the world have very different customs, and there were many different customs about new kings being born. Many mystics have many different spiritual beliefs
He'll
about
never
certain
do it.
energies coming to the planet. These are astrological signs that they
He'll
were
never
tracking.
do it. Okay, so just to be clear, Christopher, you're not going to connect
why
the
do you
Dalai
interrupt
Lama
when
to the
other
Magi,
people
and
have
you
very
actually
important
never did tell us what happened when the Dalai Lama dies. Like, this is absolutely preposterous that you
All right, do you want me to
grandstand
tell you? Do you
on
want me to tell you what
what happens when the Dalai Lama dies, and then you tell me you're going to connect the Dalai Lama to the Magi, and then you don't connect the Dalai Lama to the Magi because you're a complete embarrassment, and your mother should be ashamed that she even gave birth to
Oh
you.
wow! Here we go. Oh, okay. Thank you for all of the bullying. You're a
Yeah.
really good bully. You get all
I know
your
what
high
happens
school
when the Dalai Lama
You
dies.
need to get more of your high school
Yeah,
insecurities out on
John.
me. Do you want to
Since,
just throw more of your high school?
Since Chris won't actually answer the question, what happens when the Dalai Lama dies, Godless?
Well, typically when a human dies, their bowels evacuate. So my guess is he shits himself. So there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. And we got scientific evidence for that.
Okay. What do most Eastern traditions call?
No one cares. Listen, I know you're confusing right now, like all of the
Right,
East
right.
for one whole tradition, but this is important because, unlike you, I've actually taken the time to understand that not everybody east of the Western Empire is the same people group. They have their own traditions, their own religion, their own cultural significance. And I'm not going to just let you get up here and conflate the Persians with the Indians. They're different cultures. They have different religions. The Magi had nothing to do with the Dalai Lama. This is absolutely embarrassing and a waste of everybody's time. And you still have not actually
Spencer.
engaged with the point of this line of questioning. The point of this line of
Spencer,
questioning is for you to tell us how it
Spencer,
was that a star, a physical star, led them to Bethlehem and came to rest physically above the birthplace of Jesus, because that's what the story says. The story doesn't say that they consulted an astrological chart and they just concluded that they needed to go to Bethlehem. What it says is that they physically followed a star, and that star was moving in the sky, and it came to rest at a location. That's the explanation I'm looking for, Christopher.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
No,
Let's
I don't
say that
need
you
you to ask a question. I need you to explain how a star was traveling through the sky and rested over the house.
Well, the star was a guiding light. Do sailors use the North Star as a guidance? Yes or no?
Yes and no, but not the way that the Bible describes it.
yes
The way
or
the Bible
no.
describes it is that the
sailors don't
star
use the
was
stars for
moving in
guidance?
the sky and came to rest over a particular spot. And the problem that you have is that the stars that the sailors are using for guidance are not moving and then coming to a rest at a particular spot over a location. Not how that works.
So people on land cannot use stars for guidance. Only people on water. Is that right?
I didn't say that. And again, if you were smart enough to listen to my words, you would understand that there's a difference between using the stars that are in the sky that are relatively stationary, except for the fact that the Earth is moving and they traverse particular paths in the sky. They don't move to a point in the sky and then stop. That's not what stars do.
Okay. Have you ever been watching stars late at night when you can actually see thousands of stars and felt that some of them are slightly moving? You've never felt that way?
Again, I've already told you that stars move in the sky because the Earth is rotating, Christopher. Try to follow
Okay, so-
along. In Matthew,
you don't think
it
that
says
people
when they
thousands
had
of
heard
years
the
ago
king, they set out, and there
traveling,
ahead of
you don't
them
think it's
went
okay
a
that they use
star
stars to
that
navigate?
they had seen in the east until it stopped over the place where the child was. So according to the story, the star
you think
was
it's crazy that
traveling in front of
pre-electricity
them,
people use stars
and then the
to
star
navigate?
stopped over top of a place where Jesus was. What I'm asking you is, how did this star traverse in a way in which you could come and then stop over a particular location?
Do you ever think that maybe you're taking things a little bit overly literal?
There we
and
go.
maybe-
Now, once we don't like it, it's too literal. Of course, it's too literal. Yeah. It was
let me give you an
a
example. Let me give you an
metaphorical
example.
star,
Can I
and
give
it
you an
came to
example?
rest metaphorically over the house. That's what it
Okay, can I
was.
give you an example?
Wait, I can't remember.
No.
Is this in Luke or Matthew?
This is Matthew chapter 2.
Okay.
Justin. Okay, Justin. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
I bet at home he never stops talking. Can you imagine living with this clown?
No, I wouldn't be able to. Just for everybody in the chat, there's actually a really great book by Dr. Aaron Adair that discusses the Bethlehem Star and how it literally, like, that's from an actual crap, I can't remember what his profession is called. He literally studies that for a living, and he demonstrates how you, like, that is just a literal impossibility. Like any kind of attempt at a coherent explanation for the Bethlehem Star right there just doesn't make sense whatsoever. From an
I can give it
astronomy
a logical expression.
Can
What?
you explain how the star traveled from east to west
Yes.
and then came to stop over the house?
If you give me 30 seconds without censoring me.
I love how they use the word censor like they're being what's the word I'm looking for? Abused
One lesson
by the host.
Okay. One lesson to your cult audience is that anybody that censors people has major insecurities. It's just like a psychological insecurity.
Enough
'cause
with
they're
the meta.
The
God damn.
crying.
Could you just say
This is
whatever
why it
you
gets
want?
censored.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
It's
Okay, do you understand
crazy that he just spends
Alright,
all of his time
Justin,
crying
are
rather
you
than
ready?
engaging in the actual
I can
substance.
do this through a science perspective. You want me to do it through a science perspective to prove you wrong?
I've been waiting for you to tell me how the star came to a stop. Yes.
Okay. All right. First off, do you believe that there's multiple dimensions? Yes or no?
No.
You don't. So you think that
We
only
have
the
to
third and the
invoke
fourth?
multiple dimensions here. This is going to be crazy.
Well, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Okay. Well, first you have to understand that God exists in all dimensions, which is important for science to understand and all rationalists to understand.
How many
Okay.
dimensions
So
are there?
I would say most people think around 15, but you can go farther. I mean,
Most people think there are 15 dimensions. Holy shit.
I would
hold
say
on.
if you're
Christopher-
talking about the Christos dimension,
The
Christopher,
Christos
do you
dimension.
think-
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
Go
Do
ahead,
you think
Godless.
that vibrations, like everybody has a vibration?
Everything is vibrational.
Yep.
If you ever
Okay,
There it is.
have you ever
pegged
met
it.
a sound engineer?
How many crystals do you have, Christopher?
Okay, do you know what the study
He's got a
of
whole
science
collection
called?
of Jesus crystals. I guarantee it.
Okay, here for your cult audience, all you have to do is type into Google to
Yeah.
understand everything's vibration. It's literally called
So, Christopher, we're obviously not going to get an explanation out of you for the star. I would really love an explanation for the star. You're clearly not going to give one. So that being said, here's what we can do. We could end this discussion on a little bit of a truce. I know that deep down you didn't come here to dialogue about the topic. You came here to preach. So what I can do for you is I can give you 2 minutes to preach. I won't interrupt you, but you only get 2 minutes. If you can't get it out in 2 minutes, then you can't get it out. You're muted right now, Christopher.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, well, there's literally a study of science which studies the vibration.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we're missing anything there.
I got it. Like as soon as he mentioned the dimensions, I'm like, oh, he's definitely sitting around about 5 crystals right now, trying to get those energies aligned.
Absolutely pegged it. What's crazy is he really thinks right now that he's up here cooking and that he's being victimized all in the name of Jesus. It's wild, the world that these people live in.
Yeah, it really is. It's pretty sad. One thing I was going to mention, which is my favorite topic right now. He talked about how the Christmas story is such a beautiful story, but like I've been, challenging Christians on the whole idea that Mary was graped, and it's like I can't imagine describing a grape story as like beautiful. Like that just seems weird to me.
It's really the way we think of consent is not what Mary had. She did not have consent. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, totally. Well, hey, I got to get out of here, and that was really fun. I appreciate you letting me stay up for a second. And sorry for anything that might have caused you with my apparent whatever.
No, you're fine, buddy. It's good to hear from you.
But it was great. Thank you everybody for all the gifts and everything like that. Thank you, Justin, and good luck with doing the I am Jesus Christ. I hope you get to the laser part where you got to fight Satan, because that's fun.
Fuck yeah. Okay. Yep. I'm down for Jesus lasers. Yep.
All right.
Hey, thanks,
see
man.
y'all later.
I can't wait for Jesus lasers. I'm excited for it. Okay. All right. Let me grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. We're going to have a double whammy. We're going to have Christopher followed by fucking Breezy. Not the Bible, Jason says, just a heads up, never Google dirty Steam. There's oh no, like a Steam for adults. Okay. I won't do it, I promise. And Zombie Lover, thank you for the super chat, says, sitting here drinking some Apple Crown Royal, watching you cook. Always glad to be here. Going to start a retro gaming channel. We'll have to throw me in playing some Christian games while critiquing. Well, I'd love to hear that. That would be dynamite. Definitely let the community know what you're up to. And HP Lovecat, thank you for the 616. Says, if you've never watched the Christmas horror movie Christmas Evil, you really should. A fun slasher movie. I haven't watched it yet, but I do like a good Christmas slasher. I'll have to put it on the watch list, right behind Krampus and Christmas Nightmare. Gazman, thank you for the 666, says, is there physical descriptions of angels in the Bible, and do they differ from Old Testament and New Testament? I think I saw one just checking. Hail, bro. 666 rock hard for simply went for charity and gave for Justin. So kind of yes or no. I think people confuse the seraphim with the angels. The angels typically just look like men. Almost 100% of the time, the angel is described as looking like a man or looking like God. The angels, especially in the book of Daniel, are like a God man. They're like somewhere between God and man. They look like they can be God. They look like they can be man. And so as far as we can tell in the Bible, angels just look kind of like humans, but special. They glow. Erica, thank you for the $10 donation. I really, really appreciate that, friend. And Science Lover, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the 3,700 THB. Says, Justin, my sibling stopped talking to me because I wouldn't allow him to proselytize. Well, I don't blame you. I searched the internet for answers and found your stream and challenged him to debate. He ran from the words so fast, and now we're speaking again. You're the best, man. Well, shit, Science Lover. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're doing this for. So when people give you these bullshit apologetics and try to ruin your life because they're in a cult, you can come back with equally or better valid talking points and hopefully bring some sense to them. House 70, thank you for the 666, says the only magic of the holidays is being around loved ones, eating good comfort food, and having a good time. Best wishes to everyone reading this. I agree, House. That is the magic of the holidays. It's being around your loved ones. Bobtail says, to be fair, most grifters are not good with their hands. I believe that, except for, the street magicians. They're pretty good with their hands, I think. Lock Furry, thank you for the $100 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's get 100 W's for Lock Furry in the chat. Says, pretty sure a lot of people would pay to have Justin bully them. You know what? I've talked to some people before, and I don't think you're wrong. In fact, when I first started streaming, when my streams were much smaller, you know who used to slide in my DMs more than anybody? It was always good Christian girls who apparently they just couldn't get enough of the bad atheist boy. And it was pretty wild. I think now that my channel is bigger, that kind of thing it's not really a thing that happens anymore. But yeah, people are fun. Lock Free again with the $20 super chat says Christopher is on the naughty list. Santa is going to spank him in the ways he secretly desires. That might be the case. He's definitely going to get a lump of coal if not. And Hank, thank you for the 666. Says Christopher is so intent on being a smirking little douche that he won't even sort out his audio before embarking on his quest. I know that's the case. He's so eager to get into somebody's live stream and get roasted that he can't even figure out how to work his phone. And Not the Bible Jason says, I just know Christopher gets adult wedgies and then the tears. Not cute. That's it. That is it. This is a man who gets wedgies as a full-grown adult and has no idea why. Lockfree coming again with another super chat says, remember the time Christopher answered questions. Was he actually asked? Me neither. So, Christopher, the reason why no one likes you, why no one wants to talk to you, is you refuse to engage in honest dialogue. You can't get to the conclusion of a dialogue by never answering questions. That's why we don't let you pivot, is because the dialogue never concludes until questions are answered. Rippity says, how do you keep your composure whilst dealing with these people like Christ off her? It's almost like he's on something. Yeah, Christopher is on something. I think he needs real help. And I say that not trying to demean people who do need help, but Christopher really does need help. And Glitterlock, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, not sure if you're open to bribes, but please never bring Christopher back on again. All right. You know what? As fun as it was to do that to Christopher, I don't think that it's all that exciting to do it repeatedly. So I'm on board for keeping that to a minimum. Unless I got one more super chat for now. We'll get our next guest in here. Jesus. Thank you for the 1999. It says, makes no sense. Go back to father's hometown. 1, the point of the census is to learn about demographics of how people are living now. 2, the infinite regress of Jewish father households go back to Abraham in Ur. That's a fair point. Like, it's such a weird thing to think that every one of the people living in the kingdom could trace their lineage all the way back to their tribal father, like all the way back to Jacob's children, right? Now I understand that like there are some people at the time period who knew what their tribe was, even if they didn't know their exact lineage. But I know the vast majority of people wouldn't have known what their actual lineage was. Okay, let's grab Breezy, and I'm sure this will go just as well as it did last time. Breezy, welcome back. We already know you're at least 18, so the only question I have next is, do you believe that the Christmas story, as told in the Bible, is accurate?
If the question is, do I believe in the Bible to be true? Yes. Can I ask you, what evidence would you need for you to believe in the Christian God?
Irrelevant. We're questioning right now whether or not the Christmas story is fact or fiction.
Yeah, what makes you think it's a Christmas
being
story?
that
What
I can
evidence would
show
you
you
need?
parts of the story that are clearly not true, I'm inclined to
I'll be
believe
happy to
that
see that.
it's fiction.
Yeah, I'll be happy to see that.
Yeah, sure. You want to see the one we just did, that I've already got up, is going to be the star.
Okay.
So you know, in the story, at least according to the story, there's a star that the wise men are following, and then it
Right.
comes to rest over top of a household or a home location where the child was.
Right.
Now, how does this actually work in reality? How does a star travel in front of a group of people and then stop at a place where you can actually identify which house it is?
Right. Okay, so just that I'm clear, just because you don't know the answer or can't explain it debunks the Bible?
No, I'm
am I
asking
right?
you.
Yeah, no, that's there's different verses that's hard to explain. I can't explain it all to you right now, but I'm asking you just
Well, you
because
didn't
can't
explain any of it. It's not about my
explain
understanding.
it.
It's about that's not how stars work.
Well,
So
I
I
thought you were
know enough
basing this
about
off
stars to know
the
that they
Bible
don't
being untrue.
travel
That was the
into
question.
discrete locations on the Earth.
Yeah, that stemmed off of my question of why you believe the Bible to be untrue. And then
Because
you
it says
presented
things that are untrue.
this, yeah, and then you presented this example involving the star. And I'm saying if there is a rational explanation to that, which I'm not going to get into,
What's the explanation?
You're saying that reason alone debunks the Bible?
No, I've got 100
Because
different
you don't
reasons.
understand
This is just one of them. So, to be sure, you have an explanation, but you won't give it to me?
No, I can't get into all of that right now. Not that
Oh,
specific one.
yeah, it's just too complicated for the audience, huh?
Well, do you believe we have souls? People have souls?
No, but that's again a pivot that I won't tolerate. So, just to be sure, you're not going to give a defense
Dude,
of
you
the
never
wandering
answer any of my
star?
question. No,
That's
I already
because
answered. I
you
can't
still
get
haven't
into it.
answered
No, I said
mine. So the
no.
question that
I
I'm
said,
still
is it
waiting for an
because you
answer
simply
for is
can't
whether or not
understand it?
you have an
Is that why you don't
explanation
believe the
and are
Bible?
willing to give me the
I'm being honest.
explanation for
I'm
the
just being
wandering
straight with you.
star.
I said I can't. No, I said I cannot explain
Gotcha.
that
There we go.
right
That's
now.
all we needed.
I
Okay,
don't have
so
that in front of me right
so the
now
first point
to
is
explain
already
that to you.
down, which is that the wandering star doesn't make any
That
sense,
doesn't make it
knowing what we
not
know
true,
about
though.
cosmology in the current time
But
period.
that
The other
doesn't make
thing
it
that I
not
would point
true.
out is, according to the book of Matthew, Jesus is
Again, that
born
doesn't make
during
it
the
not
reign of
true.
Herod the Great, and he goes into Egypt until Herod dies, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in Luke chapter 2, it says that he was born during the census of Quirinius. Do you know when that was?
No. Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Well, Herod the Great died in 4 BCE. So what that means is that Herod, or Jesus, would have been born at some point prior to 4 BCE. Now, if Luke is correct, that means he would have been born somewhere around 6 CE, because the census of Quirinius, when he was governor, which is about 6 CE, which means Herod would have been long gone and dead. So what that tells me is that either Luke or Matthew is wrong. Which one do you think it is?
No, I don't think either are wrong. I just don't think you fully understand. There's scholars who answer that very question.
Go ahead and give me the
like
answer.
you're
Find it.
posing.
I'll wait.
Well, I'm not gonna. What was your? Okay, can you repeat the
I
question?
don't, okay. How is it that he was born during the reign of Herod the Great, and then also during the census of Quirinius?
That was your question. How was Jesus born during that period?
Mhm.
How was Jesus born?
I can graph it for you if you need a graph.
Yeah, dude, I'm not. I'm saying all your questions are answered by scholars or
So
explained.
to be clear, you don't know the answer.
Not off the top of my head, no. But I'm saying
Okay,
there's answers
because as it
to your
turns out, the
question.
scholars
It's
agree
not
with me,
like
not
it's
you.
never.
So you're making
Please
stuff
pull
up.
it
The
up. Then.
scholars don't actually
Okay,
agree with
Google.
you.
Dude, just Google your question. I'm saying there's scholars already answered your question.
I already know the scholarship. You don't.
Okay, well, show us then.
You show
What
me.
they said. Because I'm telling you, you're asking me, and
Nope.
I'm saying
Don't
no. I
don't burn
can't
shift
explain
on
it off
me.
to you
You're
right
the one
here.
that you said the scholars disagreed with
Again, it's
me.
not like that
That's up to
question's never
you.
been answered. The
That's up
Bible's
to
been under a
you.
lot of
You're the
scrutiny,
one. You're the
and
one that says the scholars
already
agree
answered
with
that.
you and disagree with me. So I'll
No,
just wait
because
for the
you've yet to
proof.
show me
I won't
any
let you do
example
endless
that
burden
debunks the
shifting
Bible.
on my
That's why.
live stream. I will,
You've yet
however,
to,
let you crash out endlessly in the background of me
you've yet to
talking
show
because
me
even though it is kind of
what
tiring, it's kind of
makes
funny, and for some reason it does drive up
the Bible
audience
untrue. You've yet to show
retention.
me that.
In fact, you crashing out in the background of me talking drives up, maybe not audience retention, but it drives up the numbers on my stream significantly.
Dude,
So just so you know, the more you talk while I'm talking, the higher these numbers are going to go, and the more people are going to
what?
watch you make an utter
Dude,
fool
what
of
are you talking
yourself.
about? You want me to crash it? I'm not. I'm saying there's already answers to your question, Justin.
Then give them to me. What's the answer?
Yeah, you just said no. I'm gonna pull it up. I thought you said you were gonna pull it up.
No,
saying it's
I'm
already
waiting
there.
for. I'm not doing
I
your
don't have
homework for
every
you.
answer to all your questions.
I'm not doing your homework for
I'm
you.
saying, but none of what
Okay,
you're
so
saying
just
debunks
to
the
be sure, then
Bible.
you
That's
have
what
no
I'm saying.
answer.
No, what I'm saying is none of that still debunks the Bible, Justin.
Just to
None
be
of
sure,
it
you have
debunks
no
the
answer,
Bible.
right?
That's
So
what I'm
it
telling
actually
you.
does.
It
So
doesn't.
we can put
No,
this
it
into a
doesn't.
simple
I promise it
syllogism,
doesn't.
and maybe
It
it'll become
doesn't.
more clear for you.
So
So
it's like I could
we'll
go all
do
day. It
premise
doesn't.
number one.
What
Premise number
are
one is
you
going to
getting
be
at?
an easy one. We're just going to
None of
write
that debunks the
down
Bible.
premise number one, a story that says things that are false is not 100% true. Yes or no?
Story that says things that are false, right? So
A
in the
story that
Bible,
says things that are false is
yeah, if
not
there's a story in the
100% true.
Bible
Yes or no?
that is false, if there's a story in the Bible that is false, yes, it is not 100% true. Yes.
There we go. And so then premise number two is that the Bible says things that are false. Yes or no?
No, Justin, no. What are you talking about?
Well, because as
No,
it turns
dude.
out, you can't
This
be
would
born during the reign
this
of
would
Herod
be
and then also be born while
no. This
Quirinius
would
was the
be
governor, because they're at least 10 years apart.
this would be a
So what that
smoking
means
gun
is
if you
either
could easily
Matthew
debunk
is
the
wrong
Bible
or
like this.
either Luke is
This would be a
wrong,
smoking
and
gun.
you have
And I'm
no
saying
way
it's
to
not.
contend with this
It's not the smoking
problem.
gun you think it
You're
is.
just going to put your hands into your
It's
ears
not the
and say, la,
smoking
la,
gun you
la,
think
la,
it
la,
is.
not me, not
No,
me.
it's
I'm
because
not
it
going to
doesn't
listen.
debunk
I'm not
it.
going to pay attention to the argument.
It
I'm not
doesn't
going to
debunk
engage in the argument at all. I'll never do that. So,
because it's
so
not the
again,
smoking gun you think it is. It doesn't
so
debunk
we'll
it
try this
because you don't
again.
understand it. It
Okay,
doesn't
so we'll
debunk
just
it.
do premise number one. How about this? Premise number one: if you, or let's say, if anyone is born during the reign of Herod,
I'm trying to see where you're going.
then they are, hold on, then they
Oh
are
my gosh.
born before 4 BCE. Yes or no?
Jesus. Okay, if you
Don't use the
anyone
Lord's
is
name in
born,
vain.
no, it's because you don't have the smoking gun you think you have, Justin.
It'd be
But
really easy for you just to engage in it.
no,
So
I'm
go ahead.
following.
Premise
I'm
number one,
following.
is it true or
Okay,
false? If
anyone
anyone
is
is born
born,
during the reign of
you just
Herod,
don't
then they are born
understand the
before
language of it.
BCE. Yes
That's
or
all.
no? Yes or no?
If you anyone is, 1 second, you got a gift that's covering it. In the rain. If I'm not mistaken, weren't okay, I could be wrong. I thought there was.
Bro's lost. Literally out of his mind and lost.
His son was also Herod. What do you mean? Bro was lost.
Still waiting for an answer to premise one, Breezy. What is it?
There was 2 Herods, Justin. What are you
Still
talking
waiting
about?
the answer to premise number one. Is it yes or no?
Yeah, if they're referring to that, the king, if they're referring to a king before that, yeah.
Oh, there we
Then you
go. We
can't
finally
possibly
got it.
say the
Okay, so there
king
we go.
after.
Premise
Do you know?
number
Do you know? Do
two.
you know the Herod, his son?
Premise
The
number
other Herod,
two. It's not
Justin.
Herod. It's Herod.
Herod.
And the
Herod,
question at hand
Herod.
now is premise number two is.
Oh, okay, premise
It's not
number
actually a question.
2.
It's premise. Jesus was
Dude,
born
oh,
during
you
the
are so
reign
slow.
of Herod. Yes or no?
No, there wasn't literally his son. Okay.
Yes or
Jesus
no?
was, bro.
Yes or no?
You're too much.
Yes or no?
Let me
Crazy that you have to teacup and go to Google for this one.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a yes, according to Matthew chapter 2, verse 14 and 15. Okay, there we go. According to Matthew, the answer is yes. Okay. Premise number two, I'm sorry, 3, is that anyone born after Herod dies could not have been. Oop, there we go. Born.
Again, scholars
We're gonna
agree
get
he's using that as a
born
literary device.
before.
That's why. So it's not a
Before
contradiction.
it is before Herod dies. Yes or no?
No, scholars disagree with you. I was just making
Yes or
sure. They
no?
disagree with you.
Anyone born after Herod dies could not have been born before Herod dies. Yes or no?
Scholars disagree with you. That was a
Yes
literary
or
device.
no?
Disagree with you.
The
You're saying
cope is
anyone born
wild.
after Herod
Yes or
dies could
no?
not have been
Anyone
born?
born after Herod dies could not have been
Yeah,
born
no,
before Herod
obviously.
dies.
Yeah,
Yes or no?
obviously.
Yeah,
But I'm
obviously the
saying,
answer
but
is
I'm
yes,
saying,
which is
your
crazy that you couldn't
main
just say,
idea, your
yeah, you
point,
have to go into
scholars
major
disagree with
cope. So
that.
premise number
That's
4
not.
is that Luke
That's not a
says
contradiction. That was a literary
that
device. That's what I'm saying. So your
Jesus,
point, it's
yeah, a
not.
literary device is a
It's
false story, is what it is. Luke says that Jesus was born
and the
in
scholars
6
disagree with you,
CE.
Justin.
Yes
That's
or
what I'm trying
no?
to tell you.
Yes
It's
or
not.
no?
It's not what you think.
Yes or
You
no?
don't. Your argument isn't what you think it is.
Yes or no?
They disagree with you.
Yes or no?
No, I'm saying I agree with those premises, but
Does
I'm
Luke
saying,
say
Justin,
that
your
Jesus
main
was born in
what
6
you're
CE? Yes
getting
or
at,
no?
this would have
Yes or
been
no?
debunked the Bible
Yes or
years
no?
ago. So it's
Yes or
not
no?
just because you say it's
Yes or
not literary
no?
device doesn't make it
Yes
not
or
the
no?
case.
Yes or no?
I already agree with you. I already agree with you
Okay,
on
Luke
your couple
says
premises.
that he was born in 6
But I'm saying
CE.
again, you're not.
So
It's
then what
I
that
listen, but it's
means,
not.
the
Even
conclusion,
the
actually
scholars
this is not
disagree
a
with you.
valid, this is not even a valid syllogism. This is just now shower thoughts. The conclusion of this invalid syllogism is that Luke and Matthew contradict. That's what that means. That's what that means. Luke and Matthew
Disagree with you,
contradict
man.
on when Jesus was born. And we agree on this, don't we?
Again, the scholars disagree with you on that.
Do we agree that Luke and Matthew can't agree on his
That's a
time
literary
of
device.
birth?
Already, that's what they said. That's
Do
what
we
it is.
agree
Not a
that Matthew and
contradiction.
Luke
That's what I'm
contradict
trying to
each
tell you.
other?
It's not a contradiction.
Do we agree that
No,
Matthew and
literary.
Luke
Do
contradict
you
each
know what
other?
literary device is, Justin? Do you know what literary
What
device
literary
is?
device are they employing? I bet you don't know a single literary device. Name it. Name the literary device that they're employing.
Justin, have you never
Name it.
heard of a literary device?
Yeah,
It's
as it
not a
turns out,
contradiction.
a literary
The
device
giggling
is
is very
a
convincing.
category. Breezy, I've heard of literary devices because I've studied literature. Literary devices are a
Okay, then
category
you
of things.
know it's
So if
not
they're
the smoke
employing a
and
literary
gun, what you're
device, please tell me
saying.
which
This would have
device it
debunked the
is.
Bible
Tell me
years
which one it
ago.
is, Breezy.
You wanna, and you're bringing it up in this debate,
Go
thinking you
ahead,
got
Breezy. Go ahead
something.
and tell
It's
me
not a
which literary
contradiction.
device are they using?
Oh well, which specific literary device? I can't tell you off the
Which
top of my
one?
head
Oh,
now.
you
But it
can't
is
tell
literary
me.
device.
Oh, okay, so you know it's a
Yeah, I'm
literary device,
consistent.
but
I'm
you can't
consistent.
tell
I'm not
me
gonna
what
lie
it
to you.
is. But you know
I'm
that the
consistent. I'm not
the
gonna lie to you
literary
though.
device that they're using is
That's
called
what this.
historical
Yeah, that's what
narrative, and it's
scholars on both
also
sides
called
agree to.
lying. So this is called making
No,
stuff
I'm
up.
not. I'm not. I didn't
So
lie to you
the
one
reality
time in
is
this life.
the childhood of Jesus is mythology. That's why the stories that we have of him don't match.
God.
This is embarrassing, Breezy.
I think the literary device was the get out of jail free card.
That's what it was. That's what it was. The other literary
Master
device,
key.
it really is. In Matthew chapter 1, this one's really going to blow your head, Breezy, because it's already so small and
Dude, I
light.
can't even ask you questions. This ain't fair.
You can ask me questions about the topic, but you're not capable of staying on topic, which is why you don't get to ask questions.
No,
So it says
I'm staying
concerning
on
the birth of
topic.
Jesus, all
You
this
just
took
don't let
place
me
to
ask
fulfill
you
what
any
had been
questions.
spoken by the Lord through the
Kind of
prophet.
rude.
Look, the virgin shall become
I'm
pregnant
waiting
and give
patiently.
birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel, which means God with us. So should I be able to go into the Hebrew Bible and find a prophecy that says that?
Yeah.
Yeah, where is it? Where can I find it?
Dude, I can't tell off the top of my head. No, I can't
You
tell
can't tell me?
Not where that specific verse. No.
That's embarrassing. Can you pray to the
Yikes,
Holy
man.
Spirit? Pray to the Lord for an answer. We'll wait.
Yeah.
We'll
Can I
wait.
ask you a question?
Mac, you got time. We can wait for a prayer, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I actually came up to help him and say that it couldn't possibly be Luke's account.
See?
'Cause it's literally impossible given the dates.
Yeah.
No, you'll never understand why because you're not actually interested in that. But it's funny because if Jesus was born in 6 A.D. and he was 33 when he was crucified, right? So that puts that year at 39 A.D.
Yeah.
And Pontius Pilate was decommissioned as a prefect in 36 or maybe 37.
Yeah.
So he could not have possibly. He died in 39. So he could not have possibly overseen this crucifixion.
Yeah. Again, scholars they say that's literary device.
Yeah, you don't know what that means.
Click that.
Yeah, name the scholar.
You sweatily Googled it and took the
that,
first two words that helped you.
He doesn't even know what those words mean, Mac. He's never heard of this problem ever, which is why. Breezy, which scholar said it?
1,000,000%.
Various.
Name one. He's going back to Google. There he is. He's teacup.
There's a guy named Chad GPT.
It's definitely Chad. Yeah.
Up and coming scholar.
Good talk, man.
So you went on
no, is
Teacup
it-
to
you
look and
leaving?
you still didn't get it?
I'll bring my A game next time.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oops. Womp womp. And he's gone. Okay, well. Oh well. He won so many for Christ, didn't he?
Yeah, I think do not summon Chad. I will not summon
Okay.
Chad Zena.
Well, I gotta put a note down for Breezy on my 2-clip sheet. Let's see, cooked on the star, and let's see, and lied on scholars, and then ran. How's that? That's a good note, right?
I mean, look, you're using all kinds of literary devices, so it must be true.
It's wild to me that these people take themselves seriously. Man, I'd be so embarrassed if I was still a Christian of watching this go down in real time. Crazy.
It's so funny to watch. Like, there's a few guys who come around, they're like regulars, and we've been noticing lately, like you can literally like watch their mental decline. Like, there are guys who just cannot even come up on a panel anymore because it's just like jibber jabber from the start.
Yeah.
And they used to be like give it like an earnest shot, and everything they said just gets batted around so badly that now it's just like, I don't know. I have to come up and just get a reaction. That's all I have left.
That is all they have left. That's all they have left. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. But you know what? At least it makes a good demonstration for our live stream to show that Christianity has no answers. They have nothing to offer. Just stop pretending like Christianity has answers and just go back to it's a faith. You don't have to believe it, even though we believe it, and leave us the fuck alone. Side, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Christopher is dumb and he can't even act like an adult. That is the case. And Breezy is in the same camp. He's not much better. Dunzo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says I've never heard such a closeted Christian sub in all my life. Not kink shaming, just own it, Christopher. That is
closet.
That is the case. Yeah, they love coming here and getting abused. Lockfree, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says y'all know the Dalai Lama done got born as Jesus, so my story is true. Chrissy. Actually, but I never worried about what the Dalai Lama was up to until like a couple of years ago. I saw that video of him trying to tongue a boy. That was rough. That was a hard thing to watch. If you guys haven't
suck on his tongue.
That was, you saw it too, right? That was horrible, wasn't it?
Disturbing.
It was really bad. Thinker Soul, thank you for the super chat. Says, boo hoo, stop making fun of my religion and my book that allows for slavery, stoning children, war brides, genocide, and Pokemon battles between wizards, Moses and Pharaoh turning staffs into snakes. Indeed. Whatever you do, don't make fun of the most ridiculous story on earth. And Penelope, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, I'd bet Christopher Clown is desperately trying to get laid and thinks his hormone-fueled snark will make him a warrior in his beloved eyes because he dared to challenge the dragons. Actually, that's a fair point. There's a certain amount of Christians that really believe, like, they're psyching themselves up to get in here because they're like, I'm going to go fucking battle with Satan. And what they're really doing is just clowning themselves. System says, as a sound engineer, I can confirm that any sound engineer that tells you everything is vibration is full of it. That is the case. Actually, I heard somebody today literally say that everything is made of sound waves. I was like, oh, fuck me.
Sound waves?
Yeah. It's so bad.
I mean, I guess if everything's spoken into existence, like that's the line they're drawing, I guess.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite anti-scientific lines, is that God spoke when there was nothing, which is physically impossible. Like, the act of speaking requires an atmosphere to exist. Preposterous.
Yeah, it needs something to reverberate off of. But then also, like, who was but who was fulfilling the orders? Right?
Apparently
He's like,
the Holy
let there
Spirit.
be light.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The whole thing's wild. Lockfree says KFM, BMF, Christopher, Breezy. Yeah, they're all kill, fuck, marry. I guess I'm going to have to kill Christopher and maybe fuck BMF and marry Breezy, because Breezy at least like he's such a clown that every time he comes up, he just makes Jesus look like an absolute tool. That's how much of a clown he is.
He'll laugh at your jokes, right? So that's good in like a long term kind of thing. I don't know who BMF is, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kill Christopher.
He's a legend. He's a legend. And last super chat for now. No, well, I haven't clipped that one yet. I'll have to soon. I'll get the BMF clip out. It's an interesting one. Jesus, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Says it is racist to tie other religions, especially Far East and indigenous, to Christian doctrine. It's a form of ethnocentrism based on supremacism used by colonizers. By harmonizing beliefs, you are invalidating them 100%. People love to take other religions and other cultures and find a way to force them into the Christian narrative. Like, they love it. They also love to take the Christian narrative and make it as white as fucking possible, even though it's not. Again, and I'll say it once, I say it 1,000 times, neither Jesus nor Santa Claus were ever white. We did that. The Western world did that. They weren't white in actual history. All right, let me grab.
Yeah, I think when you're starting with a stolen religion, like everything else just comes naturally. Like stealing other, you know what I mean?
That's fair. That is fair. That's fair. Let's get Zombie Lover 84 in here from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Zombie. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Yes, I'm 18. No, I don't. I just wanted to thank the last two guests for showing what Christianity is all about. And
right?
Yeah, yeah. They were kind of crazy. Yeah.
They really did the Lord's work today. Really did it.
Yeah, it baffles my mind. I mean, you have to be either like lowly educated, mentally handicapped, or a drug addict, and I'm like two of those. I can say, I've done two of those, so I get it. But at the same time, it's like, God,
that's rough. I know it's rough. Well,
Anyway,
Zombie Lover, it's good to hear from your friend. I thought I recognized your name. I've seen you in the chat before.
Absolutely. I love your show. I watch all the time. I appreciate you, and just want to thank you and have fun tonight.
Hey, thanks, man. Cheers.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas as well. And Happy Hanukkah, by the way. All right, let's get John from the YouTube queue. We've got a couple people loaded up on the YouTube queue, and the TikTok queue ran out. If you're wanting to get in on TikTok, now's the time to get into the TikTok queue while it's empty. Someone says,
"Oh, sorry, go ahead."
Someone saying BMF stands for Breezy Mighty Fails. What are you gonna say, buddy?
Is the cross-platform still holding up?
Yeah, it seems to be working pretty well. And I changed to the newest form of the Elgato Wavelink mixer. They've got a free version out finally. It used to be that you had to have like one of the Elgato audio products, but now they've got a free version of the mixer out, and it's not only is it better, but anyone can use it. So so far so good. I would say though, now that TikTok Studio finally has a Mac version out, the Mac, getting the dual streaming set up on Mac is easier. I tested it on my laptop last week. And my laptop, it's just an off-the-shelf MacBook. It's nothing special. It's like my rig here at home is a Windows machine. I had to put all kinds of shit into it to get it up to spec. But just the off-the-shelf Mac was able to dual stream to Windows, or not to Windows, to YouTube, to TikTok, and take guests from both platforms. And I didn't have any weird anomalies happen, except for some reason that stream on TikTok, it was messing up my audio. It made my voice high pitched, but that's happened on Windows before too. That's just a TikTok issue.
I heard that the other day. I'm like, why? 'Cause I was talking to Zena about that. I was like, why does it sound like he's playing at like 1.5 speed?
Yeah,
but
it's
he's
just a
talking
weird
at
TikTok
normal
glitch.
pace. It's just it had you pitched up. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It does that every once in a while. Every couple months I'll have a live stream where it does that, and there's nothing I could do about it. And it only happens for some people. For some people, it's like that, and other people, it's not. It's a weird TikTok glitch. Let's grab John from our YouTube queue, and we'll keep the ball rolling. John, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So yes, I'm over 18, and I guess you could say I do believe in the Christmas story. Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe, say for example, that as prophesied in the Bible, Jesus was born to a virgin, that he was descended from King David, that he was born according to the scriptures given his time period? He went in and out of Egypt. There was like wise men that travel from the east and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, I think some of those claims are pretty emphatically false. I think the Egypt one is pretty obvious. The star, I'm not sure about some of the other ones, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you want to start.
Well, which ones do you still believe?
Well, I mean, like, um, it's a little difficult for me to answer right now. I mean, the reason why I'm saying this is because so I'm a Mormon, and Mormons have a very different view of scripture from traditional Christians. So we kind of don't care if there's contradictions or mistakes or actually terrible things in the Bible. We just can reject them. It's not that hard. It's not bad for us. It doesn't mess with our
Well,
epistemology.
I mean, then we agree, right? Because my claim is that the Christmas story is fiction.
I guess it would depend on what you mean by fiction.
I mean, it's not true.
Well, can something like it does something have to be either all true or not true?
I mean, I think most of it's not true. In fact, the parts that we probably agree are true, we can't even prove that they're true. We just have to take it. Like, for example, I personally believe that Jesus was likely a real person. Was he born in Bethlehem? I don't fucking know. We have no way of proving that.
He probably wasn't. He was probably born in Nazareth.
Right. So to me, like, even the parts of the story that you and I might think are historical, we can't even prove it, which means debating it's kind of right out the window.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and the things that I would probably believe in, I have no way of proving it. It's purely based on my own feelings. So
Right.
there's really,
Okay.
I don't even know what I would be even able to debate. I guess the reason why I came on is because I wanted just to differentiate, because it seemed like you had this line of logic where something either had to be all true, or or if there was even one mistake in something, then that invalidated the whole thing. And so that's what I was just a little confused on. I just wanted to clarify.
No, that's not the point that I'm making. I mean, certainly you could have a mistake or something that's not true within a given story, but my claim is, I think, pretty clear, which is I don't think that the biblical story of Jesus' birth and childhood and all that nonsense, I don't think any of it's accurate. I don't think any of it's true. I think it's all fiction.
So can you just quickly lay out exactly what aspects are fiction to you, and I can see if I agree or disagree.
He wasn't born of a virgin. There's no prophecy about being born of a virgin. He wasn't born during the reign of King Herod. He wasn't born during the census of Quirinius. Certainly not so. There were no wise men that traveled from the east following a star to bring him gifts. The Magi certainly didn't confer with King Herod to give him the birthplace. That's preposterous to think that the Magi from the east would know the Hebrew scriptures and Herod wouldn't, and that they would have to inform him of what the Hebrew scriptures said. Like, everything about the story is just nonsense from beginning to end.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that most of those claims are highly improbable. Actually, probably all of them are highly improbable. My point, though, is at least for me, again, I'm coming from someone that is from a radically different faith tradition from Christians. But for me, like, Jesus being the Christ is not dependent on Matthew fudging up some prophecies to try to convince his Jewish audience.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
let me just give you sorry, just let me I don't want to interrupt. Just let me give you a quick example, like for for example, like Herodotus, when he was I guess writing down about the battle between the Greeks and the Persians, and he was saying there was millions of people. It was a great exaggeration. There were also some things that were just straight up wrong in the story. But like, was there a battle? I mean, yes, and I don't know. It's kind of a stretch. I understand, but that's just how I kind of see it. So I'd love to hear your stance on that.
yeah, but my point is, these aren't just like mistakes in the book. What I'm saying is the vast majority of the Christmas narrative in the book is complete fiction.
Well, I don't know if it's fiction, but it's greatly mythologized. And I
I
think there's a
agree. It's
distinction there.
But how could we determine the difference between what part's history and what part's not?
Well, I mean, that would probably be based off of um, your own intuition and your own what's the word I'm looking for? The things that are priorities for you. And I'm sorry, I'm running off of an hour and a half of sleep right now, so it's kind of hard for me to think through the cloud. Uh, but yeah, I would say, I mean, for me, for example, I've had metaphysical experiences that are true to me and have helped shape my morality. And one of those experiences has led me to believe that Jesus is the Christ, but at the
Well, he's
same
certainly
time,
not.
well, I mean, that's just my own opinion and my own feelings.
Well,
But
he
then,
can't be the Christ until he fulfills the messianic prophecies, and the messianic prophecy count for Jesus is still at 0, so he's just right out not the Christ.
can you explain more what you mean by that?
Yeah,
Which
there
messianic
are a
prophecies he hasn't
series of
fulfilled?
messianic prophecies in the Hebrew Bible that he didn't fulfill, and the ones that he supposedly fulfilled that are listed in the New Testament, most of them aren't even prophecies, and the ones that are prophecies, he just didn't fulfill anyways. Like Zechariah 9:9, Matthew 21 claims he fulfilled this when he rode the donkey into Jerusalem, but he most certainly did not fulfill this when he rode the donkey into Jerusalem, because that prophecy is not about a jackass riding a jackass. That prophecy is about a victorious king that defeats Israel's enemies, which he never was.
Oh, I understand. So the sense of it being a political Messiah, then I
Well,
mean, yeah,
that's what the prophecy
if you're
says.
Jewish, you would if you're Jewish, you would interpret it that way. But I mean,
Yeah,
obviously Christians interpret it differently.
but that's what it says, right? So in order to believe that it's about something else, then you have to tell yourself that it means something than than what the words say. And I'm not willing to do that. I think words have meanings.
No, that's fair. But like, I'm sorry, it says it's a political Messiah, like verbatim, or how does that work?
It says he's going to be a king in Israel on David's throne, and he's going to defeat the physical armies of Israel's enemies.
And it says physical armies of Israel in there.
I think we know the war horses in Jerusalem mean war horses in Jerusalem.
I would argue that we don't. I mean, again, the Bible is
We definitely
vague.
do. Not vague.
Very vague, actually,
It says
in
he will
some
cut off
regards.
the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. These are implements of war.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a metaphor. There's no spiritual Ephraim or spiritual war horse or spiritual battle bow. These are real things.
Well, how do you know? Well, I'm
That the
sorry, but
king
how do
was
you know that there's no spiritual version? There's no sensus
because
plenior
it's childish to
version
think
of this?
otherwise.
It's childish. I mean, you know what sensus plenior is, I'm assuming, right?
No, what I'm saying is it's childish to read this text and think that these are all metaphors.
Do you know what sensus plenior is?
Not only do I not know, I don't even care.
Well, it means deeper meaning in Latin. It's to say
I
that
don't
there's
believe
the
in deeper meanings. Why would I
well,
believe that the meaning of this text is divorced from the original context in which it was given, and then that the actual plain reading of the text can be ignored for some deeper meaning of the text that's now a metaphor, which could be anything I want it to be? That's the fun thing about metaphors, is there's no clear understanding of a metaphor. You get to insert what you think the metaphor means, which is why it's childish.
Sorry, to creating metaphor out of ancient text is childish.
Yeah.
I didn't follow. How's
Yeah,
that
it's
childish?
Yeah, because that's not how texts are meant to be read. That's like when somebody like tapes a banana on
Texts
a
are not meant
canvas,
to be
and
interpreted.
then wealthy people who like art come along and stare at the banana and try to think, what the fuck would the author, look how genius the author is by making this statement of having the banana just slightly fucking askew at 30 degrees. Obviously, this was a genius at work because the banana could have been at 12 degrees, but it's actually at 30 degrees. The same
Well, I think
nonsense
if the
you're doing with
banana
this
was
passage.
responsible
The
for
passage has
creating.
a quite clear meaning, and you're saying I don't like what the clear meaning of the passage is. I want to invent a new meaning.
Oh no, I have no
And to
problem with
me, that's
with your meaning.
childish. That's playing
I have no
games.
I have no problem with your meaning. Again, I'm not beholden to even what Zechariah says. I don't take what sorry, was it Zephaniah or Zechariah that you said?
Zechariah.
Zephaniah. So Zechariah. I don't take Zechariah to be infallible either. I mean, he could have put something that was incorrect as well. But regardless, though, I
What's
think
the
that
point of having
the
a
deeper.
sacred text
Sorry,
if
can
it's
I
not
just
true?
finish my point really quick? I'm trying to let you finish as well. My whole point though is that creating deeper meaning within an ancient text, be it the Bible or with anything, is actually, I personally think, one of the most human things that you can do. We try to we
It's a
create
cope.
myths and we try to insert ourselves in it in order to learn deeper, I guess, lessons. So
It's a
I don't
cope.
understand what the
You're
problem is.
inventing the lesson. It's not in there.
You know what's
I
funny?
mean,
So it gives an example, because I looked the term up, and you want to take a guess at what the first example? It's biblical of what the first example of something like this is. It's
probably
Isaiah
Hosea.
7:14.
Yeah. Wait, sorry.
It's Isaiah
Hosea
7:14. This is just cope.
Yeah.
This is just
out of
shoehorning.
Jerusalem.
This is just shoehorning. No, that's Hosea.
It's
Isaiah
11:1,
7:14
right?
is Isaiah 7:14 is the young maiden who is with child is going to, she's going to birth
Oh,
Emmanuel.
right. The suffering servant chapters.
No, that's 53.
No,
7 is
Okay,
the
yeah. See,
supposed
I'm not super familiar
acclaimed
with this.
virgin birth.
Oh, right. I understand now. I mean, okay. Yeah. Again, if you're taking a strictly materialistic view on this, then you can absolutely say that it's just cope. But I mean, for me,
but by your
Mhm.
standards, can you even say Jesus existed?
Sure. I
No.
mean,
No, it's a
definitely
metaphor.
existed historically.
No, it's
What
a
do you mean by
metaphor.
my standards?
It's a metaphor for self-sacrifice. There's no real Jesus.
Well, absolutely, Jesus is a metaphor for self-sacrifice, but does that exhaust the meaning?
No, there's no real Jesus, is what Max said.
What do you mean by there's no real Jesus? There's no real Jesus of Nazareth?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's metaphor.
That's what he said.
Well, I know.
It's just a metaphor.
It's a sensus planor.
I don't follow because I
Well,
know
you're looking
you don't
at it
actually
at a very
believe.
surface level meaning of like a
Yeah.
man who was born.
I think you guys are
Son of God.
misunderstanding what I'm trying to say here. I'm not saying that there is only a deeper meaning that exists. I'm saying that the historical grammatical meaning of a text may not exhaust the whole text. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you a question. What do you think is more important? The plain, clear meaning of the text as it would normally be read like any other fucking text? Or the supposed deeper meaning? Which one do you think is more critical?
I would say they're both critical for different reasons. And I would
What if they
actually say that
contradict?
you can't just take a
What if
text
the
and
critical
the text doesn't
what
say something, right? You
what
would
if
have
the
to
actual
interpret a
reading
text,
of the text
right?
contradicts the metaphorical reading?
I don't know how that would contradict it, though.
You already did it. Zechariah 9. Zechariah 9 is clearly about a
If there's
victorious
two,
king who defeats the actual enemies, right? But you're saying Jesus fulfilled it in some metaphorical sense, which
no, I'm not
would
saying
be
Jesus
the
fulfilled it.
opposite. The opposite. Well, the Bible says he did, Matthew 21. So
I don't
that's the
accept what
opposite of what
Matthew
it
said
says.
necessarily.
Okay, then Matthew's
Again,
wrong.
you're
It's fiction.
you're trying to argue with me as if I'm evangelical. I'm not.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're deeply confused. So we
No,
agree
I'm
then.
not.
The Bible is
I
fiction.
don't think you understand
but you
Mormon
have an additional fictional
epistemology.
book above what the Christians have. You have an additional book of fiction by another charlatan, a third
Right, yeah.
charlatan. Got the Moses charlatan, then you got the Jesus charlatan, and now you got the
Yeah,
Joseph
yeah.
Smith charlatan. You just add
Like,
more to it.
At least the Christians and Catholics have like an excuse. They have some distance between, when they fell for the most obvious scam of all time. Like
True.
this is less than 200 years ago.
And what's the
It's almost
obvious
as bad as
scam about it?
Scientology. I mean, yeah, gold tablets that no one can see. Like, what do you mean? What's the obvious
Yeah.
scam?
Reformed
no one saw them?
Egyptian, a language that doesn't exist.
Wait. Don't just steamroll. Like, what do you mean no one saw them?
I said no one can see them.
No, there were.
Can you see them?
13 eyewitnesses to it.
It's adorable. Can you see them now?
There were 500 eyewitnesses to the.
No, there weren't.
There were
There was
hundreds of
Paul
there were
writing down that there were 500 people that were unattested.
Oh,
That's like what you guys said, isn't it? Like, I agree with you on that.
Yes,
That Paul
yes,
just
very
wrote down
much,
that there's
yes.
500 people. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I mean, you can actually. I mean,
So
look,
to be
there's
clear, the
more-
tablets don't exist.
I mean, you don't know that.
So we do know that.
How do you know that? How can you? prove a
Because
negative?
nobody in their right mind would have golden tablets from God and then accidentally fucking lose them.
Well, the fact that you think they're golden is actually your first mistake. They're not golden.
I don't care what they're made out of. You wouldn't lose those fuckers
Well, I would
in the
probably
modern
go
age.
do a little bit more.
What a
research
what
into
a
this before you-
careless fake prophet to have tablets from God and then not preserve them. That's crazy. If I had tablets from fucking God, the first thing I would do is put those
You
fuckers
show
in a
them to
vault.
13 people. Oh wow, that's pretty good.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would put those fuckers in a vault and make sure that they were actually studied by like an actual like university, and I'd put it under lock and key to make sure nobody was able to take it or make them disappear.
Wow, you guys, this is crazy. This is the first time I'm hearing this.
Is it first time
It was a
hearing
TikTok
logic?
gift at first.
I'm kidding. I'm being sarcastic. Like this is, look again. An hour and a half sleep here, guys. Can we? The original topic is I can talk Mormonism with you guys. That's fine. But the
Nah, we
original
want to talk about
topic
Jesus
was-
today. So listen,
We'll
be
you were,
doing
you were
the,
saying yourself you want to stay on topic, so we can talk
yeah,
Mormonism another time.
we
That's
do
fine.
the open topic, like the God is not real topic, quite a bit. So just come back next time we're doing that topic, and we'll do Mormonism. Okay?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, my point though is that again, I readily accept that like metaphysical reality for me just exists purely within my own feelings and thoughts. Like that, it is subjective. It is completely subjective, like morality is. But it just seems strange that now you take like a proving a negative for these kinds of things instead of saying
I have
like,
no
oh,
idea what you're talking
they're
about.
highly. Well, you're saying like, oh, this is so stupid. This is obviously impossible. And it's like, well, I mean,
I didn't say that.
to have several meanings for a
It's
certain
weird
text,
that
you
you
absolutely
keep
said that.
putting like words in my mouth. What I said is
Hold
that
on. If I-
this
okay,
story,
go ahead.
the Christmas story as told in the Bible, is not true.
No. We were talking about messianic prophecy, and you
I
said that
know.
it is impossible for a text to have multiple meanings within it.
No, I didn't say that.
No,
I
he
said
didn't say
it's
that.
childish to look at a text and ignore the plain reading of the text in favor of your metaphorical, self-invented meaning. That's what I said.
Hold on, but then I clarified that I do not reject the literal meaning of the text. I just don't think that exhausts it.
Well, to
Again,
be sure,
that's-
it's irrelevant because the plain meaning of the text can never contradict the metaphorical meaning of the text. And Jesus didn't metaphorically or literally complete Zechariah 9.
I mean, again,
Either
where
one.
is this
Name.
a
Can you name a single
criteria
prophecy that
for
Jesus
Messiah?
literally fulfilled?
I will answer that, but first, what is?
So no, the
where
answer is
is it
no.
say that?
Gotcha.
Oh no, I can. But first, where is the proof that is a messianic prophecy? Besides Matthew using it to try to convince other Jews.
It's not a messianic prophecy.
Okay, so then why does it matter that? that you
Because
just literally said that
Matthew,
he did not
because
fulfill that because that was a
Matthew said it
messianic prophecy,
is.
though. No, you said that he did not fulfill
This
any
guy
messianic
doesn't listen
prophecies, and
at
you used
all.
Zechariah as an example. And I'm saying,
No,
how do
Matthew,
you
I
know that
told you,
besides
and you
Matthew?
weren't listening, that Matthew claimed that Jesus fulfilled Zechariah 9 and Matthew 21. I didn't say that this was messianic. Now, it could be read as messianic. I personally don't think it is messianic. I think
You
it's referring
literally
to
said it was
one of the
messianic,
kings
and that
during
he did
the
not fulfill
Assyrian.
it.
I literally didn't say that. What I
You
said
said it was
is that.
claimed.
Yeah.
By who? I already
So-
rejected
By Matthew.
Matthew
You weren't
claimed it.
listening.
Guys, I'm not an evangelical Christian. You can't argue with me like I am.
Well,
I already
Well, you
said I don't
you
care
listen
Matthew
about
says.
as well as one.
Is it
I
Does
said
being evangelical Christian mean you have like proper working ears?
Again,
Like
we don't need to do
he
the
told you he was very
interrogation
clear.
things.
Well, you don't need to like keep talking over him, but you're doing it.
I'm really not trying to. I'm trying to clarify, and I'm trying to say that you had said that the verse in Zechariah was a messianic prophecy that
I
Jesus
did
did
not
not
say
fulfill.
that.
We can rewind this because I swear you did, and if I'm wrong, then I will stand corrected.
Well,
But that's
you
what I
are
heard.
wrong, and it turns out we're in real fucking time. So it doesn't matter what you think you heard. Matthew 21, as I explained, says that Jesus fulfilled a messianic prophecy, and he just didn't. Unless you do some bullshit metaphorical interpretation and ignore the plain reading of the text. I know which ones are actually messianic because I talk about them every fucking time I go live. Ezekiel 37. If there's any messianic text, this is the one. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever.
And you think that is absolutely clear what that means?
Yep.
Wow, incredible. I guess we don't need any commentary on that at all then.
Yeah, you don't need any
And it's in
metaphors
English.
for that.
It's not even in Hebrew, which I know you read. So, but I guess it's very clear then. Incredible. So
Yeah,
sorry,
well,
I do want to get back to Zechariah, and I'll get off because I'll let other people.
I don't think you do.
But sorry,
I think you want to cry is what I think.
Yeah, that was.
He's
that was
lost.
something.
There certainly was something.
Yeah, I mean that standard is so useless. Like, if I wanted to be, it could be a metaphor. Oh, cool.
What a weird like. It won't stand 10 toes down on anything. Well, as long as the words don't have any definitive meaning, then it could be whatever I need it to.
Guys, I'm not a Baptist.
You know what? I got to be honest. Of
I don't
all
believe
the
this shit.
people that get sucked, that's a fair point, Mac. He was talking about Christians like they're foolish for being fundamentalists on the Bible. Motherfucker, your prophet was literally arrested and convicted for fraud. But what are we doing here? Dowsing rods? You think dowsing rods are real? People are crazy.
I saw on YouTube that they were.
Oh, there you go. You're right. You're right. They were, yeah.
Fully accredited.
Newsflash. Some guy shows up with dowsing rods saying that they can find buried treasure on your farm. That person isn't getting revelation from God. That person is a charlatan. And you should have them arrested. And they did. They had Joseph arrested. And some of his goofy ass friends. Steven Murphy, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Chrissy likes to verbally play with himself. I believe that, actually. I do. And Sherrod Murray, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey Justin, can you make emojis of Faraday and Volta for us to use in the chat? Oh, of course I can. Well, of course I can. Yes, I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. Give me 1 second to write that down, because what a great idea. We need Faraday and Volta emojis. You know what? I cannot believe I haven't done that sooner. In fact, if there are people watching right now and you've already got screenshots of Faraday and Volta from the live streams, work up some emojis. I'll get them integrated during the live stream. Send them over to me on Discord. When we get a good one, I'll load. I should be able to load them up while we're live streaming. Should be good. But I'll make sure next time they're up here we can get a good picture of them too. So we'll make it happen. This is a great idea. Lock Furry, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says the literary device is Bibology, the one where the Bible is 100% accurate no matter what. You nailed it. That is 100% it.
That is handy. That's a
eventually
device.
we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to break out like some of my hermeneutics textbooks and start teaching hermeneutics for Christians 101 because it's really bad. But the greatest irony of biblical hermeneutics is when you take any hermeneutics class, they'll tell you context is king. it means everything. Except when we're talking about prophecies about Jesus, then fucking context means nothing. But
No, then it's what's that word?
But
Clear out everything else.
It says that he's going to rule in Israel, but couldn't that just means that he had a bunch of friends that thought he was pretty dope? I don't know. Sounds pretty close to me.
Yeah, I mean, like this baby. There's two kings, but clearly that's metaphor.
It's a metaphorical
doesn't exist, or
clearly. Noko, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. And last super chat for now from our friend Steven. Thank you for the super chat. Says again, you guys are forgetting about the 15 dimensions. The ignorance on display here is astounding. Religion is a necessity when dealing with mental deficiency. Oh boy. The thing of it is, like, I don't think that all religious people are mentally deficient, but there certainly is a case to be made that people that are mentally deficient are more likely to be religious. And that's been proven scientifically, but I certainly don't want to make a direct link.
That spelling of dimensions is very good.
Oh boy. All right. Also, good news. I've been monitoring during this live stream. I got to open up my thing and check real quick before I forget. So I've been searching high and low because Sunday, a lot of my Sundays end up like this, where I'm on so many live streams that my earbuds run out of battery before I can make it through all my live streams. And I end up like fucking around with trying to figure out how to get my earbuds back on track. But I found a pair by Audio-Technica for only like just a pinch over $100 that have 25-hour battery life. I've been monitoring the power percentage right now. I started at 6 o'clock and it's only 9 o'clock right now, and I'm still at 93%. So I think it'll actually go for the full 25 hours.
Where does it show? Where do you get the readout? Like on the device?
In the Windows Bluetooth settings, it'll show you the battery percentage remaining. So if it works, this coming Sunday, I think I'll have a long Sunday again. If I can make it through like a full 12-hour day of streaming, then I'm going to throw a link out in the Discord, and anyone else who streams long, I'll see if I can get a recommendation out there. Because a lot of people are using wired ear monitors because like the earbuds just die. Like most earbuds only last a couple hours, right? But this really helps out.
Yeah, that's what I have. I've got the external mic, USB on the phone, and then just a pair of aux in-ear monitors.
Yeah, it's not bad to do that way.
It is limiting. Yeah,
it limits your mobility, and the cats want to destroy. Like the cats get in my cable. So, what do you do? Cats come first. Speaking of which, hey Volta.
That kind of bait out there.
Yeah. All right. Whoever needs to get a picture of our cute Volta. In fact, Volta, you want to say hi for the camera, honey? Look. Say hi. Look. Right there. No? Yes. Oh, no. Hold. Nope. All right. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Let's get Joe in here from our YouTube queue. Yep. Butt in the face. Okay. Fantastic. Joe, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the biblical Christmas story? Oh, you're talking, but I don't think you have your ear pods set up right. I can't hear you. Are your ear pods muted? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to request for your physical microphone. No, I don't think you've got the microphone set up. You might. Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm not sure. But yes, to answer your question, I'm over 18, and I do believe in the Christmas story.
Dope. And do you think that the biblical telling of the Christmas story is accurate, like the wise men and the traveling star and Jesus' genealogy and all that stuff?
So yeah, I mean, as far as the traveling star, there's a theory on this that I saw recently from I could send you the video if you want. It's from a NASA planetary scientist, and he points out that, and this is unrelated to the star, but I'll explain what the observation was. So in 5 BC, there was observation in China of a comet that was passing over, and if an object in orbit is moving at the same pace as the rotation of the Earth, it becomes geosynchronous. So in other words, like a satellite, it'll appear like it's stationary. So we have geosynchronous satellites that they look like they're not moving. They are, but they're just moving at the same pace as the Earth. So I think that it's entirely possible that the same kind of thing could have happened with the wise men seeing the star. And the Greek word for that, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it's the meaning for it can be either star, I think it was like planet, or comet. And those that spoke Greek back then, they could have interpreted it in any one of those three. So yeah, I think that it could have been a comet that was geosynchronous. It was stationary over where Jesus was, and that's the the theory that would make sense to me.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at the dictionary for this particular word.
Yeah.
And it looks like almost all of the translations for this are just star. Are there one-off uses of it where somebody used it to refer to something that wasn't a star because they didn't know the difference between a star and a comet? Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I think that they probably weren't too.
They didn't know the difference.
Like knowledgeable, and would have said, okay, that's a star. It's bright. It looks like a star. It's just close.
All right, so here's the problem that we've got, which is that the star is traveling, is not geosynchronous, right? So according to Matthew 1, the star is traveling from east to west, and then it comes to rest over the place where the child was, which means it would have had to be moving and then stop moving.
Right.
And let's imagine for a second that it could. Let's just imagine for a second there's a star that could move and then stop in the sky. I still don't see how that gets you to a particular place where a child is.
Yeah, so I think I could explain that. So what would make sense is that when an object comes closer to a planet or the sun, there's a gravitational pull, and as it leaves that, it slows down the speed. So, for instance, Halley's Comet, that was going like 152,000 miles per hour, which is something that would never happen with the Earth because the gravitational pull with the Earth is, magnitude smaller than the sun. So if a comet is moving towards the Earth, if it's let's see. So if the comet is moving towards the Earth, it would start to speed up, and if it gets in sync with the orbit, then it would at that point appear stationary.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you indicate the location, the specific location of a child? Because they showed up at the place where he was born, which means somehow the star has to indicate them the specific household or cluster of houses where he was.
I mean, I don't think it was like it. So with this video I was referring to, this YouTube short, the way that he described this is that he was able to map out an orbital path that would have been, the equivalent to the distance to the moon. So this is not something in a low orbit. In that case, the 5 BC. I don't know what this would have been with this comet, but I would imagine that it would have been in a closer orbit that would have made it a little bit more clear in the general area. Now, yeah, could they know exactly, where he was? I think that'd be difficult, but yeah, I don't know, unless it was more secluded and they were able to. I'm not sure if there's a really good answer for that exact spot, but if it's in a valley or something, and they're coming over a hill and they see down the valley, and it's like, okay, this is the general area, let's go check it out. We see some lights over here, so I don't know.
Right. Okay, so let's imagine that you've got a town, or rather, we've got the Earth, we've got a guy walking, and then you got like a town with some houses and villages and whatnot down the way. All right, let's imagine you're following the star. At what point following the star do you know the stop, and how do you know the stop? Let's imagine you're walking forward in the forward direction.
Sure. So at some point the star, appears to be stationary. So I would suspect that would be some kind of indicator. Okay, the star is moving and it stops. Let's go towards where it stopped.
Like, how do you know you're positioned in the right place? I think is the question. Like, you see the star up in the sky. How do you know that where you're standing is the place that star is supposed to be
I
indicating?
would imagine that it would have been pretty directly above them, and yeah, I mean, I would stop it at that point.
But how could you tell? So, for example, if you're looking up at a star, you could be a radius of 1,000 miles in any direction and still feel like you're underneath that star.
Yeah, but if it's at a lower orbit, then it's going to be more clear. If it's at a higher
How
orbit, it's
low?
going to be less. I wouldn't know. I don't know what that would look like. This is speculation.
Like 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
To find a particular
dwelling? Yeah, but we don't know how big the comet is. So if it's a massive comet,
let's pretend it's gigantic and it's at the altitude of an airplane.
Not collide.
Right.
I think it would have to be at a higher altitude.
Higher than an airplane.
I don't think it'd be that. Yeah, I think it would have to be in a. So the current geosynchronous satellites, there's something like 22,000 miles up.
Right. So if you're underneath, let's just pretend we're giving the easiest scenario possible, right? Try to be as charitable as possible. Let's pretend it's a really huge celestial body of some nature. It's not a real star, so it's not going to burn the Earth up. It's just a large object that has entered the atmosphere, and it's at the height of an airplane. I still don't see how you know which town you need to enter and which house you need to go to based on your positioning underneath of this thing.
Right. So a plane, it could be relatively small compared to a massive comet. I would suspect that, if it's bright enough for them to be able to see it, it's got to be pretty big to be burning in the atmosphere, right?
But what does the size have to do? This is the tricky point. Let's imagine it's huge. Let's imagine you look up and it takes 3/4 of the sky. I still don't see how that gets you to a particular house.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that specific, like a laser shining down, like X marks the spot. I think it's a general area. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I don't have an answer for that. This is just, yeah, I'm not sure if there's a really good answer for that.
Fair enough. Let's talk about also the second point on the list, which we haven't addressed yet tonight, which is the genealogy of Jesus. I think of the different parts of the Jesus infancy narrative. This is the part that is the most egregious to me. Well, maybe that and the virgin birth.
Okay. Yeah. So as far as the genealogy, I wish I would have looked more into that. I was, looking through a few of these things as you were talking to the other guests. But is there a specific point of contention, I'm assuming?
I think there's a couple problems. One is that in Matthew 1, verse 8, we've got a listing of kings, listing of people, not all kings. And it says the father of Joram was Jehoshaphat, and Joram was the father of Uzziah, but that's actually not true. Joram didn't father Uzziah. There was 3 different individuals in there that got left out.
Okay, say that. Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, Joram was not the father of Uzziah, according to the Hebrew Bible. There was 3 individuals between Joram and Uzziah. They got cut out.
Okay. I mean, he could have multiple, descendants, multiple kids, and Uzziah was the one that they decided to use for the lineage, right?
What I'm saying is, it says that Joram was the father of Uzziah, but Uzziah was the great grandson of Joram.
Well, there could be multiple Jorams though. We don't know. It's not specific Joram.
Well, who's
It's
the
just
father
Joram.
of Uzziah?
Well, I mean, according to that, it's Jehoshaphat.
But it's
the
not.
father of Joram, you said?
Yeah,
No,
the father of Uzziah.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah, I mean, according to Matthew 1, it's Joram. But
Right.
yeah, so I'm just saying there could be multiple Jorams. There's,
But Joram of any name is never going to be the father of Uzziah. The father of Uzziah is not Joram.
Let's see if I can find something on this real quick. Yeah, I haven't heard this point before. So, okay, father of Uzziah, also called, okay, well, doesn't matter, was Amaziah, king of Judah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to look more into that. Yeah, let's put a pen in that. Happy to come back on after I look into that more.
And then the next problem, which is in the same chapter, is that it says the father of Jeconiah was Josiah, but in fact the father of Jeconiah was not Josiah. That's the grandfather of Jeconiah. So Josiah has a son named Jehoiakim, who was the father of Jeconiah.
So, one thought that comes to mind, but could it be, could the word, and I haven't looked at the Greek for this, but could the word father there be just more loosely in the lineage of, and just spacing it out? So,
well,
multiple generations, because
in the Greek text, it actually says begat every time.
it does. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My translation says father, but it actually just says so and so begat so and so.
Well, could it technically be true that, if I was would it make sense if I was a grandfather and had a grandkid and I said I begot them, not directly, but more indirectly through my, son or daughter, let's say?
No, it wouldn't make any sense if you're doing a genealogy. If you're doing a genealogy and you're saying so and so begat so and so, and they begat so and so, and they begat so and so, there'd be no reason to then jump to a non-linear begat. That'd just be silly.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I'll put a pen in both those, and I'll do some research and see if I can find something that is coherent.
Yeah.
Makes
The
sense.
other blunder that Matthew makes here, which I think is more egregious than the missing of the begats, is that well, there's 2. We'll do this one first. He says that Jeconiah is part of this lineage, which is fine, except that in Jeremiah, we learn that that Jeconiah is cursed, and that none of his descendants are going to be able to sit on the throne. In fact, it says in Jeremiah 22, says, "Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah, which means if this lineage was supposed to establish his kingly succession or his kingly right, well, it just kind of fails.
So does it say in Matthew that he was king?
No, that's the thing. The claim is that he was eventually going to be the king, even though he wasn't the king when he was on earth. But the reality is he doesn't get qualified as being the king because those who came from the line of Jeconiah are cursed. Now, I would say that Luke disagrees. In Luke chapter 1, it does say that he's going to be a king and rule over the Israelites, but I mean, we know he didn't.
Luke 1, what's the verse?
Luke chapter
Got
1,
it.
I think like verse 40 something. Hold on. Let me grab it.
Yeah, I've got one pulled up here.
33. He will reign over the house of Jacob forever, and his kingdom there will be no end.
It's talking about Jeconiah.
No. Talk about Jesus.
Okay. Well, okay. Can you go back to the Jeremiah 22 real quick, just so I can see what the wording was?
Mm-hmm. Jeremiah 22:30.
22:30. Okay. For none of his offspring shall succeed. Well, I mean, Jesus wasn't. So yeah, I mean, Jesus wasn't king in a political or military sense.
Well, that's the problem. He was supposed to be according to the prophets.
Well, I think the expectation was that he would be a political force, and that's why there was, you saw his disciples, they wanted him to have power and rule, but I think that's a misconception.
Well,
if you talk to
why
oh,
did
good.
they think that?
Okay, so there's a verse I was looking at earlier. See if I can find that. So I mean, in the prophecy in Isaiah 52 and 53, it talks about as the Messiah being a suffering servant. So
Oh no, it doesn't. There's nothing in
Isaiah,
those chapters about a Messiah at all.
what's the word here? I'm just pulling that up.
I do understand that. Like, I'm sure you went to a church or was in a Bible study of some nature that taught you that, but reality is Isaiah 53 is clearly about the nation of Israel. If you've read all of Deutero-Isaiah in context. So the author of 2nd Isaiah tells you on 9 different occasions who the servant is. So when I get to chapter 52 and 53, I already know who the servant is. Like I don't have to guess.
Well, if you look at Isaiah 52:13, it says, "See, my servant will act wisely; he will be raised up and lifted and highly exalted."
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that he is referring to Israel?
Yeah. Want to hear my reasoning?
Yeah.
Because the author tells you is. So if you go to the beginning of Deutero-Isaiah starts in chapter 40 and it goes all the way to chapter 55. And he just tells you who the prophet is or who the servant is. In verse 41, 8 and 9, he says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you that you are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you off." Then one of my favorites in 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen." So he says to the Israelites, all of them, or a plurality of them, "You are my witnesses and the servant who I chose. So referring to Israel as a singular servant is not a problem. 44, verse 1, he says, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen." He just does it over and over again. But the best...
So, I mean, couldn't that be foreshadowing of Jesus?
No. Why? Why would I think this is foreshadowing? To be fair, that is the correct Christian answer. If you talk to like any Christian scholar, they're going to tell you that the original context is about Israel, but typologically it's about Jesus. But I fail to see why I would believe in typological prophecies that contradict what the plain reading of the text says.
Well, right, but there can be multiple meanings. There can be what's the word when there's double entendre? There's two meanings that can come out of something.
The problem with two meanings is that the secondary meaning is subjective. You have no idea what the secondary meaning is because it's divorced from the context and it's divorced from the original message, which means you can read anything into it that you want. Anything that feels or looks like a parallel, you can squeeze in there. And I know that to be the case because I've got a bunch of typological prophecies about the Bible that are about me, as long as you don't care about the context.
Okay. Well, yeah, I will do some more digging on that. So I've got a few things for homework here. What's your next one?
I say the next claim here for Christmas is that the to me this whole coming in and out of Egypt thing is contrived. So the way that the prophet kind of sets it up, or the way Matthew sets it up, is he kind of is suggesting that he went in and out of Egypt because there was a prophecy about this happening. So if you go to Matthew 2, verses 14 through 16, what he says when Joseph and Mary take him to Egypt, he says, "This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son." The reality is that's just an out of context quotation from Hosea 11, which is not, the part that he's quoting from is not even prophetic. It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." So it's clearly just hearkening back to the Exodus. Remember in Exodus chapter 4, verse 22, God says that Israel is my firstborn son, and he's freeing them from captivity.
Yeah, but just because there's a common denominator there, I mean, you kind of have to infer that they're quoting that
Well, you
instead
don't
of
have
it
to
being
infer it.
But yeah, instead of being a historical event that he went to Egypt, and like I'm not sure
But
what
it
you're
says that it
like.
was. But it says it was
Go
to
ahead.
fulfill that prophet.
Yeah. Are you saying that Matthew's not alluding to Hosea? Is that what you said? Maybe I didn't understand you.
Let me go back to that. So it's
Yeah,
Matthew
can you
2.
clarify what you were saying? Mac, that's a good point. Mac, I don't think I understood him correctly.
It was Matthew 2. I'm sorry, what was the verse? I have to
Yeah, Matthew
go back.
2:15.
Okay. Took child, departed Egypt, remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Out of Egypt I call my son.
Yeah. But that quotation only exists in one prophetic book, and that's Hosea.
Yeah, Hosea 11:1.
Right. Yep. And if you got a reference Bible, I'm sure the reference says Hosea 11:1, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Oh
the
man, I
one
wish
that
I.
does it for me.
What's up?
This is the one that pushes me. This is the one that pushes me closer and closer to a mythicist position.
Actually, Mac,
It's
when
just-
I was a young Christian and I was really digging into these prophecies, this was the one prophecy that made me the most upset in the way that it was used, because it just quite clearly isn't a prophecy. Like it just...
And like, who uses half? It literally cuts the verse in half. Like, it takes
Right.
out the entire first clause.
Okay, Hosea 11:1. Israel was a child. I loved him out of Egypt. I called him my son. The more. Okay, well, so yeah, he went to Egypt and he came back. So what's the issue with it? I'm missing something.
Well, my point is, they're quoting Hosea 11, but Hosea 11 is certainly not a prophecy. It's a recounting of the Exodus.
Okay, why does it have to be a why does that be a prop? Well, okay, so it says to fulfill the prophecy. Okay, well, if it's something that was foreshadowed, why would it not be a prophecy?
Well, because foreshadowings aren't prophecies and they're disconnected from the context. Anything can be a foreshadowing. And the example that I like to give is when the Israelites committed genocide against the Canaanites, that's just a typological prophecy for manifest destiny when we came over from Europe and genocided the Native Americans. Would I be wrong?
Yeah, so I mean, if it's an instruction from God who is perfect, he decides when we live and die. So if he decides for someone to die from the hands of a man versus him, their heart stop beating, heart attack, whatever it is, I mean, that's he gives us life and he takes it away. So I don't see an issue there. It's
I'm
not
not
genocide.
I'm not judging whether or not it's moral.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that the genocide of the Canaanites,
Mm-hmm.
if we're just saying anything in the book can be a foreshadowing of something in the future, then what would be wrong with me saying that the genocide of the Canaanite people was a foreshadowing, a typology of what Europeans did to the Native Americans?
Because it was a specific event.
So what?
It's not.
It's a
It's not.
foreshadowing.
No, it's not. What's how do you say it? Not
Wait.
prescriptive. It's descriptive.
I'm
right?
not saying it's descriptive. I'm saying it's foreshadowing.
Okay. Did God tell us Europeans to wipe out Native Americans?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's foreshadowing. It's typological.
No, that wouldn't be foreshadowing. You have to
Did God
you have to have-
command Jesus to come out of Egypt?
I would imagine that he gave him instructions. They were in constant communication. He prayed with them.
No, it's a made-up story. That's my point. Like typological fulfillments are made up. They're fiction, which is why I can make them up easy. It's not even hard. Like I could just go to any story of the Bible and turn it into a typological prophecy. It's not even hard. All you have to do is find something that sounds vaguely familiar to it that happened later and call it a typology. So like Isaiah 65 says, I will bring forth descendants. Fuck. I've got descendants, baby. Now it's about me.
Okay, well you could say that about. Okay, well, how would you define a true prophecy then that's fulfilled, that can't be just?
Good question.
Yeah.
A true prophecy is when God speaks through somebody and says, this will happen, this will come to pass. And then what you can do is look to see if it comes to pass, which is what Deuteronomy 18 tells you to do. In Deuteronomy 18, there's some instructions for determining if a prophet is actually hearing from God. Because
Yeah.
if they're lying, well, I mean, you get to kill them.
Stone them, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess the issue though is that what you're saying is that you can just read anything in the Old Testament, right? And then say it happened, and then but it's a historical account. It's not. I mean, something is just writing.
Well, I don't
You
think this is
you
historical. Like Matthew 1 and 2 is complete fiction.
like you could say tomorrow I'm gonna wake up, and then you wake up. Is that prophecy?
Yep.
It's gotta be That okay, you would consider that to be a prophecy.
And it's as strong as a prophecy as the ones we find that Jesus fulfilled. That's why it's a prophecy. So if you conclude the prophecies that are attributed to Jesus as being prophecies, then me saying I'm going to wake up tomorrow is just as strong.
Okay, so there'd be some kind of spectrum of what you might consider be a strong or major prophecy versus a weaker basic one, I guess, and assign your own value to how good of a prophecy it is. I don't know,
Like
but
if we're
yeah,
doing
I see
a
what you're
like a
saying.
5 stars, the Jesus prophecies are 0 out of 5 stars.
Well, if he died on the cross, that was foreshadowed.
But it wasn't.
In Isaiah 53, it was foreshadowed. Yeah.
No, Isaiah 53 is about my suffering.
Okay, so let me just go to it so I don't have to paraphrase.
Isaiah
All
53
right.
doesn't say anything about crucifixion, by the way. You're confusing that with Psalm 22.
Well,
And Psalm
yeah. So
22
Psalm
doesn't
22.
say that either.
Yeah. My Lord, why have you forsaken me? I agree.
That's also.
So like
It's also
if all you
great.
have to do is suffer, I mean, shit, I typologically fulfilled that all the time. Mac, you probably fulfilled it too. I'm sure you suffered.
Yeah, had a what do they call it? Ingrown nail? What do they call it?
That's gonna be
A
painful.
toenail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ingrown hair and toenail. Yeah. Okay. So here's Isaiah 53. Yeah. So I mean, pierced for our transgressions.
Yeah.
Israel
Well,
wasn't
that's not
pierced
really
for our
what it
trans.
says. It doesn't say pierce. The word Dakar for pierce doesn't show up in that text. It should say bruised.
Okay, let's go with bruised. I mean, he was bruised. He was whipped.
So what?
Pierced. Okay, let's say bruised. So bruised for our transgressions.
So was Simon
and
Bar
crushed for.
Kokhba.
What's up?
So was Simon Bar Kokhba.
Huh?
Simon Bar Kokhba. He was the Jewish Messiah after Jesus that was killed by the Romans.
Okay, with his wounds we are healed.
Yeah,
This
that's
Simon
about Simon.
guy.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's about Simon Bar Kokhba. He was even Rabbi Akiva even said that he was the Messiah. That he was written about in the Talmud, and we even have coins. We have coins for a period of 3 years that refer to Simon Bar Kokhba as the Prince of Israel, and then he was murdered brutally by the Romans in fulfillment of Isaiah 53.
Okay, well, if it continues to go on to say, all we like sheep have gone astray, each turned to our own way. And the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all.
Yeah.
Was our iniquity laid on Simon?
Yep.
Okay, well.
See how easy it is with typological prophecies? You can just say it's about anyone who you need it to be about. Like, it's so easy just to say, oh yeah, he fulfilled that shit, right? That's why when we point to prophecies, we point to ones that are actually like kind of concrete. Now the reality is, like, I agree with the scholars. I think Isaiah 53 is clearly about the nation of Israel in the primary context. I don't have a good reason to accept typological prophecies because they could be about anybody. They're so wishy-washy. All you need is something that sounds vaguely familiar.
This is pretty specific, though.
I don't think so.
Okay. What's your next one?
For what? Oh, about the Christmas nonsense?
Yeah.
I would also say the wise men to me are kind of silly. So, for example, we get this narrative in Matthew about the wise men coming to Herod to instruct Herod about where he's going to be born. And they say that he's going to be born in Bethlehem of Judea. So this is the beginning of Matthew chapter 2. Now, here's the thing. The idea that Herod would consult with some random magi from the east and not with the actual scribes and Pharisees about what the Jewish prophecies foretold to me is preposterous.
Well, I mean, he could have just not been very well informed, and these happen to be the guys that he thought were up to the task.
How could they be up for it? They're not from his people. They're not from his religion. Why would he think that they would have the inside scoop on what's going on in the Hebrew Bible?
So I'm trying to find my charger. Well, I would have to look more into why they were viewed as wise men. Maybe you know a little bit more about that, what their credentials, or why he trusted them if they weren't from there. But I would imagine if you heard of someone or these wise men, group of people that weren't from your area, they had to been pretty important, or there had been some kind of quality about them that was good enough for you to consult them, right?
I don't think so, no.
I mean, yeah, it could have been a trust issue. Maybe he wanted to keep it out of the local public space. Maybe there were spies for Augustus. They had their beef, and he wanted to keep this under wraps. And so he said, okay, there's these guys not local. Let's get them, report to me, then they can go back to their lands and keep this, under wraps. Just speculation. I don't know.
Why would he keep it under wraps? He took their advice and murdered all the babies in Bethlehem.
Yeah, okay, what do you, maybe let's start here. What else do you know about the wise men? If you had to steel man this, what would you say?
The text notoriously doesn't tell us much about them, other than that they came from the east, and then Magi, or Magoi, however you want to pronounce the G in Greek, typically just refers to like astrologers. Like these aren't particularly wise anybody. They're just astrologers from the east.
Okay.
And I think the main talking point that Matthew is trying to get over here is that, look, the silly Jews didn't even know their own book. They had to learn from these people outside of the Jewish culture about the prophecy of Bethlehem. I think that's the underlying message here, but I think it's preposterous because my understanding of reading the Jewish literature versus the Christian literature is that the Christians have no idea how to read the Hebrew Bible, and the Jews were right for rejecting Jesus.
Well, yeah, so they reject him because they thought he was going to be their savior from Roman occupation.
That's what the prophecy said he would do.
Okay, so you had mentioned Zechariah 9:9 earlier with I don't know if it was the last caller or the one before that, and I've got it pulled up here. So, it prophesies about being humble and riding a donkey, right?
And what?
So that
you're missing a very key part.
On a colt and a foal of a donkey.
It says,
the king. Okay, but before that,
he's gonna be he's gonna be a king. Yeah.
Well, he is a king. He's a king of king. It's a different sense of king. It's not
a different sense.
He's the king. He's the king of the Jews.
He could be a victorious king that defeats Israel's enemies. That's why it says he's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow. Like, if we're just saying he's king because some of the followers declared him to be the king, then I've got news for you. I fulfilled this prophecy too, because not only have I rode a donkey, but I've got thousands of people watching right now that think I'm a king. Put King Justin in the comments if I'm your king. I'm the king of kings.
Okay. Well, yeah. So it's my claim would be that it wasn't a literal sense of a king. He's not an earthly king in the sense of rulers of that day or even now. He's the king of kings.
But that's a meaningless statement. What's a king of kings mean?
That means that he's sovereign over all people, all nations, all kings, all leaders. He appoints them. It's not. There's things that can't be proved.
Yeah,
Justin.
that's just rhetoric. I could say the same thing. I'm King of Kings. I'm ruling the
Okay.
world. I'm the one that prophesied. And you can't prove me wrong. I'm a King of Kings. I'm ruling and reigning right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that can't be proven, but uh, if there was any other book that had these, how'd you put it, topological? What'd you say, the
Typological prophecies. Is that what you're saying?
typological?
Mhm.
Yeah, typological. If there were another book though that had these typological prophecies, and they were happening over the space of many thousands of years,
But they didn't happen. That's my
I mean,
point.
that's your claim.
Typological prophecies aren't real. There's
Okay,
something
what
that
would be then?
you are reading into the text. You're putting that in the text.
Okay, so you don't think
What
that Jesus rode
tool?
on a donkey?
No, I'm sure he did. I don't give a fuck. I wrote a donkey. What
Okay.
tool can you utilize to go into the Hebrew Bible and know which one is a typological prophecy and which one's not?
Well, you have to. It's going to be context.
Sure, show me how. I got a Hebrew Bible right here. Let's open it up. How can I figure out which one's typological?
Well, if you say it's typological, then the assumption is that, like you said, it just didn't happen. So
No,
you
in your
know,
worldview, how do I determine which one of these are typological?
well, in my worldview, the Word of God is inerrant, and so you gave me some homework that I'm going to look up later, but as far as the kings, the genealogy and whatnot. But yeah, if your claim is that people can just say things and then it's typological, that's true. That doesn't mean that it's not. Like I
It
understand the
makes it
concept.
circular, right?
Right.
It's circular. Like, so you're saying Jesus is the Messiah because he fulfilled these typological prophecies. We know that these are typological prophecies because Jesus is the Messiah. It's a circular argument. I could do the same thing. I could do all these prophecies typologically about me. And then you say, well, how do you know that they're typological? Well, because I said so and I'm the Messiah.
Okay, so if I could, let's just hypothetically say that everything made sense with the genealogy. Okay, with Jesus, that would be pretty. I mean, you couldn't just make the claim without just lying about it, and anyone can just lie about something. But
Well,
you couldn't just
what
say
claim?
I'm unless you could provide the genealogy yourself of how you're connected down whatever lineage you want to claim that you're a part of. You still have to
But
provide
I am a
that.
descendant from King David.
Okay, so Jesus could say, or the authors, in that case Matthew, could just say that, but he goes one step further and provides the genealogy. So if you were to say that, then I'd also want you to provide your genealogy, right? There's
If I
some
provide
evidence
you
there.
my genealogy, does that make it true?
Well, so there's records of the genealogy in the Old Testament, so it could be verified. So there's that evidence.
Right, but I'm saying if I provide you a genealogy for me, do you
Okay.
have any method of knowing if it's true?
Well, I would say, Justin, that if you had ancient texts that had your genealogy recorded, and there weren't issues with that, that could very well be true. You could be the descendant of King David.
Oh, there
I'm
you
sure
go.
there's
You heard it
lots
here,
of
friends.
I'm sure there's lots of descendants.
Now, the other problem is that both the lineages in Matthew and Luke go to Joseph. Neither one of them actually end in Jesus. which means not only are both genealogies cursed, one goes through Jeconiah, one goes through Nathan, but the promise only goes through Solomon. But also they just both go to Joseph, which is like, to me, a contrived attempt at getting Jesus into the lineage by saying, well, Joseph adopted him. Which is a very convenient plot device, being that Joseph kind of fucks off. We don't hear from him again in the story. Like, he's literally just there to provide a descent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've actually been meaning to look into that more, so I'll add that to my to-do list, and see what I can make sense of that.
Sure.
But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But I think that's probably all of it for now.
Sure.
So I don't know if we have too much more ground we can cover, but I mean, thanks for coming up and being polite at least. You probably saw some of the asshats that came up before you that wanted to crash out.
Yeah, I not a fan of that. So all these just died.
That's all right. Oh, we can
Can you
still
still
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, those just died, which is funny because you were talking about those 25-hour. Might have to look into that. What was the brand?
So the brand is Audio Technica, and the model number that you want is ATH-CKS50WT2, or you can just Google the Audio Technica Darth Vader earbuds.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check those out. That's because these are AirPods Pro, and they get, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours or something.
Yeah, like so.
But that's with noise canceling. So that, if I turn that off,
I've tried some pretty decent quality earbuds before. Not only are these cheaper than other earbuds I've tested, but they're just better. And actually, I thought the sound quality would suck. I thought they'd like sacrifice sound quality for battery life. They don't. They sound great. But I'm going on. Let's see. It's 10 o'clock now. I'm going on hour number 4. So I've completed 4 hours of streaming, and my battery is still at 90%.
How's the noise canceling? Is that?
I don't know. I think there might be a noise canceling feature on these, but I honestly don't know because I didn't test the feature yet. So it may or may not have noise canceling.
Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker if I had both. But okay. Justin, when are you normally streaming?
So I'm normally on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then typically I'm live Sunday morning on the Unapologetic channel, and then on Sunday evening I'm either live, typically on the Line or on the Atheist Experience. I kind of go back and forth.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll do my research, and hopefully I can have a fruitful conversation next time, and see if I can kind of figure out those questions there.
Yeah, for sure. And this is how we learn. In fact, the atheist next door on TikTok says W for being cool, Mr. Joe. So we, as much as it's fun to drive up numbers by having hostile conversations, we do enjoy getting some polite guests.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's just not, and you probably mentioned this. It's just not productive. If I'm trying to talk over you, it's not going to go anywhere. If I really want to have a conversation with you, I should be respectful and try and understand what you're saying and listen. Like, that's just, I think that's, part of the fruits of the spirits is fruits of the spirit is patience. So, being kind, patient, those are pretty important in my book.
You'd be shocked how many Christians get up here and they think that the fruit of the spirits is shouting over top of people and calling them names, but what are you gonna do?
You're not going to hear that from me, so.
Well, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Have a great night, and if I don't hear from you soon, have a great Christmas.
All right, you as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Well, Joe was nice. We needed a good palate cleanser before we get another breezy or whatnot. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Says John, I was raised a born again Mormon, 1 foot in each church. You get what they're talking about. Lamau, hope I'm here when he calls back. We'll see about that. Yeah, I am shocked. And I think, Mac, I think you agree with me on this. I am a little bit shocked sometimes by people that are really deep in the Christian cult, but I'm really shocked by people that are not just born into Mormonism, but they're deep in it. Like they really
Fully
believe the
bought
shit.
in, yeah. Yeah, I just don't like. I say it a lot. Like I say that's exactly what I would say if I was running a scam. Like
Right.
so many of these things I say that if it was anything else, they would immediately just sniff it out as just fraudulent. But because it's so deeply ingrained, they can't do it.
Mm-hmm. It's funny if you've got his Bible corrections. So Joseph Smith corrects the translation of the Bible, even though he didn't know Greek or Hebrew. It's funny because his corrections, oddly enough, follow the textual suggestions in the ever so popular Adam Clark commentary that he had access to. What a coincidence that is.
I mean, that's just evidence of the Holy Spirit.
Oh, true.
And all things true. Yeah.
Fair enough. That's a fair point. Adam Clark and Joseph Smith were just inspired by the same spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Says, I hope that Mormon guy watches your videos and learns something, really soaks it all in. Know what I mean?
No. Oh no.
That's what's up. I mean, that's what we're here for,
Sometimes
folks.
you just have to be still.
I'll see myself out. You don't have to if you're soaking. Ooh. Tom, thank you for the $25 super chat. Merry Christmas to all. Strange that God doesn't know the difference between a star and a meteor. Bible-inspired word of God. I know. Isn't that funny that, like, people say, well, the language wasn't that precise. Well, as it turns out, God could invent words because, like, he did fuck up everybody's language at the tower. Like, this is a God who controls language. So, like, if he wanted to communicate clearly, he has the tools to do it. The fact that he doesn't do it is preposterous. User, thank you for the...
Sorry. I'm going back.
No, it's
to
okay.
the
I think
last one. Just
we're
thinking
slightly
about-
delayed.
Oh, maybe. I'm just wondering, like, how many soaking babies are there?
Oof. You know
Like,
there's soaking
there's
babies.
gotta be, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause,
I mean...
if you're not taught about, like, you know, reproductive, like, health and, you know, safe sex and all that stuff, it's like, it's gonna happen. Just
To be
wondering about the
fair,
numbers. But anyway.
it probably gets pushed under the rug because most of the women are being married off to fully grown adult men within the cult, and the you know, if they get caught soaking, they can just marry them and legitimize it. So, although I don't know, I
That
bet
makes
teenagers are still like doing some stuff, right? Could be
Yeah.
wrong. User says the star only indicated the approximate stable. That's why the wise men went to Brian's birth first. You got it. Life of Brian, classic. Classic. And Simple Programmer, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I'm getting cross signals. Can you enter into the record which kitten is Faraday and which is Volta? Is Volta mostly white and and Faraday mostly black? That is the case. Volta is mostly white, and he's got like an A on his forehead. And Faraday is mostly black and has like a stripe on its side that makes it look like it's a cage. Yeah. And Volta has, if you look at the color pattern, there's a couple spots where it looks like he was struck by lightning. So that's how he became Volta rather than Faraday. That was just how I sorted them. Not the Bible, Jason. Thank you for the additional $20 super chat. Says, do I have any other option but to be an anti-theist when the dusty old book tells me I desire to be stoned to death for being the only me I know? Pull up, JC. I dare you. P.S. Happy holidays, beautiful heathens. Well, thank you. Not the Bible, Jason. And yes, we want you to be you. In fact, if other parts of the Bible are true, God knit you in the womb that way. What a prick if you're not allowed to be the way he made you. And last super chat for now from our friend Ash. Thank you so much, says Isaiah 53. Look upon my servant Israel. The servant I'm talking about is totally Israel. Look here, Israel, my servant. Just to be clear, my servant is Israel, okay? Christians. So you're saying it's Jesus. That's exactly. Well, it didn't explicitly say that it wasn't. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's ignore. Remember, context is the most important part of the Bible, except when it's about Jesus. If it's about Jesus, God, just fuck all with that context. Get it out of here. Okay, I'm gonna grab.
Funny. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
It's so funny to me in Matthew when he's talking about the prophecy of the virgin birth, right? It says this was to fulfill the prophet who said, like, the child should be born of a virgin, and he should be named Emmanuel, not even called. It says named Emmanuel, and then 2 lines later, and they named the child Jesus.
It's crazy to me, and they even changed the wording. It says they will call his name Emmanuel or something of that nature. But like, even in the Greek edition of that prophecy, it doesn't say they. Like, there's no they in there. Like, Matthew has to add that part in. So let's see. This one says, "Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel." No, they won't. They're not going to be doing that. Goofy. Reading comprehension's a real thing. Okay, I think next in line was Todd and then Daryl in that order. We got some real white bread names coming in. Todd and Daryl. All right. Welcome in, Todd. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical Christmas story?
Yes, I am. And yeah, the way it's told by the church, maybe not so much. Some of our little statuettes that we see around the season kind of conflate some of the stories and add them together where maybe they don't belong. But yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Just to start off, I wanted to say I really appreciate. I got actually you showed up on my feed, my YouTube feed, about 3 or 4 days ago, and I really appreciate your patience with people more than anything.
Thanks, Todd.
The some of the people and the vitriol that comes your way from people who are claiming to love the Lord, it's pretty intense, and I just want to shout out to you. Your patience is huge. The more I've watched, I really got excited. I was like, I would love to talk to this guy. Came home from work today, turned on my YouTube, and there you were, live streaming. So
we got it.
I thought that was really cool. I apologize for the blurry picture. It's an old camera, and my camera has been rubbed raw by my pocket. So
that's all right. We'll get through it. So I think the first thing up. Oh yeah, sure.
Can you take me to the genealogy in Luke? I have always been under the impression that genealogy pointed to Mary, where Matthew pointed to Joseph, and that disqualification on Matthew's lineage was actually talked about by a lot of scholars, and they said, okay, yeah, that shows that he was disqualified through the line of his father, but I was under the impression that the lineage through the mother was really important, and I'm thinking the reason why I thought that was important is because Matthew was a tax collector, correct?
I mean, according to legend, yeah.
Right. According to legends, he was a tax collector. So what I understood was that the temple carried the lineages of the people. That's like a library. And then when that was destroyed by the Romans, then the Israelites or Jewish people switched over to a matriarchal lineage. And then people said, hey, this kind of goes back and fulfills Genesis, where the curse in the garden was that the seed of the woman would crush the head of the serpent, right? And so that female lineage was interesting. So I just was curious if you'd take me back to the one in Luke, how that didn't point to Mary.
Yeah, so I would say 2 things. So the emphasis on knowing about your mother's descent is only to determine if you're Jewish. So if you're born to a Jewish woman, you're Jewish. When it comes to determining which tribe you're from, that is only patrilineal. So You can only know your tribe by knowing your father and your father's father and your father's father. That being said, let's look at Luke. In Luke 3:23, it says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph of Heli, son of Mathat, son of Levi, son of Melchi. So what we have in Luke is a list of sons that start at Joseph. Joseph, the son of Heli. We don't have anything from Mary. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what do you
So
make of
that
the
is
what do you make of the apocryphal thing where there are names given for Mary's parents, Joachim and Anne?
Yeah, in the proto-evangelism of James, is that where it's at?
I'd have to look it up, but yeah, that sounds probable.
I think so. The infancy narratives, I think, are fun because they try to fill in a lot of the gaps from the Bible, and some of them become kind of important. So, like the infancy gospels, are where you get this idea of Mary's perpetual virginity. It's where you get the idea that Mary was 13 when she had Jesus. It's where we get like the Immaculate Conception from. So they are kind of important, but they just never rose to the level of canonicity. So could it possibly be portraying the actual parents of Mary? Maybe, but unfortunately, I don't really have any way of knowing other than, I mean, I know that the proto-evangelism of James is pretty early. So I think it has as good of a chance as being true as the Gospel of Luke does, to be fair.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah,
But
I thought that was going down, so thank you.
one thing you might want to check out too, Todd. So in the genealogy of Luke, we find some other kind of interesting problems. So we have in Matthew, the genealogy goes back to Solomon, the son of David. But unfortunately in Luke, it doesn't do that. It goes to Nathan, the son of David, and the promise of the throne was always through Solomon. So if you go to Chronicles and Samuel, God promises to extend the kingly lineage through Solomon. So going through Nathan is just kind of a useless lineage at that point. I mean, it could establish that you have blood, but it's not really the proper line per se if you want to be a king.
So is Solomon in that lineage though?
No, not at all. Not in Luke.
Okay, thank you.
So like, we talk a little bit about the New Testament documents. We would say use of the Old Testament. And this is one of the reasons why I think mythicism is so popular right now, because when you're looking at the New Testament, it seems pretty clear that who's ever writing it, they're not really all that familiar with the Hebrew Bible. Like they clearly have a copy of it in Greek, and they clearly are familiar with some of the concepts, but like it's quite clear that they're novices, right? And they keep making all these blunders. And I assume that the reason why this would be is because they probably weren't proper Jewish men and women, whoever's writing, or they weren't Jewish at all. Maybe they were on the fringes of society, or maybe they were like Jewish proselytes, people who converted to Judaism prior to converting to Christianity. But what it seems clear is it certainly seems clear that they weren't really familiar with the Hebrew Bible.
You know, that brings up an excellent point. It actually takes me back to one of the first videos I saw of yours. And it made me think, you had pointed out, you said, here's a prophecy that someone is quoting. And they went back and they said, here, this is a prophecy of Jeremiah. But the actual quote that they used was a mix of someone, I think, from Micah and from Jeremiah, right? So I was dying to ask you the question, would you have felt better if that person, whoever wrote it, had just said, as quoted or has written by the prophets, and then separated out these two statements, or if they had had the wherewithal to actually say Jeremiah and Micah, and if our modern translators didn't accidentally put quotes around two separate quotes thinking it was one. But would you have been more impressed by it if he had left the name off, or if he had added both names, but somehow only catching one name from memory, kind of kicks it out with baby out with the bathwater, so to speak? Does that make sense?
So I think he would have been better off either A, not naming the prophet, and just saying prophets in the plural, or B, naming both of them properly. What I don't find convincing is naming Jeremiah as both of them when one comes from Zechariah 11. So, and my understanding is this. So, like, I actually think that some of these passages, like, so while the author was writing these or adding them in later, I think he was probably quoting some stuff that either he had in his memory from reading prior or that somebody told him. Because if he actually had a copy of the Greek Septuagint with him, of all the different prophets, the author would have went back to check. Like, it seems weird that they would just get it wrong. But you
Right.
would get it wrong a lot if you were trying to remember a quotation that sounded vaguely familiar to something else. It's like we see in Mark chapter 1. In Mark chapter 1, there's a quote attributed, first half is Malachi, second half is Isaiah 40. He attributes both of them to Isaiah. They're similar sounding quotes. So you can see why he might give them both the same author because they sound so similar. But in reality, they're two different quotes. This is what you would expect for somebody who, A, is working on some sort of oral memory, or somebody who is so poor with the manuscripts that they can't even bother to read them. I find it weird that somebody would take the time to write the gospel, but then be too lazy to check their copy of the Greek Septuagint to see if they got the right author. I think it's more likely that they were going off memory, or they were going off of like, well, I asked so and so and they told me this.
Right. Or like if I'm so excited to say something that I end up only quoting one of my sources, but by saying, oh yeah, one guy went out and he was supposed to buy a potter's field. The other one says, here's the 30 pieces of silver, throw it to the potter, but it all has to do with the potter. And I'm so excited to tell my story that I kind of screw it up in the writing. And I only have one giant piece of parchment and those are expensive. And apparently if I screw it up, I have to throw it away. Right.
Right.
So I can definitely see that. So that made me think of like, so in your understanding, Paul, who wrote the epistles, was he a real person, at least in your understanding?
I think Paul was a real person. My reading of Paul is I think he's a little bit out of his mind. I think this is a guy who is deeply, deeply sincere about what he's doing, but is like super over the top dogmatic. This is a guy that, according to his own words, was going out rounding up and persecuting Christians, which means already we've got a guy who's okay with violence, he's okay with extremism, and this is a guy that seems to be a little more on the extreme end of his belief system. And then I think maybe he did actually have an experience where he fell off his horse, bumped his head, had a near-death experience. Maybe because he had so much grief over persecuting Christians, he had like a Christian near-death experience, and then spent the rest of his life trying to make sense of it.
Interesting. Okay, so back to what we were just talking about. If Paul was in exile on the island of Patmos, he was in prison.
Oh, John.
The things that he wrote, right? Those things
John
that
was on
wherever he
Patmos.
was in prison. Who was?
John was on Patmos.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Paul did get in prison, but yeah, that was John.
But if Paul was writing, he may not have had copies of the scriptures, and he may have been writing from memory on certain things.
I agree.
So that was the thing. So let's go down your list. The virgin birth. So here's an interesting thing. I went through an experience when I was really, really young. When I was about 8 years old, I saw a holographic hand appear above my mom's head. She was singing a song, and I saw this three-dimensional holographic, glowed like television, high-end technology kind of thing. And it was the hand holding a vase, wide mouth, narrow neck, wide bottom. And I heard, kind of imparted into my mind, I heard, I'm anointing your mom's head with oil. And I didn't know what that meant. Started crying. My mom said, oh, I'm sure if I looked over your head, I would have seen something too, right? But I drew a little picture of it. And I I didn't remember. I forgot about it. 10 years later, when I was going off to college, I was looking for something in Mom's Bible, and I found this piece of paper, and I was like, oh my God, that was real, right? Like it wasn't a dream. So it blew my mind. So something, the backstory of that is my mom had been raped before she was married, and doctor said she was barren. So she found Christ at the Jesus People movement out here in California and got on her knees and said, God, if you give me a son, I'll give him back to you. And she was pregnant with me her next cycle. So they got there's like a heavy load laid on me as a kid, right? So when out here in California, 909 area code and 714 area codes are right here, right? Well, I fell away from God. I had all kinds of prophecies and stuff. People said things over me. I didn't know what they meant, and they were all kind of sounded discombobulated. But in 2007, I had a conversation with a buddy of mine, and he wasn't understanding anything I was saying. And I said, God, what do I need to do? What do I need to do so that my friends know what I know and see what I've seen, right? And it started this like roller coaster. The idea, this idea of the virgin birth. So I started asking God questions, right? And he would have numbers pop up. And those numbers like 714 came up. And I was like, why is this number? Synchronicities. People talk about it all the time because we're living in the matrix, right? The synchronicities are popping up. And I'm like, what does this number mean? And he goes, look up 714 in Isaiah. 909 area code, 909. It's 9 at night, right? Look up Zechariah 9:9. So I started getting these little tidbits like stones. The number 444 led me to Micah 5:1. That number took me to these places. So the thing that I don't understand, or that I've been shown, my best one, and maybe this will give me a background. I was sitting outside of a Caro's here in Costa Mesa, and I was about to meet a pastor who was going to kick me out of his church. I had my Bible with me, and I said, God, what do you want me to read before I meet this guy? And he said, look across the street. The address on the building across the street was 3422 Bristol, right? Now I Google Map 3422 Bristol, and it's not there. It's down the block. But apparently, I did it just a couple days ago. 3422 Bristol, South Bristol was across the street. But I went back and sat at that Caro's and looked, and those numbers weren't there. But he said, look up Ephesians 3, verse 4 through 22. Ephesians 3, verse 4 says, in reading this, you'll understand the mystery of Christ. And there is no verse 22 in Ephesians 3. Ephesians 4:1, which would be the 22nd verse, says, now knowing this, live a life worthy of the calling you've been given, right? So what happened to me was I started reading it, and I got to verse 10. The understanding of like, oh yeah, his intent, the mystery is that the Jews and Gentiles are heirs to God. We're all children of God together. But his intent in verse 10 was that the rulers and leaders in heavenly places would understand the nature of God through Christ, to understand who God was. This idea that we live in a holographic universe, that if God was going to try to prove his nature, then he would enter the hologram with us. He would put on an avatar. He had the cheat codes like all of our video gamers do now. They have the cheat codes, respawn ability, unlimited resources for their friends, right? The term in the Bible, it says the young maiden will be with child. It's just a descriptive thing. Maybe the young maiden applies to Israel. Maybe all these messianic scriptures apply to the people as a corporate, right? But it was understood that if you were a young maiden and you weren't a virgin, that was punishable by stoning after you got married, right? And if you take all of these corporate prophecies,
it kind of
if you take
depends
the
on the
corporate, I'll finish,
circumstances.
right?
Yeah,
So if
you
you take
have
the
to
prophecies
claim
about
virginity.
yeah, but if you take the
Like the
prophecies
punishment
about
of
the
Deuteronomy
corporate,
is if she
then
claims to be a
Jews
virgin.
are looking for. I'm sorry.
So the punishment in Deuteronomy is if she claims to be a virgin.
Exactly. It was scary to not be a virgin if you were a young young maiden. That's my point. I've read some, or I've listened to Jewish scholars that say that word does mean virgin. So
Well,
that's a semantic. It's a word. But I'll finish my point. The idea is that if the Jews and all of these prophecies are about the corporate Israel, then why is Israel even today looking for the Mashiach? Why are they looking for a single person to come and do all these things? If it is all about just Israel, and it's not, we can't place any stock in the typology that says, oh, there was a Passover lamb, we're looking forward to a new Passover lamb, that there was an exodus into a new homeland, that Yahshua is going to lead us into the promised land. You know, these stories that have all kind of linked to the messianic story. You know, so that's
Sure. So I would say two things. I think when it comes to like seeing visions and things like that, I don't put too much stock in it for two reasons. One, because like if God cares so much about giving somebody a special vision, then he should be feeding the 3 million starving children every year. And that seems to be a pretty big oversight, that God would like give somebody a vision of comfort, but then not feed the starving children, especially in Matthew 6, because he says to not even worry about what you'll eat or what you'll drink or what you'll wear, because God will take care of it because he takes care of the birds. But the reality is, children, even Christian children, are dying of starvation as we speak. So the other thing I would say is I'm actually pretty familiar with people who see things that don't happen or that don't really exist. Case in point, my mother. And if you're watching this, Mom, I love you, but you have to understand that you say things that aren't real. And so the thing of it is, like, my mother used to tell people when I was a child that my sister Tracy had a disease that allowed her to walk on walls and ceilings. And she still believes to this day that my sister has a disease that allows her to defy gravity and walk on walls and ceilings. And she claims that she witnessed it. She also will swear on her grave that when she was in high school on the swim team, that she swam 500 miles a week for practice, even though it is quite literally physically impossible to do so. So I think people's brains are this mysterious box sometimes that causes people to believe things or see things that simply don't exist. And most people aren't really capable of knowing if they're seeing or experiencing something real. I've got a good friend named Morgan. Morgan spent years having what we would call like psychotic breaks before his friends and families figured out that he was having psychotic breaks and was able to get the right medication for it. And the reality is, when you're having these experiences, to you, they're always real. And you can always connect the dots. But to the other people around you, they're not real. And it turns out it's difficult to know if what's happening to you is real or not real. Now, that being said, I really like this prophecy of Isaiah 7, and I would love to dig into it a little bit with you if you're interested.
Sure.
Okay. So Isaiah 7 is an interesting prophecy because I think, if anything, of all the prophecies about Jesus, this is one that I don't think the translation has to matter that much. Now, I think it does matter, but I don't think it has to. People have spent a lot of time worrying about the translation, but even if you think that it's translated correctly as the virgin will conceive, I still don't think it gets you to Jesus. So the context is in verse 1 of 7, says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem but could not conquer it. So there's an attack against the Judean kingdom, and King Ahaz is shaken in his boots because he's possibly going to get replaced by somebody else, because the northern Israelites and the Arameans have made an alliance, and they're trying to put a king on the throne that's more favorable to their alliance. So that's kind of the setting. Isaiah goes to him, gives him an initial prophecy, trying to shore up his faith, and then he goes back, and then God sends him a second time in verse 10, and it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Okay, so far, what we learn here is that God is telling Ahaz, ask a sign from me, I'll do it for you. Obviously, because he wants to shore up his faith. And Ahaz is feigning like this fake piety. He said, no, I won't put the Lord to the test. So this upsets Isaiah and God. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. So right off the bat, the Hebrew text just says that she's already pregnant and she's going to bear a child. ha'amah means the young woman, and the adjective after it, hara, means to be pregnant. So she's a pregnant young woman in the Hebrew text. But let's just imagine for a second that the Hebrew text is wrong. Let's say the Greek text got it right, and there's a manuscript error in the Hebrew, and the Hebrew got corrupted. It should say the virgin will conceive. Okay. But even if this is the case, it still doesn't entail that a virgin is giving birth. Because as it turns out, virgins do conceive all the time. First time you have sex as a virgin, you run the risk of conceiving. I know because my sister-in-law got pregnant on her honeymoon the very first, right away. So virgins do in fact conceive. It's a real thing. Now, do virgins give birth? No, virgins don't give birth, but they do conceive. So I don't think that gets you to Jesus. And the context continues about this child. It says, he shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So, I mean, the reality is, it's a prophecy for the days of King Ahaz. And he says, the 2 kings that are attacking you, they're going to get wiped out before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, which means everything about this prophecy is clearly a sign for King Ahaz while King Ahaz is alive.
I wasn't there. Fair enough. You can definitely layer that through. So it's a good observation. I'm not going to say no. I don't know enough about it, but and I don't speak Hebrew or Greek. I do want to ask you though that the name Emmanuel, that does have a meaning, doesn't it? Does it have a specific meaning? Doesn't it mean God with us?
It means God with us, and it appears again in chapter 8. So these are like what we would call theophoric names. Theophoric names are given to people not to describe the person they're given to, but to describe the God or what the God is doing. So all of the 3 children of Isaiah in chapter 7 and chapter 8 have names that describe what God is doing. And as the prophecy comes true in chapter 8, the prophet kind of cries out twice and lets you know what he meant by Emmanuel. So as the Assyrian army is coming in and fulfilling the prophecy, it says, therefore, the Lord is bringing up against it the mighty floodwaters of the river, the king of Assyria, and all his glory. It will rise above its channels and overflow its banks. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, and pouring over will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, you far-off countries, and gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it shall not stand, for God is with us. So Isaiah is connecting the prophecy of Emmanuel with the Assyrian invasion, because the prophecy is about how God is going to be with Judea while they're at war against the Arameans, against the northern Israelites, and against the Assyrian army, and they're going to survive all 3 of them.
So you asked a question earlier tonight about whether or not you could just take the cold reading of a text or if it had a deeper meaning. That seemed to sound like the river itself had wings, and I know that rivers don't have wings. Could this be one of those examples where there is other meaning in that text that someone might understand that we might not get in English?
Well, I'm not saying that authors can't use metaphors. Like when it talks about an army sweeping in like a raging river, we understand that this is like imagery being portrayed, but we also understand what's happening. An army is invading, right? And so when I'm reading this, I'm allowing the context of the passage to provide me the interpretation of the passage. And the context of the passage is that, 1, the people are in trouble. 2, God said he would save them. 3, the Assyrian army is going to invade. And 4, God will not let you fall. He'll allow you to survive, right? So the context to me just seems to speak for itself that this is clearly a reference to the Assyrian invasion, not something happening 730 years later.
Right. Okay. I think that in basic Christian idea, or in our theology, there is this idea that the disciples understood that there was going to be a second coming of Christ, that Jesus was going to come once to die, and then he's going to come back again as the Lord, right? And so these messianic prophecies, as they point to someone coming to save them physically from these threats, right? That is linked in physically, yes, at that time, but as a typology, then Jesus would do that in the spiritual sense in the future, right? So one of the questions that you are asking right now is the star, right? The wise men. So in the Bible, it doesn't really say that they were wise men. It just gives them the name of magi, right? Where else in the Bible is the word magi used?
So the Magi typically refer to Persian astrologers.
Right. And so Daniel was elevated to chief of the Magi of Babylon, right? After he interpreted the dreams and of Nebuchadnezzar, right? So when Daniel wrote his prophecies, one of the criteria that you had mentioned for being a prophecy is it had to be very clear and it had to be very like direct. This will happen, right? So my understanding is that Daniel chapter 9, he says, from the decree to rebuild Jerusalem until Mashiach will be exactly this many years or weeks of years. And it's broken into two sections. So there are 7 years and 48 years or something. I don't have it in front of me.
It's 7 and 62.
Okay, and so then they ran on a 360-day calendar at the time, and there were 3 decrees to rebuild Jerusalem, but the third one came from Artaxerxes, and according to the 360-day calendar, from the decree of Artaxerxes to rebuild Jerusalem was exactly that 62 weeks to the day of Palm Sunday.
Unfortunately,
So
that's just not true. Like, I do know this talking point very well, and unfortunately, none of it's true. So there's a couple of things you have to look at first. Number one, I would point you again to the context of Daniel 9. So the 490 years is critical, and the beginning of Daniel 9 tells you what the 490 years is for, and it's for their punishment. They're going to be punished for 490 years, right? It says, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, by birth a Mede, who became king over the realm of the Chaldeans, I, Daniel, perceived in the books the number of years, according to the word of the Lord, to the prophet Jeremiah, that must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. Okay, so the question at hand right now for Daniel is, how long is the devastation? And, well, according to Jeremiah 29 and Jeremiah 25, it's going to be for 70 years. So the setting here is kind of important, even if, like, I don't want to get into a discussion on Darius the Mede, but if we assume that this is the Darius we know of, this is about 522 when this is being written. So after the 70 years had already came and went. So he's obviously like, listen, you said 70 years, what gives? Why aren't we been restored? And he makes sense of this by going to the books of the law. So he says, we have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God by following his laws, which he set before us by his servants. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. So that curse is in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28, where it says, if you do not turn to me after I punish you, I will multiply your punishment by 7. So Daniel here is making the connection, like, oh, no, we're not going to be punished for 70 years. We're going to be punished for 490 years, which is, of course, why we get the 490 years that comes later in the passage. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, if this is talking about the devastation of Jerusalem being 490 years, well, what would be the starting point? Well, the starting point would be 605. So 605 minus 490 is only 115. So we're quite a ways off from Jesus. And also, if you look at the beginning of the passage in verse 23, I don't think the word going out is a decree at all. It says, at the beginning of your supplications, meaning when you started praying, a word went out, and I have come to declare it to you, for you are greatly beloved. So the word going out is a word going out from Yahweh as a message or a prophecy, which means the previous word going out, or the next word going out, I'm reading this as being in the same way. Know and therefore and understand from the time that the word went out, meaning past tense, the word already went out, right? It says, know and therefore understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem. So this is a reference to the prophecy of Jeremiah about the rebuilding of Jerusalem, which again is 605. So both the beginning of the passage and this part of the passage confirm that the beginning of counting needs to be 605 BCE, because that's when the word went out, and that's also the beginning of their devastation. So I'm reading this as ending in the 2nd century, just after the Antiochian crisis, because the rest of this chapter is clearly about Antiochus Epiphanes and what he did, as we read in Maccabees and elsewhere.
Okay. So my understanding of that was the 70 weeks had been, or the 70 years had been factored in because that was there. And then the time from Artaxerxes until Palm Sunday. And then there was still that final 7-year period that was yet to be fulfilled. So that's my understanding. I don't have the reference for the people who had gone through it. I've seen it from multiple different people who have calculated it out. The from the decree, it's 62 weeks minus those 70 years, exactly on 360-day years to Palm Sunday. So my contention was, or my understanding, and bear with me, was that the chief of the Magi would have left his scrolls with the Magi in Babylon, so that they were looking for the Messiah to come around a specific time. And they knew that they didn't know how old he would be when he became king, but the idea, there was a planetarium, a guy who works with planetariums, and he went on his computer and backtracked it. And he said, if you were in Babylon and you were in the east of Israel, or in the east of Israel, you would have seen at that time, before Christ was born, about a year or so before Jesus was born, you would have seen the king planet Jupiter go into retrograde around Regulus, which was the king's star in Leo, and Leo was known to be the planet, the constellation for Israel, line of the tribe of Judah, and all that, right? So it went in retrograde around it. So in a sense, it stood still and created a very bright light in the sky. So they checked. They said a king is going to be born. With the king planet just went around the king's star in Leo. So they believe, these astrologers, like you said, believe that a king was going to be born in Israel. They went back and checked their prophecies from their chief magi and said, oh, okay, now understand, we say that it's three wise men because there were 3 gifts, but more realistically, these people are traveling from Babylon they're taking the spice road. They're taking that spice route and these trade routes, barren lands. There's probably hundreds and hundreds of people, livestock, food, supplies, guards, ambassadors, people. So it was a big convoy. It would take them time to prepare the provisions, and they estimate probably a couple of years to get to Israel. So by the time this large crowd got to Bethlehem, as they were on the spice route, about 3 years later, the same constellation retrograde with Jupiter happened again, according to this planetarium display. So when they were on the spice road coming from Babylon about 3 years later, they would have seen this bright light in the sky, call it a star, a planet, whatever you want to call it. Again, I don't speak Hebrew. They saw it stand still over Israel, and they said, oh, that's it. So then they go, according to the Bible, they go to the synagogue and they ask them, where is the Messiah supposed to be born according to the common story? And they said he's supposed to be born in Bethlehem according to Micah 5. Right now, how I know Micah 5, it's a crazy story, but he's going to be born in Bethlehem. So they go to Herod and say, hey, what's going on? Herod may have not been the Herod from Herod the Great, and I think it was his son. His son Herod was also named Herod. And he says, well, what was his decree? Kill all the boys 2 years old or younger, right?
Well, we do know it was
So that's
Herod the
my
Great because
understanding of how that works.
we learned that he died and had a son that replaced him, and we know who the son was.
Well, okay, so that's my understanding of the Star of Bethlehem, and all that stuff. The wise men, as they call it. So, feedback on that, maybe.
Yeah, so I think none of it. The problem I have is like none of it matches the text, right? So if we go to Daniel 9, it's pretty clear what's happened in Daniel 9. It says, "Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem, which didn't happen under Artaxerxes." So Artaxerxes did not issue a decree to rebuild anything. Artaxerxes gave a letter to Nehemiah that granted him passage and granted him some provisions to help rebuild part of the wall. That's basically it. There was no decree
So my
for
understanding
anyone.
that would be a decree. Go ahead. So
Right.
that's my understanding. Yeah, go ahead. I will give
that
you
being-
passage. I will give you. Go ahead and do it.
No, it's not a decree. It was a letter to one person.
Fair enough.
Just a personal letter.
From a king, right? But from a
Yeah,
king.
it's just a personal letter, not a decree. He didn't send it out to the kingdom. Like a decree
How
gets
would he
promulgated.
guarantee Mhm. But
Right?
how would he
So
guarantee safe passage if it was just a letter?
because he had the letter with the king's seal on it. All right. So is it know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. So the first anointed prince comes after 7 weeks. This is quite clearly a reference to Joshua, the first high priest, after the temple gets established in 516-ish. For 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in troubled times. Fair enough. After, and this is before Nehemiah. It says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. Almost all of scholarship is under the agreement. This is Onias III. He was the high priest at this time period during the Antiochian crisis, who was killed by Antiochus, replaced with his half-brother Jason. Jason made a deal with Antiochus to end sacrifices and offerings, and then Antiochus came in, set up a statue of Zeus, and offered a pig on the altar, and cut off all the Jewish offerings for a period of 3.5 years until the Maccabean revolt. That's why it says, the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, which he did. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. That's 3.5 years, just like we read in Maccabees. And in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege. Yes, that's the statue of Zeus. Until the decreed end is poured out on the desolator. So my reading of this text is that it's basically a linear 490 years, although I don't think his math is perfect. It's a linear 490 years that ends without any gaps. The problem we have with Christianity is they don't know who the desolator is. It says until the end is poured out on the desolator, they have no idea who the desolator is, but they typically push this out to whoever the Antichrist at the end of time is, which means you got 1 week at the very end of this that's just randomly disconnected from the rest of the weeks. But the whole point of this prophecy is that it's a linear collection of weeks starting in 605, because at the beginning of the chapter, it told you. The beginning of the chapter says that this is the number of years that Jerusalem will be desolated. So, like, there's nothing in here would lead one to believe that this is talking about any type of division of weeks that have like separation between them. It's just a 490-year period. Boom.
Okay. So then here's an interesting question for you then. The Jews don't consider him to have been their Messiah, even though it fulfilled that prophecy.
I
And you
didn't.
went pretty clearly, well, you went pretty clearly and said someone else did all of these things. So couldn't it be argued that that was an accurate prophecy that was fulfilled and therefore deserves some like pondering, even if it's not part of the Christian into the future second coming kind of stuff? But doesn't it make you pause and say, wow, all this stuff came true by
So
someone?
that's a fair question, which is why in higher education, when I was in seminary, we had to learn how to read Greek and Hebrew. And as it turns out, the form of Hebrew that we have this prophecy in is something that didn't exist until way after the time period of Daniel. So this is in Mishnaic Hebrew, which didn't get implemented until after the Hasmonean dynasty was set up, after the fall of Antiochus. So there was a renewed, let's call it nationalist pride after the fall of Antiochus, and they reinstituted Hebrew again as the lingua franca. Did I say that right? Franca? Anyways, it became the official language again. And the funny thing is, though, like we can tell, like the vocabulary was different, some of the grammar was different, it had a lot of Aramaic influences in it. So we can tell that the form of Hebrew that this was written in matches the period after the Antiochian crisis. It doesn't match what we would expect from the time period that Daniel would have actually lived. Also, we can kind of tell when it was written because it gets a lot of stuff right up until a certain point, and then it gets stuff wrong. And so, for example, the idea, it gets the death of Antiochus Epiphanes wrong in one of the other chapters. It talks about how he dies, gets it wrong. Also, here it says that the temple is going to be made a sacrilege. And then at the end of this disaster, finally, like the true messianic age is going to come upon us, and there'll be world peace and all that stuff. And that clearly didn't come true either, right? So the reality is, and I agree with scholarship on this book of Daniel, which is that it was written in the middle of the 2nd century during the Antiochian crisis. And it operated just like a lot of apocalyptical literature, which is like, just hold on a little bit longer. It's okay. Just hold on a little bit longer. God's promises are finally going to come true. But this prophecy is definitely an ex eventu. It was written after the events already transpired, which is why it knows a lot about the 2nd century. If you read the other prophecies, it talks about the wives of different kings, and it talks about deals that kings are making with so and so. It gets everything right. It's really good with everything in the 2nd century, but it doesn't know anything about the time period of Daniel. It gets all that stuff wrong. It gets the kings wrong. It gets the king's children wrong. Belshazzar was not the child of Nabonidus, or not the child of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the child of Nabonidus. And they weren't even related. Nabonidus was an usurper of the throne. They had no blood relation whatsoever. But yet, on like 5 different occasions, we're told in the book that Nebuchadnezzar is the father of Belshazzar, and it just isn't true. It also calls Belshazzar a king, but he was never a king. He was a co-regent while his father Nabonidus was out on leave. That's it.
Yeah, I've heard people say that co-regents, governors, lesser kings, some of those words get conflated. I've also heard, and I want your feedback on this, that we don't have any ancient Hebrew scriptures or scrolls that are older than our oldest Greek Septuagint manuscripts, and that later that we have to trust the idea that the scribes were carrying through before the Septuagint, to the Septuagint, and then after, but the paper has dissolved, and we just have the modern copies, which is why the Dead Sea Scrolls were so interesting, because it bridged this big 1,000-year gap between the oldest Hebrew text and the stuff we have today. But technically, the oldest documents we have are the Greek documents. Is that your understanding as well?
Unfortunately, that's not really the case. So the oldest documents that we have are in fact from the Dead Sea Scrolls. We do have, so it's quite clear that the Septuagint texts, the at least 6 different recensions of it that we have, it's clear that they predate Jesus, because the copies that we do have match Septuagint quotations that come from before our manuscripts. Now, do we have actual physical manuscripts of the Septuagint that are older than the Dead Sea Scrolls? No, not really. You have to triangulate kind of the age. So I classify the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint, like of the Torah, as probably roughly about the same time period. So we know from the letter of Aristeas that according to legend, during the Greek period, they brought 70 scholars, according to history, over to Alexandria to translate the Torah. That would have been in the 3rd or 2nd century. Now, what we know is it was only the first 5 books of Moses, which means all the remaining books to get translated in the Greek happened sometime after that. We don't know when. What we do know is that we got Greek and Hebrew manuscripts of the Bible, of the Old Testament, within the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a guy named Hirschman. Is it Hirschman? Give me a second. Lawrence Schiffman. There we go. Lawrence Schiffman is a scholar who studied the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was kind enough to do a tabulation of, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, do the texts match the reading in the Septuagint, or do they match the reading in the Masoretic text? What he found was about 65% of the manuscripts that we find in the Dead Sea match with the Masoretic text with that reading. Only about 5% of them match the reading in the Septuagint, which leads me to believe at the time period of the Dead Sea, in the first 2 centuries leading up to Jesus' birth, rather, the Masoretic text was still the most predominant text among the Jewish people. I don't think that the Greek Septuagint really became popular until the diaspora, until the Christian movement became a real thing. I don't think it was that popular at the time at the time Jesus was born.
Yeah, I think that explains some of the differences. And people will say this: if you read the Bible, it says this passage is not in this, but it's in the Masoretic text. So yeah, it's neat. So one of the things I think is really interesting about the Christian story and the Hebrew story is that they've kept as many of these documents as possible. So even the mistakes we still have, whereas some cultures have burned or gotten rid of anything that doesn't line up perfectly. I want to end. Well, maybe I don't want to end. I love talking with you. This is fantastic.
I mean, you've been really nice to talk to.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the things you've asked other people is, what's your most convincing argument for the existence of God? And I was thinking about it, the idea of a fine tuning of the Big Bang. When I love fireworks displays, they have them out here on the pier where I live, and they shoot fireworks off, and it's pretty dramatic, but every once in a while they'll shoot one up there that looks like a happy face. And that there was some engineering that went into that one, right? And the idea that if there was some explosion and that explosion was so perfectly fine-tuned with hot and cold spots where they were supposed to be, so that planets congealed and our periodic table of elements happened the way they did, and that somehow either life appeared in a Goldilocks zone in that explosion, or life appeared at the middle of the explosion and everything flew away from it. To me, that sounds like a pretty strong argument for the existence of a mind behind all of this. My analogy that I give my friends is if Michelangelo had said or claimed, hey, if David was built, his statue, if he had put small explosive charges into a block of marble, pressed the button and it blew up and was a perfect sculpture, we would say that was some pretty amazing fine tuning. And the universe seems to have a lot of those elements of fine tuning. One example I think you were talking about was the idea that the universe could be cycling back on itself. And what my question I wanted to find out from you was, what is the idea that the acceleration of the universe and its expansion assumes that there's some kind of energy being added, dark energies being added to the formula, and 0 point energy is being added. I understand it's about 60 to 70% of the energy needed for all of existence to be there to keep the electrons from falling into the protons and neutralizing. That energy is being added from somewhere outside of our reality. And so those things are making me, or they really push me towards the idea that there is a mind behind what we have, what we're experiencing, and then the ability to meditate and connect with that mind, feel like I'm getting guidance and feedback. And I've had my life saved by it. I've been healed. I had a broken bone that was healed and the doctors couldn't explain it. So these things they're interesting to me. So if I live in a universe that's not material, if it's all just energy, E equals MC squared, all matter is just energy slowed to a vibration, right? If that's true, then we could potentially live in a holographic simulation, and the creator of the game, it wouldn't be unheard of for the creator of the game to be able to enter the game himself and play it once in a while. And that's why we have these maybe stories of manifestations.
I think the problem I have with the fine-tuning argument is that the minute we start probing into it, you're going to start telling me excuses for why it's not finely tuned. So, for example, if I say, well, if it's finely tuned for life, then I think it's radically unexpected that 97% of the water on the planet is undrinkable poison for human beings. And that children are, like, God wants you to birth all these children, be fruitful, multiply, but also upwards of like 40% of all conceived and fertilized eggs end up not making it to birth. And like we have a huge mortality rate, not so much in the Western world anymore. In the first world, we had a huge infant mortality rate and a maternal mortality rate. These are radically unexpected in a world that is finely tuned. And I already know you're going to say, well, the fall. But my point is, if this is a result of the fall, then what it means is that we're not living in a finely tuned space. If we're living in a finely tuned space, then nobody has to make excuses for the parts that are not finely tuned.
That's interesting, but I'm not going to say the fall. I won't say that. I'm saying that the playground that you and I find ourselves in is finely tuned to be perfectly neutral, to allow the game to play out as it does. I've never played a video game or a simulated reality where there weren't trials, there weren't difficulties, puzzles, bad guys, people you had to shoot, because the more you played, the better you got. Your statement to me that there are millions of people that are starving because God is letting it happen is more of an indictment against me as a Christian. The people are starving because my faith I'm not able to feed enough, or the people who claim to be the followers of a man who laid down his life for someone else are not stepping up, as shown by probably a lot of the viewers of the people who call into your show, how mean they are and how they just want to be right. Or maybe they've never had an experience where someone laid their life down for them and now they want to reciprocate, whether it's Jesus or someone else, maybe an orphan that gets adopted. That child then grows up and says, I want to do the same and pay it forward. The reason why our world is messed up is to give us an opportunity to help, to give
why do we need help?
Else, well, because they're starving.
I know that's the problem, right? It's a circular problem, right? Like, we need help because it's not finely tuned, because it is a mess. If it wasn't a mess, we wouldn't need help. Like this virtue of like we need to help each other is only virtuous in a unfinely tuned world.
Right. So it's not heaven, right?
That's the problem, yeah. Because God could just done Revelation 21 and made the people he wanted in heaven and not made babies dying of bone cancer, things like that. And like, I get this idea, like, well, man was the one who was in charge. Well, if God knew that man was going to fuck it all up, he shouldn't have put man in charge of making sure that the babies get fed. Like, he should have made it so that all of the globe had abundant water and had abundant land for growing crops. He could have even made it so that the crops grew on their own and you don't even have to do any of the farming. But the method that he chose is just not a good method if, in fact, your goal is for humans to have any type of well-being.
If I can add one thing to that too, with the video game analogy, you know, in a video game, there's no actual suffering, right? It's simply a game for your entertainment. But, you know, when you talk about human life, using other human suffering to teach some other humans something is quite different. You know, to create a world in which there has to be suffering and to use suffering to teach lessons or anything is so different from observing a video game, because there's real suffering and real pain and real loss.
Can I respond to that?
Mm-hmm.
The current idea is that our eyes, people who are doing ayahuasca, people who are doing DMT, they're having these experiences where they're feeling like we're not actually perceiving the true world that we live in. Our eyes and our fingertips are just adapted so that we can survive in this place, right? So when I see something, I'm not actually seeing something. I'm seeing the light waves that are coming off of that object, and so my brain is interpreting these harmonic waves and giving me colors. If you're a player in a video game, let's say you're playing, Tekken or one of these fighting games, and you're getting beat up, and your bar goes down in health, and you start to lose strength. As a character limited to the game sphere, that character could be feeling pain. You and I in this holographic place are feeling pain, but it would be just like having our bar of strength be lowered, but we happen to be feeling it as physical pain. How do we know that
But
on
no, it
another
isn't.
ethereal
It
plane?
is not the same. Like in a video game, there is no sentient being that is actually suffering. So if you want to make the argument that maybe we're not even experiencing reality, we still are suffering. So whether that's because we are, you know, whichever analogy or hypothetical you wanted to do, that even if this is all fake, we are still actually suffering. And I think there's a real danger in viewing this all as just a hallucination or a hologram, because then what's your motivation to actually reduce suffering? What's your motivation to actually reduce the harm if none of this is real?
That's the question. Is this a place where I get to reduce harm so that I have the ability to get into a place where harm is no longer allowed? And the reason I'm saying that is, imagine if you're trying to create a musical instrument. You have to first create harmony or vibration, right, to create a musical instrument. So a piano has all of these keys. Now, you first had to pluck a string and say, wow, I can make an instrument based on plucked strings. There's an infinite number of disharmonic string frequencies you're not going to include into your piano that you're later going to make concertos with, right? There are Indian sitars that use much different tuning than we do on our American Western pianos and guitars. They have chosen a lot more notes to include in their instrument than we do here. The idea is that if somebody challenges God and says, God, I think you're really a dick, right? The Luciferian doctrine says, do what you want to do what thou wilt, right? God's really the jerk. God says he just wants to control you. He wants to tell you what to do. Don't listen to him. Don't do what he wants. You do what you want to do. And that's how you're going to have real freedom, right? And even in Genesis, God says, okay, man knows good and evil now, right? We don't want them to live eternally with this, ability to go back and forth between good and evil. So what could God do possibly if he was challenged face to face by an accuser? He could only do one thing. He could say, I'll tell you what, I'm going to create an alternate reality, a second reality. I'm going to give it to you. I'll put myself in it. And then everyone in the heavenly host can watch what's happening to me in your world. The idea that a homeless man who fed the poor and healed the sick was killed after Lucifer said, I'll give you everything on the earth if you just kneel down
Wait,
and
hang
bow
on. I
to
need to
me.
stop you there, because so you're saying that God's only option is to create essentially a game-like scenario to demonstrate that his way is correct. And in this scenario, this goes on for thousands of years with billions of people experiencing suffering. Like, again, this isn't a game. Real people are actually suffering.
If a person is going to paradise after this, is the suffering even that important? If there is something
Yes.
after. If there is.
Yes.
What?
Yes,
Was
it is that important. And again,
Yeah.
that's the danger of this worldview. If you're trying to say that, well, you know, this life doesn't actually really matter that much because in light of eternity, who cares about the suffering that we're encountering here? Yeah, that makes this life kind of worthless. And I don't think that that's the case. And it makes it easy to dismiss people's suffering, to dismiss, oh, this many million children starved to death. That's okay. They'll just go to heaven. I think that that causes so much more suffering in the world to have that perspective.
It's also an extremely privileged position to have. Like it's so. I can be honest with you, man. It's pretty disgusting. I think it ignores so much real suffering to have this like little, I don't know, like game playing fantasy thing when people are actually suffering and starving. 9 million people every year die from starvation.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
That God would be pure
So
evil, whatever you want to call it. That's fucking evil.
Right. But then who are the people who've created the most hospitals and given out the most aid and helped the most number of people are people who believe that God came down as a man,
Well,
suffered
No.
and entered into suffering with us.
That's
Right?
that's
Aren't
not true,
most
but it's
hospitals
also
church based or
it's also, first of all, it's not true, but it's also irrelevant because Christians make up the majority of the population, which means by default, whenever anybody does anything, the fact that they're Christian isn't the thing that's playing into that. But like even in non-Christian or non-predominantly Christian countries, they're doing the same things we're doing. This is something that we do in the first world because it's what first world countries do. It's not because they're Christian.
that is debatable because the history of a lot of this has been Christian. The history, like
The history of
Principia Mathematica was written by a Christian. Like he was a
History of
religious
what?
man, and so Principia Mathematica. A lot of the
I don't know what that is.
astronomers and people who are
what does that have to do with
the
helping
a lot of
people?
I
Yeah.
think we've gone off that path.
no the idea is that the history of helping other people comes from a compassion that comes from some source. Either it's secular, it's coming from inside of you, or maybe a person who's not born with a compassionate gene has an experience or reads a story of a transcendent human who helped other people, was killed for it unfairly, and then was given this story of,
Well,
hey,
he
the
wasn't
creator of this
killed because
small
he was
guy
helping
universe.
people. He was
Well, he
killed
claimed to
because
be
he
God, that's
committed
why he was killed.
blasphemy and sedition. But
Yeah, he
like,
claimed to be God, right?
yeah, that's why he got killed. So, but he didn't get killed because he's helping people. So, like, let me ask a question. This is why we're already back to where we started, which is, I don't understand. Like, if the world was finely tuned and perfect for life, nobody would have to help anybody. Like this idea that we need to learn how to help each other is only valuable in a planet that is difficult to survive on and not finely tuned for life.
Yeah, I think you missed my point. The moment of the Big Bang was finely tuned for life to exist. Okay. The reality that you and I have has been given just enough disparity to give us opportunities to help, to be a light in a dark
But again,
place.
we don't need
To learn how to be better.
to learn how to help. That the helping is only necessary to overcome the hardship and the suffering. But if you don't have hardship and suffering here, then the virtue of helping others is no longer relevant.
Okay, so what if a human being creates the hardship? You have an evil person does something evil. Is that God's
Well, it doesn't
fault?
matter. The hardship we're talking about is the stuff that's in creation. Like we're talking about fine tuning. We're not talking about mankind, right? Mankind has, in your worldview, they have the ability to make decisions. So like, yeah, we understand that mankind is going to do some shit, right? But God is still in control of what God does. Like, God could make the planet so that it doesn't have natural disasters that kill over 100,000 people a year on average. He could make biology such that children don't get bone cancer or that the sun doesn't give you skin cancer. Like, these are things that God gets to control, right? But God, if God is using these things, I fail to see what he's using them for. So like, why would God make it so that we need the sun, but also it will give us cancer?
So you are aware of the vision of heaven, right? That heaven will be illuminated by the presence of God himself, right? You won't need a sun. You won't need an illuminated being, right?
Will that be cancer
You know about
causing as well?
No, it's going to be heaven, right? No tears, that whole promise that we're getting of this
Sure.
heavenly place after
And
death.
why not do that now?
Right? Why would you ever have any? Okay, so maybe I can back up. Do you think it would be better to be able to download information like Neo in the Matrix, and now I know Kung Fu, or the ability to then go through the motions and learn it? Which one would be a better knowledge base, to actually have gone through the experience or just have it downloaded into me?
Well, it depends on which one. If we're just talking about learning how to do something, like I want to learn how to do cook a new recipe, yeah, just download that shit. I don't care. Yeah, if I want to learn how to do something difficult, there are some things that you're better at learning by doing it yourself, but that's irrelevant, right? Because learning something through practice is not the same as learning through getting like your ass kicked. Like, so for example, if I have to learn how to put up a fence while somebody's shooting arrows at me, that's not a necessary learning obstacle, right? But also none of it's relevant because none of this is going to be happening in heaven. And yet there are people that are going to be born into heaven and they have no experience here on earth. There are trillions, maybe billions, who knows? There are billions of babies that never made it past infancy that are going to be in heaven that have no experience down here, which means being born into this environment where you have no experience, yet you're still in perfect existence, is completely compatible. You don't have to be down here suffering to understand how to live in heaven.
Yeah, that makes sense. So why are we here, and why does it hurt to be here? The question is, if I am going to be able to teach someone else in heaven what it's like to be good. Let's say I do make it to heaven and I get to raise these babies, as you're saying. This is a claim from the Bible, or just a logical claim that babies get to heaven, right? All dogs go to heaven.
Wait, you have
babies
to
go to heaven.
teach people how to be good in heaven? Why do you
No,
have
I'm
to
saying
teach
if I'm going to
anyone
raise
anything
those
in
children.
heaven?
No, I'm saying if I'm going to raise those children, I'm going to be part of that community,
Why?
right?
Wait, no, it's
Well,
heaven.
you made the
Everything's
claim.
perfect.
Well, I believe that, but we're
I
debating
just, so
that
yeah,
because you
in
guys
your
disagree with me.
worldview, like in your worldview, everything is perfect when you're in heaven. No one needs to teach anyone anything.
Okay. So because I've experienced suffering here, then I will get to heaven and understand what it actually is worth. Because I've helped other people through
What?
their
How?
suffering, and they have helped me through mine,
But
then
why
I
is that
understand
important?
really through practice. Why is it important?
Yeah.
To separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak, to
What?
keep evil out of a perfect place.
In heaven?
How do I keep evil out of
What?
a perfect place?
Wait,
How would I
Gated
you have to
community in
keep
heaven?
evil?
But you have
How
to
would you
eliminate
keep
people
evil
from
out of
heaven?
heaven? No,
I guess I'm
no.
confused at what you're
The
saying.
idea. Okay, sorry. Let me back up then. The idea is that anyone who chooses to continue or to have a relationship with the creator of this world, then says, "Hey, I'm on his team." Then I'm able to go to heaven, right? That's the Christian idea. If I have a relationship with Christ, then because of his righteousness, I go to heaven, right? That's what we believe.
Unless you're a baby.
Right? But if somebody says, "I don't like the God who created this world. I don't want to be with that God."
Oh, no,
Let's call
that's
him
not how that
Yahweh,
works. Nope.
right?
Nope.
Well,
Nobody
the
believes in
understanding
this
is if I
God.
reject Christ.
Nobody believes in this God and just says, I don't want to go to heaven. The people that are going to hell are the people who don't believe. Like we don't believe this God is real. Whether or not we like him is irrelevant.
Okay, so how is hell defined in the Bible?
Well, hell is defined as wailing and gnashing
of
of teeth,
different
but that's also a divergent. That's a divergent topic. We're still talking about heaven, right? So I'm still trying to figure out why we need to teach anybody, as Sarah said, anything in heaven. If God's going to make it perfect, there's going to be no more tears, no more sorrow, no more suffering. Why do we need to learn anything down here to be up there when the vast majority of individuals up there will have no experience down here? The vast majority of people that will ever be in heaven, based on statistics, will be babies that didn't survive infanthood.
Okay, that's debatable, but okay, yeah.
No, I mean, do you think
So
babies
if
are going to
I
hell?
no, I
All
don't.
right, so they got to be in
They
heaven,
had
right?
no. Okay, perfect. So maybe that's why all the paintings are full of these little baby cherubs, right?
I mean,
In
that's another story,
right?
but like you understand
But it is
the
funny.
infant mortality rate in history at certain points was upwards of 40%,
Yeah.
which means
So
like
if I
40% of the people that were going to be born they're dead, they're in heaven. Now, if you believe miscarriages go to heaven, it's even higher.
No, it's
yeah, so if
insanely high.
heaven sounds like a pretty great place to be, and maybe I would wish that I didn't have to go through this and I got miscarried or whatever, and I ended up in heaven straight up. That sounds pretty awesome to me.
Why
Okay.
does heaven sound like a
I'm
great
here.
place to be?
Well, because they were promised that there's no more weeping, that we're going to get a new body, right?
Sure.
All of these things that we're afraid of or hurting here, they're going to be taken away. That's the promise that we're given through these old scriptures. So it sounds
Still
pretty
sounds like
great.
torture.
But that
No.
promise is only like what you're describing is creating the problem and then promising to solve the problem. But the problem is entirely unnecessary. God could have created all of the creatures that he wanted directly in heaven, and none of this is necessary. Like God knows everything. So when he creates you, he knows what you're going to choose. And again, God is fine with bringing people into heaven without their choosing. Because if babies go directly to heaven, those babies never had the opportunity to choose. So God's clearly okay with bringing billions of people into heaven without them ever leading a human life. And so there's really no need for all of this painful life. And you even run into a problem if you're going to make the argument that, well, no, we have to go through this for some sort of character development in some way. But when you are going to heaven, you get a new body, right? And a new, depending on your flavor of Christianity. I mean, for you to never be sad again, you would have to forget your loved ones who didn't make it to heaven. Are you going to remember all of your experiences on earth anyway? I mean, there's just no good reason for us to have to go through this.
I agree. It doesn't, that kind of stuff is mind bending. But in the Christian ideology, or in that, as you guys want to call it, in the Christian myth, that God did create a perfect place in heaven, and the entities and the rulers and leaders in heavenly places got to be in that place, and some of them fell and chose wickedness, right? They
Which
chose
ones?
evil, right? There's a verse that says Jesus or God takes his place in the assembly of the gods, and he
Psalm
tells
82.
them, I tell you that you're gods, but you're going to die like men because you chose evil.
Yeah,
right?
Psalm 82. But I'm
So
asking which ones fell? Because like I think those are two different groups. Like the fallen angels, I think if you're referring to in Genesis 6, they're all locked up. They're locked
Are
up in
they, or are they
chains
yet?
according to
They're
Second
going to
Peter
be.
and Jude.
They're going to be, right?
No, they are. They're locked up in chains waiting judgment. Right?
Okay,
So
cool.
why wouldn't God just lock up Satan?
Judge me too. How do you know he's not?
No,
As he
he
roams
should
to
have.
and fro looking for.
He should have already, is what I'm saying. Like he should have done it. Like the first time Satan fucked up, he should have said, "Oh, this guy's dangerous. He's gonna fuck everything up if I let him live," and he should have put him in chains.
So if he had put him in chains, would that have shown God's perfect love?
I think it would have shown some love. I think if it was perfect love, he would have just done what Sarah's suggesting, which is create everybody in heaven and don't have any pain and suffering.
So don't have any free will, just only good.
Oh, you don't need free
Wait,
will.
do we have free will in heaven?
If we're choosing, yeah. That's the
No,
difference.
once
If
you
I
get
choose
to
be in
heaven.
but if I
Once
choose
you're
to be
there,
with
do you
Christ, I
have
get
free
to
will?
heaven. So it's the idea is that I'm not doing it because I want to go to heaven. I'm doing it because I now understand what's been done.
No,
You
no, but once you
misunderstand my
get there,
question.
once
My
you get there,
question
will
is,
you have
once
free
you're
will?
there,
Uh-huh.
is there free will in
Yeah.
heaven once you are there?
Yes, just like technically there's free will in heaven now. That's
yeah.
why Lucifer was able to fall. Right?
Okay, so if we have free will in heaven, but it's going to be a place where there's no suffering and no sin, why is earth necessary if we can still have free will in heaven?
Because if people who have an evil will get into heaven, it's going to infect heaven, yes or no?
In fact, wait, I'm sorry. Have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God? Or are there some good people
Yes.
and some bad people?
All have fallen short of the horsepower that spoke the universe into existence, yes.
Okay,
So
so
therefore, the question.
we are.
So here's the
So
question.
you think everyone is bad? Or like this idea that they're evil people that could infect heaven doesn't jive with the rest of Christian theology.
Yeah, I thought everybody was evil and our righteousness was like filthy rags.
None good but God.
Is correct. So I have.
Okay, so then none of us
selfish
go to
beings
heaven. What? Sir, do you see how you're going in
you.
circles here?
Also,
but thank
like,
you, because you
heaven
just-
isn't being safeguarded against people with ill will because evil people go to heaven as long as they believe in Jesus. And like decent people who don't want to hurt anybody will go to hell. Like Sarah and I and Mac, we're all going to go to hell. We're not evil. We don't want to hurt anybody. We just don't believe in this cloud zombie. That's all. Like how
Well,
is
that's- so
keeping
you-
us out hurting anyone or helping anyone?
But you summed up this relationship with God thing perfectly. That yes, none of us deserve to go to heaven and be with God. We don't. None of us do. Those of
Well,
us who choose to be
So
with
then
God
none of us
because
should
what
go
he did
because
for
you
us-
just said that we can't have any evil that might infect heaven, but 100% of us have evil will. So none of us can go.
Amen, sister. Right? So then
No, you just
what
said
is-
that you are going. That's a contradiction to your existing belief.
No, the reality is I don't deserve to go. And
But
I may not go.
okay,
Right? Because
you're
think
still
about it.
missing the
It
point.
says-
You're
Even
you're
Jesus said-
misunderstanding my point.
Yeah, just pause for a second. I want to make sure, Todd, you understand what she's saying. Your claim
I do.
was that some people need to be excluded from heaven because they'll like contaminate it with their ill will. And Sarah has pointed out that all humans, according to the Bible, have ill will. So like that kind of gatekeeping, like we only let people in that don't have ill will, would result in nobody ever going to heaven because all human beings have ill will. So the idea that God has to gatekeep the bad ones out, that's not really true according to Christian doctrine. But I got to turn it over to Sarah and Mike. I got to use the restroom. Y'all in charge.
So this is the contradiction with like choosing to go to heaven or free will in heaven or who goes to heaven. So again, why can't we all just be born in heaven?
I think that's what I'm trying to get to. But the idea, it's not that people with ill will don't get in. The problem is that nobody likes the idea that Jesus said he is the gate and no one comes in except through him. And that's why people are so upset. Because people
No
who cast
no
out
one's
demons
upset
are
about
able to say,
that. I mean, you've said earlier that infants all go, right? So if an infant dies,
No,
that
Justin
infant
said that.
never has to make the choice. They never have to choose. They just get let in automatically, right?
Justin said they all go in. And I
Do
personally
you
don't think
say
that's a
that?
bad thing if you get
I'm
I
not
don't think
saying
it's
it's a bad thing.
if
I'm just
somebody gets to
clarifying your
heaven.
beliefs.
If
So
someone
do
gets
you
to
think
heaven and
all
doesn't
babies
have to go,
I'm sorry, say that
The
again.
delay. I said, if somebody gets to heaven and does not have to go through this life, I think it sounds amazing. It sounds awesome.
Great. So a truly loving God would just do that.
So a truly loving God did that in heaven already, and somehow there was a problem. And now it's coming
Wait,
through in us. Because if I can give
when
it
you say
a
somehow there was
personal
a
experience,
problem, do you mean something that is within God's control or something that surprised God that he did not know was coming?
no, he knew that it was coming. Like I said,
So it was
so
part
the
of his
idea is if I
plan.
know that he knew it was going to come, but he
But he
chose it
could have
anyway.
prevented it if he didn't want it to happen.
He is.
No, he didn't prevent
like
it because we're here. We're not in heaven.
So back to the piano idea. If I'm going to make a piano, I know I'm going to have notes that are not in harmony with the piano. I'm only going to choose the notes that make my piano perfectly in tune. But during that process of making and tuning the piano, I'm going to have to reject a lot of out of tune vibrations, right?
That you made.
No. No,
Like,
again,
I don't understand how this is not just, again, an evil God. Like, he knows, right? He knows before anybody is created, before the universe was created, he knows exactly who is going to heaven and who is not, but he still makes them anyway.
Okay,
How
so
is that
how
not
about
evil?
maybe this is no help. Maybe this will help. If you guys ever watch the Super Bowl a second time around,
nah.
You watch the replay, never, right? But if you were to watch it a second time, would you be able to predict? You would be able to predict what was coming next. You would know the outcome
I
of
have
the
no
game.
control over the Super Bowl.
I know, but during the
So it's
live
different. It's
performance,
not a
those
good
players had
analogy.
free will. But during the live
No,
performance, the players had free will. During the replay, they did not, correct?
no, it's not a good analogy because
Mm.
I don't have any control over anyone's actions. So it's different.
Okay.
It's not a good analogy.
So it's the
But
idea
there's
of
also
if
there's
God
no
is
such thing
outside of
as like the live game if he's omniscient. It's already,
Mhm.
he already knows every play. He knows every blade of grass,
Yes.
like how it's going to move on at every second of the game. Like it's not analogous.
Yeah. So if I'm given the task to ad lib a movie, and the guy is filming the movie and knows how the movie ends after he wraps it, a good outside of reality God would know how the movie is going to end before it happens, right? But I'm still ad libbing as I go because I get to play the part. This is
Then that's
my
not
ability to help
omniscience.
the
Then
artist.
God doesn't know everything.
And
So
from the
one
God's
level
view, he knows every ad lib you're going to do, or he's not all knowing.
So if you're looking at dimensional, my understanding of dimensions is that one dimension is us here in time doing something. The fifth dimension is being able to go back and forward on this timeline. The sixth dimension is being able to go on multiple timelines from this starting point. The seventh dimension is going on all the timelines from any starting point, right? So if God knows all of those things, and I happen to choose this one timeline and do these actions, but God already knows all the possible actions that could be in the matrix that he made.
You didn't choose the timeline.
That still doesn't solve any of the problem that you've addressed, is that God created a perfect place and then you said something went wrong. But God knew
So
that
in
that
heaven-
something was going to go wrong, and God knew that was going to happen and he did not prevent it. But he could have.
Correct.
And like you said, what would be best is for us all to just be born in heaven. And you've
say it
still
would be
not given any good reason why God couldn't just start us all off in heaven.
So I didn't say that would be best. I said it sounds pretty good. Okay. I personally have gone through enough things where I have grown as a human because of hardships. I went through cancer. I've lost both my parents, like within 3 months of each other. Like we all go through hard stuff, but I've learned about myself and who I am because of those hardships. And so I don't want to take those away. I wouldn't want to not remember. So if God really, the idea is hell is described as separation from God, outer darkness, weeping and gnashing of teeth, regret for what you coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? And
But we're
we all
talking about
have those
heaven, not
moments where we
hell.
look back and say, I know, but we all have those moments where we look back on our life and we cringe and we say, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? And I wish I could go back and change it. We have those moments. Everybody does, right? So if the gatekeeper to heaven is not whether you're good or bad or have ill intent, the gatekeeper is, did you have a relationship with this one resurrected guy, God incarnate in man, and had spiritual experiences? The idea is you have a conscience, right? And do you listen to your conscience 100% of the time? Or do you at least try, right? Because the conscience
Wait,
is an
what?
outside source of information.
This
Think
is
about it.
so
If you
You've set like
decide,
3 different gates here. So one,
no, if
again,
Jesus is the gate, let me make it
the gate doesn't make any sense because you're letting all the babies in. All those babies didn't have to have a relationship with Jesus. And then you said it's about if you have a relationship with Jesus, but that's also different from saying, do you follow your conscience all the time? That's also a completely different bar.
okay.
The thing is,
I
if God
apologize.
can
My
let
brain,
babies in, he can let anyone in.
yeah. My conscience moves away from this God,
right. So here's
so
the
I'm
thing.
following my
Was there an
conscience by
age,
not subscribing to
right?
this.
Was there an age when you were younger? When you were younger, there was an age when you didn't know the difference between right and wrong. You had never done anything wrong. You were pretty much innocent. But I can place a bet that most people have at least some point in their childhood where they had something come up to them and give them an opportunity to either choose good or choose bad. And they knew it was bad when they did it, but they did it anyway just to see what the fruit of evil would taste like.
No,
Right?
it's called being human.
Ew, I don't think anyone wants to taste the fruit of evil.
So
Yeah,
weird.
I've
That's
never
Like you're
in
talking
my
about
entire
you're
life
talking about a kid.
wanted to do evil.
So, okay, let me give you a
Same. I
confession.
never
When I was a
wanted to
little
do
kid,
evil.
when I was a little kid, there was a supermarket, a little corner store, and they used to put the Hot Wheel cars, the Matchbox cars, right by the front door. And I saw them and I wanted one, and I knew I wasn't supposed to take it, right? And I knew in my heart I wasn't supposed to take it, but I took it anyway. And I went home, and my mom, bless her heart, she said, "Hey, where'd you get that car?" And I said, "Oh, right, all the things you do as a kid to get out of being in trouble." She made me take it back. And she said, "You know, remember that feeling you had? That feeling you knew you were going to do something wrong and you just felt yucky inside, right? That feeling is important because it doesn't necessarily come from us. We want what we
Yeah,
want."
but what's this got to do with heaven?
Yeah, yeah.
So the idea
You're
is,
making the
if
case
there
that
is,
people do wrong things. That's
Yeah. Also, you wanted the
okay,
car.
we all
You
do
didn't
that,
want to do evil. Like it's if you wanted to do evil,
right?
you wouldn't feel icky about it.
But I stole it and I knew it was stealing,
Yeah, because you wanted the car.
but I was a thief.
You felt icky, but you said because you want to do evil. If if you're doing something you want to do, you don't feel icky about it.
But I knew it was wrong before I did it.
right, because you're actually a good person and you don't want to do evil. That's
Then
why
why
you
did I
felt
do it?
bad.
That's why the guilt is
Why
there
did I
because you
steal it?
wanted the car.
Because you wanted the car. You're a child.
But I was a child above the age of knowing right from wrong.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're a human being. People make
So
mistakes.
is that
That's
my
part of being human. That doesn't
so is
make
that
you
my excuse?
evil.
Is that my excuse in a secular world?
What excuse? It's a reason. Not every reason is an excuse.
Okay, now fast forward, I'm 25, and let's say I want to steal a real
You
car,
don't need to give
and I
us
know it's
more
wrong, but I
evil
want it.
things that you've done. I think
I
you're
didn't do
losing the
that. I'm
plot
saying
here.
Yeah, you kind of
The
lost the
if I
point
did
forest
it,
of
is
the
about
trees
heaven.
here. We're trying to figure
right?
out
But if I
why
did it,
God doesn't just grant everybody heaven from the start. Why?
okay. So my understanding is that the word Christian is only in the Bible about 3 times, and the word disciple is like 293 or something, like
Oh boy.
262 times, right? Right. So it's not
Is
that I'm a
is
Christian;
your
it's that
answer
I
going to be
actually
something that
follow
can only be accomplished on earth, or is it going to be something that could also be accomplished in heaven?
Okay, so I've got 2 questions to answer then. So is something could God make world perfect? Yes, he could. And could I learn things in heaven without having to go through suffering? Yes, of course. If you're asking me why suffering exists, My only answer is that I am here to help other people if I can, because I have been
But
helped and try to
we
make
already
the world a
addressed
better
this.
place.
The help
Yeah,
is
that's
only
not a good
relevant in a
answer.
world with suffering.
So what your answer, you're saying that you're making the best of a bad situation, which I appreciate. And I think as humans, that is what we are all doing. We are making the best of a bad situation, but you're neglecting the deeper question of why are we in a bad situation in the first place? When we could have been born in heaven, and as you said, we could learn things in heaven. There's absolutely no need for this, even though you are making the best of it, which is commendable.
Also, you know, not to move the needle too far, but if knowing how to behave a way is good, God could just give us that moral instinct from the beginning, and whatever life experience that he thinks we need, he could just create us with that experience. Like, there's still God's all powerful. There's no need ever to force people to suffer.
Or force him to be friends with God, right?
No, we said suffer.
The first
But what
people that
about being
tried that
friends
got
with God?
fucked up pretty bad.
Can you force
The
someone
whole
to be
knowing
God's
good and
friend?
evil thing.
We're not asking about being God's friend. We're talking about suffering.
Right, I understand, but you're talking about the elimination of free will, because one of the things that
No, we're
No,
not.
you just said there is free will in heaven.
So in
well, no,
in
you
heaven,
assume that
in Revelation 21, right? People are going to be in heaven and they're not going to sin, right?
that's my understanding, yeah.
How?
So why couldn't we have it, right? Because they
So
will choose
what's
not to sin.
what's
Because of the
preventing them
relationship.
from
It's
choosing
still
to
a free will.
sin?
Their relationship with Jesus that saved them. Because of his
So
example.
so then Christians here who have a relationship with Jesus won't sin.
In here on earth, that's the ideal, yeah.
But they do.
Is that what
Right?
happens?
No.
Is that what happens? So what's
Christians
different
here
about
sin.
heaven? So what's different about heaven?
Because the story is that once you go through this
His mic dropped out.
Sorry. You go through then the idea is that you're going to know God more clearly, and you're going to realize the grace that life, right?
Okay, so it's being in the physical presence of God. So then he could just do that now, and then we'd all know, and we wouldn't sin.
Have you had an experience where you felt like you were really in the presence of God before?
Well, that actually doesn't address the point. My point is, if it's being in the physical presence of God that causes people to desire to be not sinning, then he could just do that. Like if his presence is that powerful, then he could just do that now. He doesn't have to wait.
So that's where my statement on the conscience came in, but there was a lot of other stuff going on. If you understand, the idea of my conscience is the I should voice in my head, and I should is a set of rules being imposed on me, right? And it's not what I want to do. So the I will voice and the I should voice, they battle amongst themselves as equals usually, unless you take that as that's the Holy Spirit of God given to all mankind. Remember,
You're not
the
actually
new
addressing
covenant?
the question.
Right, but in the presence of God, you won't sin because it's written on your heart.
Oh, good.
All
Then
men
just do that. To put all people there, put all people in heaven right from the go.
I mean, isn't that the new covenant?
Yeah, that we won't even have to tell people to know God because we already will because it's written on our hearts, right?
Jeremiah 31. Just do that.
Right. So that's what if we're trying to do it because we hear God's voice and we obey, then we have a relationship and we make the world a better place, right? One of the statements you made was that we're all
No. We
trying to make
don't
the world
need to make the world a better
I don't
place if
believe
it's perfect. That misses the point. Everything you keep saying only assumes that the world is not perfect. But if God just created the world perfect and created us in his presence so that we wouldn't have the desire to sin, then none of this is relevant anymore.
But you wouldn't have free will, not true free will.
You just said we would.
You just said we would.
No, but if you did it,
this is getting like I'm getting whiplash here.
I'm seeing a carousel.
So
No, you know
why
what,
would
then?
we
I'll go
not
back to
have?
the beginning.
Why would we
I
not have free
appreciate your
will?
patience. I appreciate your patience with idiots like me. Then
You're
Thank
not
you.
an idiot,
You
Todd. I
guys are
think
rock stars.
so. Here's what happens, Todd. So I've been in your shoes. Okay, what happens is you're realizing that like there's not a good argument for God creating this world versus the preferred world, right? And so what you're doing, you're listening to what we're saying, and rather you can't bring yourself to agree with us because agreeing with us would mean that the story doesn't make sense anymore, right? So what you're doing is you're searching for any excuse that you can that could justify God creating this world rather than the preferred world, and they're just not really good excuses, right? And like I know right now, like you're kind of in the hot seat, so you're gonna feel some pressure to like defend your worldview, and I totally get that. We all go through that. But I hope later tonight you think about this. Like, is there really a good reason, like really, really a good reason for this whole mess to be here and us to be in it, rather than just creating the preferred world, the world that God would prefer? Like, this is his preference, not ours. If his preference was heaven, it should be everybody's preference, and God should have just done that thing.
That sounds great. And then when I got saved in 2007, it's because I was challenged and the room went red, and I felt like Lucifer was challenging me. If you're really good, if you are really all good, then prove it. Right? I want to know your real nature, Yahweh. So the real in what I was shown at that time, God said, fine. If you don't like being in my world, the angels, Lucifer, right? Lucifer doesn't like God. Then I'll tell you what, I'm going to make a whole world. It's going to be perfect, just like heaven. And I'm going to give it to Lucifer. And then I'm going to put myself in it. And you can all watch the difference between Lucifer and my world and me and Lucifer's world. So your contention that
Wait, why do they need that?
Is God's, right? This world
Wait, no,
is Lucifer's.
no. Why do we need Lucifer's world?
This is Lucifer's.
No.
You have the
Why?
ability to question
Why
God
does Lucifer get his own world?
because he questioned God. You get your
So
own world. You're
because
questioning
Lucifer
God, you get your
questioned
own world.
God, he's allowed to get his own kingdom and make everyone suffer?
I've
You
actually heard
probably
this
know
one
this
before.
better than anyone. But you probably know this better than anyone. There is the idea that this world, the prince of this world, is not God or Jesus, right?
No, it's Satan. Yeah, 2 Corinthians 4:4 says so. The God of this world blinds people to the light of the gospel. I know that. My question is, why would God create Satan and to have his own world where he harms people, where he's searching for people to devour? Why would he do that?
So all of my understanding of the Greek gods and Roman gods and a lot of the gods, the pantheon of worldly gods, are that they're vindictive, they shoot lightning bolts, they punish their enemies, they're
Yes.
capricious, right?
Yeah, they make more sense. I know.
That sounds
Right.
like the Hebrew God.
Well,
True.
so
That is true.
so the Hebrew God, my understanding is that in order, once they divided all the people according to the sons of the Elohim, whatever, the Benai Elohim, they divided up the world among all the heavenly hosts, and God said, I'm going to make my own people. And they were in a barbaric world without a money system. So yeah, slavery was there. And so he told them, these are the rules. You're going to turn it down. Right?
Oh,
you guys
no.
argue that all the time. But
No,
but
their
that doesn't.
their slavery was harsher than the neighboring, right? In the was it the 42 laws of Ma'at?
So
they could have a slave for 3 years, but the Hebrews they doubled it. Like it's more severe.
Hammurabi Law 117 says that your slave only
Hammurabi,
serve for 3 years. But this doesn't answer the question. My question is, God knows Satan's evil. Why does Satan get his own world to harm God's creation?
I never get a
for
good
the
answer for that one.
opportunity, yeah, for the opportunity of God to enter that creation and take the suffering himself, getting whipped, death on the cross.
So God
that he
wanted
would
to
still-
suffer?
No, to prove his nature, to prove that he was going to fulfill his word.
He couldn't do it the only way God could prove his nature is to make himself suffer.
And to make a world where billions of people suffer.
That part. It's so
No,
crazy. Like
to
literally
understand-
billions of people suffer, just so he can come down and prove that he can suffer. Like that is think about that. Like put a little bit of thought into that. It's
Yeah, I know.
insane. It's insanely cruel.
Like you just made
But
a
the
movie.
But the suffering is coming not from God, but from doing what you want to do, right?
No.
Everybody on the planet is
No.
No.
So
I didn't create
factories
natural
go
disasters. I didn't create bone cancer.
I told you 9 million people starve. How many do you think are like do that's a result of like they're screwing up somehow?
No, greed from rich people.
No, wrong. People have been starving
Factories and coming
forever.
from the water.
People starve because they live in lands where it's nearly impossible to get the resources you need to survive. Like there are places where people walk miles just to get fresh water. In fact, when I was in Nicaragua, I lived in an area where people walked miles to use a single well because they're like not every place you go just has fresh well water. Like there are people living in places where it's nearly impossible to get fresh water and grow crops.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
And
I got
I'm
to
gonna argue.
make my dismount here. Sorry, 1 second.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm
thanks
gonna
for
call it
hanging
a
out,
night.
Mac. Good to see
Yeah,
you, buddy.
thanks. It was great seeing you guys. Sarah, it was great seeing you.
Good to
Justin,
see you.
good talking to you guys. Thank you all so much for the gifts, especially Xena. So have a good night, y'all.
Thanks, buddy. Guys, make sure you're following Mac Luster.
I was
So-
actually about to say I'm gonna head out pretty soon too.
I know it's getting late. I kept everyone late
It's-
tonight. It's all right.
I want to end with just this. The idea is that the pain and suffering, if you trace it back far enough,
Can't hear his mic.
We lost your audio again. You're a little bit quiet.
Sorry. Does that help?
I think it's better now, yeah.
Okay. My argument is that maybe some of the suffering that we go through is a lack of compassion from other humans, and not necessarily
No,
a
natural
thing.
disasters.
We could
Todd,
say
people die in tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, hurricanes. This is not a lack of compassion. These are like God created a planet that intentionally murders its inhabitants.
yeah, that sucks. So I don't have a, other than saying it from my experience, from saying how I got saved and the relationship that I was shown, that in order to prove this nature of God's, that he's not going to hit you back when you strike at him. He's going to give you time. He's going to say, I'll even lay down my life for you to come to paradise with me.
But Todd, he's
because this is
immaterial.
paradise law. Yeah, God's outside of even the
Yeah,
creation.
you can't strike God.
right?
You can't hit him.
Correct. But you can strike Jesus, who was his avatar in creation, right?
I can't.
No.
Well, no, but the Holy
Because when you're
Spirit
in,
that drove
because
him
when you're
can
in His
drive you
presence, you
too.
won't have that desire. Remember, when you're in His presence, you won't have the desire to do evil or to do sins, which means you're not going to have the
You're right.
desire to strike Him.
You're right. So whatever the digital connection between God outside the matrix and Jesus inside the matrix, that Holy Spirit between the two of them, I have the ability to have that in my life. And when I choose it, I don't want to do evil. When I reject it, that's when I do. My nature
Okay,
takes
so
over.
then what would be the problem of God just creating the heaven, putting people in the heaven? No one's going to sin because they're in God's presence. They're not going to want to sin. God's all powerful. He could teach us anything he needs to teach us without the suffering. Why would that be bad?
I don't think it would be bad. I'm going to agree with you on that one.
But
That's the
then-
idea of the pre-fall heaven and earth. So
Right,
yeah,
but
there's
there-
fall again.
Right, yeah. So there you go. So then that means there's no good reason for us to be here as opposed to there. Like, this is just an unanswered thing. This is something that, if Christianity was true, this is an unexpected state of affairs.
If Christianity were true,
I mean, if the God was real, not if Christianity is true. If this God was real and he was good, then this is an unexpected state of affairs. Now, if the God wasn't good, or he wasn't all-knowing, or he wasn't all-powerful, Now we're talking. In order to make this world make sense, you have to diminish God's attributes. He can't be all-knowing, all-powerful, or
all good,
maybe omnipresent either.
I think that's where people get hung up. The idea that God is only good. He's only the yin side to the yin and yang. But
Okay,
I
so
think that
he's
the
not
Bible,
all
all
good.
through it, the Bible says all through it that God contains good and evil. He knows good
Sure.
and evil. Right?
Okay, so
That
God's
he's
part
the
evil.
Father
We
of-
agree then.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know if I want to
contains
worship a
everything.
God that's partly evil. That's not a God I'd like to worship.
So I'll tell you why I worship him, and then I'll let you go. I worship him because if there is a balance of good and evil, but his nature was to lay down his life for me, that gives me the inspiration to lay down my life for other people.
Oh, he didn't have
And
to
it
lay
helps
down his
hopefully
life.
make the world a better place.
No, he
But
don't.
he
He doesn't
did.
do any of that. I didn't ask him to do that.
But that's the Christianity. That's it. That's the faith.
Yeah,
Is if
but
I know that he did,
but it's unnecessary.
then I'm inspired.
Jesus
But
killing
I fell in
himself
love
to
with
fulfill
Jesus.
his own bloodlust is not necessary. No one here asked him to die for us.
Yeah, you're right. But okay, maybe analogy. Let's say you're in prison and someone else takes a rap for you, or you're not in prison, someone else takes a rap for you. They take the fall in the underworld, let's say. You don't punk that person.
He
You go,
he
that guy
doesn't
took a
have
rap,
to.
man. I'm never gonna.
No, the judge could
Right,
just
but
forgive it. You don't have to punish an innocent man to forgive somebody else. You could just forgive him. Like that's the crazy thing with this whole substitutionary atonement. Like if God just wanted to forgive your sins, he could just do that shit. He ain't got to punish anyone.
okay, you're right.
Right? Like
So
if a
if I
judge
just go, okay,
legitimately
God, I
just wanted to let you out of prison, he could just let you out of
right.
prison. He doesn't have to like put an innocent man in your place.
But how does that change a person's heart and what they're going to do afterwards?
I think it'd change it. Like if I was in prison and the judge said, "Listen, you get out early, not because you did anything to earn it, just because I'm a nice guy," that changed my heart. I do not need an innocent person to suffer on my behalf. That makes it worse. Now I think this judge is evil. That he thinks he's gonna let me out, someone who committed a crime, and punish this innocent dude for crimes. That doesn't that lowers the bar. That makes this God even more dubious.
So you're aware that the judge in that scenario is the guy who's taking the punishment for you, right?
Well, now you get into the problem of the Trinity, which is logically absurd. Because you can't say that Jesus is the Father and then say that Jesus is distinct from the Father. It's logically incoherent. Like either there's two gods or there's one God and Jesus is not God. You can't have Jesus being God, God being God, and then there being any distinction between the two.
So I have two experiences that have given me a pretty good understanding. One was a glass of water.
Oh no.
Right? So think about it. If God is all the water in the universe, and Jesus was a glass full of water, and the Holy Spirit is what happens when I drink the water. So that's one understanding.
That's
Right.
not an understanding because that doesn't describe states of being. That just describes what you're doing with the water. And also
Perfect.
the water
So it
analogy
clarifies.
fails because it almost immediately goes to modalism, and modalism is a heresy. So in
I
the glass
understand
of water, there's only one glass of water, which means the problem you have with the God concept is that Jesus is distinct from the Father. So now you have two of something. Are they both two gods? Well, if they're both two gods, you just have polytheism. That's it.
No. Okay, so I live by the ocean. If I walk down to the
Okay,
ocean,
Justin, I gotta go.
bucket of seawater,
All right, Sarah. Have a great night. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers.
if I grab a
Oh, boy.
bucket of seawater, does it cease to be the ocean?
It's part of the ocean, but partialism is also a heresy.
Okay, well, if I take a part of the ocean, it's the same usos and stuff and form of the ocean, and I can put it back in the ocean and it won't hurt anything.
But it's
I can
also a
still analyze it.
heresy because if Jesus is just a part of God, that means God has parts. And partialism is a heresy. Jesus is supposed to be 100% God.
he's also supposed to be a container, right? That he limited himself and he poured himself into this limited container. Okay,
Right,
so
which
the other way I
leads
understand it, yeah.
to
So
partialism.
that's fine. Call me a heretic. I don't really care.
Well, that's
My
fine. We're
thought
just
is,
letting you know that if you agree to partialism, then you must also agree that Jesus is not 100% God and God is not 100% Jesus. They are parts of a whole.
okay. And I know there's a lot of semantics and arguing about stuff like that in the church, and I will grant you that for sure. So
Okay,
my
fair enough.
understanding is if I play a video game, like let's say go back to my video game, I play the game. I am the character that's playing the game because I'm outside the game, but I'm playing it. The character, my avatar in the game is me. It's me moving it around, getting the information. I'm the one in the game, and that avatar or character in the game is completely me. And the information running between my game controller, whether it's wireless or wired, all of that information between me and my character is also fully me. So it's three different expressions of the same me. So if God is outside of creation, Jesus was inside creation, and the Holy Spirit was the link between them. That's how I understand the Trinity, because I've been given an opportunity to also hear from that same Holy Spirit to be guided with free will, choose or not choose, do or not do, to go help this person. Hey, Todd, grab a jacket and drive to Long Beach in the rain. Why? Just do it. It turns into something awesome. I have an opportunity to help somebody. I don't know why I'm there, right? But it's a prompting. It's something you hear in your head because it's written on your heart. It's already there, right? So
So then
that's
what
how I
you've
understand
got
it. If that's
is you've got a
that's the
God
heresy, I'm sorry.
that is in three different parts, and one of those parts is temporal. So if Jesus is a part of God, that means he's temporal, and God's not temporal.
Well, he's in the creation and he's out of the creation. If you're going to show me a verse that says that God cannot be temporal, then I don't have a response to that, because all through the Hebrew Bible it talks about Jacob wrestled with God. God was the fourth man in the
No,
fire.
temporal in existence. I mean, there were times when he didn't exist.
Okay. So that's assuming that Jesus only existed on the earth, but the idea that he ascended and is in heaven, he still exists, he's still alive, but in a different dimension.
Great, we're
he's
getting
not
getting
temporal.
even closer. Okay, so you believe, as Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15, that Jesus always had a body then.
Now that's an interesting question. So at the moment of creation, right, he was the firstborn of creation, then he would have been the reflection of the unknowable in the knowable. Does that make sense?
So what that means is that there was a moment in time where he did not exist, and then he came into existence, which means he was created. Can God be created?
Well, if you're talking about time, time can only be inside the creation, right?
No, Jesus. Was Jesus created?
So if you're talking about time, time is a created thing, right?
Nope, I'm not
So
talking about
if,
time, I'm talking about Jesus. Was Jesus created?
well, the idea is that Jesus was with God before the creation. That's not a time thing.
Okay, so
Doesn't
then there
involve time.
couldn't be a moment where Jesus came into existence then. He can't be the first of creation if he always existed.
He existed with the Father, but once creation was created, he could have been the first one created. So
Well, he couldn't have been
are you
created
familiar
if
with
he
the Gateway?
pre-existed.
Are you familiar with the Gateway Project? Have you heard that
No,
or read that white
that
paper?
that doesn't fix the problem. He can't be created if he always existed. Things that always exist don't get created.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Then he always existed.
Okay,
The
so then he's not
reflection
the
of
so then he's not the first of creation. So Jesus's body always existed, which is fine. You can believe that. You can believe that there's the Father, who is a spirit, the Holy Spirit, oddly enough, is a spirit, and then Jesus's body, and all three of them always existed. Now, the problem that I think this presents is that if Jesus has a physical body, then we have to contend with the fact that Jesus' physical body has always been within space and time, because physical things always take up space time, which means God didn't create space or time, space and time always existed. It pre-existed with God.
But that doesn't gel with our Big Bang theory and the creation of the universe.
Well, the Big Bang theory
There is
doesn't
a
say
moment
that
of
there
creation.
was an instant point where nothing gave rise to something. The Big Bang has nothing to say about that. So, for example, in my worldview, the universe always existed, as did time and space.
Right. So that kind of lines up with the stuff that James Webb is figuring out. There are much further fully formed galaxies farther out than we ever thought they should be, right? That it's always
I mean,
been
that's
there.
part
It's
of
gonna
it.
come.
I think that while that's true, I think people are making too much of it. For example, like we're finding that, like, based on what we're finding from the galaxies, that the universe might be only like 5% older than what we thought. It's not that big of a deal. But that being said, my point is, like, this idea that there was once just God, and then God spoke space, time, and matter into existence. Well, that doesn't really work if Jesus has an eternal physical body. It would be much better in that worldview, which, to be sure, I think is way more sensible than the Trinity, to think that God did always have a physical existence, always lived in time, always lived in space, and he didn't speak space, time, and matter into existence. In fact, that's not even in the Bible. This is just stuff that Christians feel compelled to hold on to because they learned it from Greek philosophy, but none of this is really in the Bible. This is like the poison that Thomas Aquinas forced on people.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's scholars that talk about Genesis 1:1, where that verse may say the earth became formless and void instead of
Well,
and God created, right?
I think the best scholarship on Genesis 1:1, which we're finding more and more in the new Bibles, like the NRSVUE and the NABRE, or like the Jewish Publication Society, where it gets translated rather than saying "in the beginning," which is not proper Hebrew grammar. It doesn't act like a better sheet doesn't mean "in the beginning." A better translation would be when began or when beginning, but that's only because we haven't included the subject yet, which is God. So it'd be when God began to create. So Bereshit bara Elohim would be when God began to create. It's not a statement of like nothing into something. It's not a creation ex nihilo. It's not really what they conceived of. That's something that later people conceived of. Like once we got this Greek notion of like this immaterial deity that existed, transcendentally without any space, time, or matter, and then spoke it all into existence. That's not really in the Hebrew text. We, like, Christians, superimposed that onto the text. So all that being said, I think it makes more sense to believe that Jesus always had a body, and that they always lived within space and time. But here's the other thing I would point out, though. The other weird thing about this view of the Trinity is that it's weird that the model of the Trinity, typically what a lot of people believe, is that it models the human body. You've got a mind, a soul, and a body. But it doesn't really work out that well with God, because God is basically like three minds. So there's three minds, and there's one body, and then there's two spirits. So it's not really all that analogous, and it's kind of a weird thing to think about. Like, why does a spirit have a spirit? Like, if God is a spirit, then I don't understand why God as a spirit has a spirit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like that one either. But I want to thank you for your time. It's probably what, midnight where you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been so gracious and you've been patient. Don't roast me too hard if you ever post a thumbnail. I've had a
I
really
won't.
good time talking with you.
I already wrote down a note here, said good deconstruction talk. I listed what we talked about, and I wrote down that you were nice. So,
Very cool. Well, thank
no
you so
worries.
much. It's been a pleasure. I was hoping that I'd get a chance to talk with you about 3 days ago, and then I come in and I see your live stream going on. And so I figured, why, what the heck? You're intelligent, you're fascinating, your crew has great questions, and yeah, I don't know
They're
why God
smart.
just didn't zap me into heaven off the bat, but bro, I've seen some shit. Basically, you're telling me I need to get on some medication, but even to this day, I have friends will tell me, "Man, I saw this thing and I don't know what it means," and then we'll hang out, and then it reveals itself. So there are
Fair enough.
synchronicities in this weird place we find ourselves. And I just want to encourage you, keep searching for truth, and God bless. Be nice to these guys.
All right, I will. Thanks, Todd. Have a great one.
You too. Good night.
Well, Todd was nice. He was a nice guy. Let's grab some super chats, friends. I'm sorry we've been up so late tonight, but I was having such a good time talking to Todd. I didn't want to cut things early, but it's going to be another one of those nights where, like, I'm going to get to bed at like 2 in the morning. I don't know why I punish myself like this. Loreptravala, thank you for the 20-pound super chat. Says, Justin, you are a drop of fresh water in the salty sea. Using your knowledge to educate people is amazing, and the fact they are kicking and screaming when they hear their own book means you're making a change. Thank you. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Laura. I think the second look at the name, it looks like it might be Laura Petrova. I think that might be right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Big W. And let me grab, I'm going to start at the beginning of our unread super chats, and be warned, friends. Got a lot of super chats tonight, so we might be here for a while. Space Lord says, that was allegedly Ian. Indeed, that is the case. That certainly was not the real Ian, only the allegedly Ian. And Clever Moniker says, I'll send money towards cringy Christian gameplay. Hey, I appreciate that, Clever. Big W, and I can't wait. I'm excited. I've never actually got to play a Christian video game before. So I gotta be honest, my expectation is so low, but I feel like no matter how low my expectation is, they'll find a way to be worse. Like it's so bad. Like there was a Christian video game put out once. Who was that goofball that started EA Sports that was like a super Christian? Let's see, EA Sports, video game. Let's see, video game founder. Is it Trip Hawkins? Let's see. He started at one point a Christian video game company. I think it's Trip. Is it Trip? It might be. It's been a while now. So basically, they created like an end times video game. What the hell was it called? And it was so cringy. It was so bad. Maybe it wasn't the EA Sports video game. Maybe it was the Madden NFL video game founder Christianity. Is this just not on the internet anymore? Fuck. I guess we're gonna have to resort to Chat GPT. All right, 1 second. I hate it when I can't find something. Let's see. Which video game founder started a Christian video game back in the 2000s? Please come up with something, ChatGPT. Please find me something. There's some people here probably already know it. Steve Madden is associated with EA Sports. I knew that much. Okay. A notable video game founder who started a Christian video game project in the 2000s was Ralph Bagley, founder and CEO of Lightning Software Develop. Bagley created the Christian first-person shooter Catechumen, released in 2000, and the 2001 follow-up Ominous Horizons. Interesting. Another key figure. Maybe it never made it to release. Fuck me. I never made it to release. I saw the game. I know that it existed. I have no idea why I can't find the name of it right now. But I know for a fact that it existed because at one point the company that bought it was even listed on the stock exchange. Like that's how much they were a real company. I know it had at one point they had advertising from like Kirk Cameron and the other weird Left Behind people, but I can't believe I can't think of the name of this. Let's see. None of those are the people think Left Behind themed. I cannot believe I realize this is not a it's not a video game that most people would know about, but like come on, there's got to be some internet lore. You're thinking of Troy Linden, a co-founder of Park Place Productions who later founded Left Behind Games, later called Inspired Media Entertainment to make the game based on the Left Behind movies. I think that might be it. Troy Linden. I think it's Troy Linden. That's got to be the guy. He's an American entrepreneur and game developer. Let's see. He was involved. He was a co-developer with some of the Atari video games and Nintendo video games. Shit, worked for Activision at some point. Okay. This is the guy, though. This is for sure the guy. Okay, here's the part. It says, while president of Park Place Productions, one of Linden's most notable achievements was the lead designer and developer of the world's first 3D version of the award-winning video game John Madden Football. Since that time, Electronic Arts has continued to publish sequel and derivative versions of John Madden Football video games, which have generated 4 billion. So it's the same guy who was involved in making the John Madden video games, but I thought. So then he started a company and made the Left Behind video game. And if I remember correctly, the Left Behind video game was like narrowly released for like a year or two. And then it was gone. It was that bad. It was horrible. But yeah, it was a real game, and it was as awful as you guys might have thought it was. So there's that. Good question, says glory to Doug and his Prophet Justin cartoons. Well, thank you. And Frank says, doesn't John witness the coming of Jesus in Revelations, thus fulfilling the prophecy of his second coming? Frank, it does not, and we did talk about that during the live stream, because the prophecy says that some of you will still be standing, which means more than one person would have had to die, and more than one person would have had to be living. Max says, what are your thoughts on the 70 years prophecy in Daniel? A Christian was telling me about it, and I couldn't follow all the math he was doing. Well, we actually went through, Max, the long route for Daniel chapter 9. If you see this, watch back the episode. We went through Daniel 9. It was pretty clear and crisp. I do have, I don't know if I have a video on my website or on my YouTube page going over the weeks. I should do one. Let me write that down. I got to do a video on whale evolution and Daniel's weeks. In fact, I've got a shit ton of data for Daniel's weeks to go over. Angel says, super fun idea to do a YouTube Atheist award show. Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Who would we get to host it? We got to get, I don't know how we would get buy-in for that either, but it'd be nice to do it. The Zenerthrin says, how much of Life of Brian was extra biblical claims of Jesus? I can believe he would write Romanes Eunt Dumas. Unfortunately, Zenerthran, I don't know what that means. I didn't learn any Latin in school. None, not a lick of it. So I can't really help you out there. But I do love the Life of Brian. Speaking of which, Brian Peck says, stars aren't missiles for Allah to shoot at devils. It turns out, Brian, that is not the case, despite what the Quran tells you. But I do love to hear Muslims twist themselves in the pretzels defending that one. And Weezer the Geezer says, concerning 2 Samuel 12:11, if Christians claim that God didn't do the deed, aren't they calling him a liar? God's words, verse 3. Yes, and we do this every time it comes up. Every time we do 2 Samuel 12, verse 11, where God says, I am raising up trouble within your own house, they have to twist themselves into literal pretzels and try to figure out when God says, I'm doing it, why it doesn't mean that God's doing it. It's preposterous that they do this to themselves. And Gretchen, thank you for the 311, says, blame Blitz. Indeed, apparently that is the thing. Apparently we're supposed to be blaming Blitz. That's fine. I'll let him know. I'll let Dr. Blitz know. I don't know why, but my one camera that I have set up for my vertical stream, the resolution is so shitty. I don't know why it's so bad. It's a good camera, and I've used it before. In fact, the prior version of it, I'm switching back and forth. The prior version of this camera I used to own, and it got stolen from a hotel room, and I loved it. So I bought the updated model, and like this thing sucks ass. I cannot get it to work right. It's like laggy. It's washed out. The resolution sucks balls. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't understand why it sucks so bad. I might just swap it out for go take it back to the store, sell it on Facebook Marketplace or something. I don't fucking know, and replace it with the previous model that actually worked. I don't know why it's maybe it's I need to factory reset it. I don't know. Dot, thank you for the super chat. It says my stream account is so old it can drink. Oh, Steam account. Well, hell yeah. I don't even know how long Steam's been out. Steam's been out for a while though. Erwin says Christmas in Australia is usually barbecues. Oh, hell yeah. Beach pools, camping, fireworks, extreme heat, bushfires, singlets, and thongs. Must seem crazy to Americans. It might seem crazy, but I'm down. I want to be part of Thong Christmas. Giddy, this says, why do you think there isn't more churches or groups that speak about community, humility, charity, purpose, and love without all the magic, supernatural God stuff? Well, I think the reason is because people would stop going. You pressure people into dedicating their time and money towards somebody else, and all of a sudden the church isn't all that interesting anymore. Reverend Nate says 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Ian just finished after having to repeatedly drag that Crowley-obsessed nut back to the point for 2 hours straight. How you doing, bro? Well, Reverend Nate, we started out about the same way Ian ended, having to drag Christians screaming and crying back to the point. And RM says, when Jesus said the second most important command is to love your neighbor, was he reiterating Leviticus 19:18 or updating the law to include non-Jews? He was not updating the law. He was quoting Leviticus 19:18, which specifically says the thing that he said it said, because his answer was answering the question, what is the most important commandment? And so he picked 2 commandments in the Hebrew Bible and said that these are the most important 2. He didn't update anything. And Jesus says, would you consider Celsus a serious scholar trying to uncover history of Jesus or an instigator? I think, to be fair, Celsus is more of an instigator. I think Porphyry was more thorough. I think Julian was more thorough as well. But Celsus is just, it's hard not to love Celsus because Origen spent so much time and effort refuting Celsus that like it takes hundreds of pages as you get through, and it's adorable watching him cope. Steve, thank you for the super chat. Says the only decent carpenter was Karen Carpenter. Oh, that is, yes, indeed, that's the case. Hank said, well, hold on. There were more. Give me a second. There's another one I can't think of. Oh, well, it'll come to me later. Hank says, calling Jesus a carpenter is like calling Mussolini an acrobat. Yeah, I can get down with that. That's about right. McDubbin says, we are Doug the Rock. We carry the wide frame. We fight for the whores. We honor his name. Whores harem. WAP for Doug. We are Doug the Rock. Agreed. Agreed, McDubbin. We are, and there's no schism. We're all one family. Not the family like the cult. Not that family. But like a family. Steve says Egypt is important in the Bible, but it never mentions the pyramids, which are kind of famous. Any explanation why? This is an interesting point. Why would the Bible not mention the pyramids? I think I know why. I think the reason why the Bible doesn't really mention the pyramids, but it does mention the Tower of Babel, is because the Egyptian period is fiction. The reason why it doesn't mirror what you would expect from the Egyptian time period or the Egyptian geography is because it's fucking fiction. That's why. That's it. Fiction. They wrote about Egypt having never fucking been there. Active Fool says, why is Christopher doing this? I don't understand. Because he's a clown. Christopher's a clown. That's all there is to it. Reverend 8 says, Tower of Babel story seems like one of the worst border policies ever concocted. Destroy the language and scatter the citizens. I know. That's what I'm saying. Listen. The Tower of Babel narrative is absolute madness. Nothing about the Tower of Babel makes sense. Why would God want to deter the people from communicating? It's not sensible. It doesn't make any sense. It's a silly, silly story. I don't even know what to make of it sometimes. It's silly. It's ridiculous. Oh well. Imagine how much easier the Bible would be if everybody was still speaking the same language. It'd be way better. Like it would be so much easier to for people to communicate with each other. Oh well. Katie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, when I was a young Christian, I used to proselytize to my cousins as much as I could. I am mortified every time I think of it. Yeah, you know what, Katie? I get that, actually. I do think of some of the proselytizing that I used to do when I was a youngster, and it's kind of embarrassing. You know what I mean? To think about some of the weird shit that I said. What's moving on my screen over here? Hold on. There we go. It's embarrassing some of the stuff that we say as kids. What? Why? Hold on. This crazy shit. There we go. So like I remember being a young person and like literally stop selecting that bullshit. Hold on. Literally being on an airplane and trying to like maybe proselytize isn't the right word for it, but literally being on an airplane, like hoping for an opportunity to like talk to people about Jesus. Like, because that's like where you're at, right? Like when you're a Christian, like it's just that everything you do now has to it has to revolve around you doing the proselytizing. Oh fuck me, look at that. That didn't turn out well. Rotate. There we go. Very good. What the fuck you doing, camera? I literally hate this camera. I swear to God, this is the worst camera I've ever attempted to. I know everyone watching the horizontal stream, like, what the fuck's he talking about? I'm over here fucking around with the vertical stream, trying to get this camera not to be an absolute piece of shit, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. Because now it wants to fucking go it's in the wrong fucking direction. And let's see, rotate clockwise 90 degrees. What a nightmare. What's this a fucking train wreck? Okay. And there's like I don't think there's a button in here to like undo all this shit. There's not like it just you know what, fuck you. I'm just gonna read super chats. Kate, when I was well, you know what, we all did that, right? We were all cringy Christians at one point in time. It's just kind of one of those situations. You know what? Just fucking maybe I'll delete this fucker. I'm just gonna just delete you. Where's the delete? Yeah, remove. Yeah, just fucking go. Get out of here. We don't want you. We didn't want you anyways. Add a new one from scratch. Just add a new video capture device, and we'll, what do we call this thing? We'll just call it yeah, let's call it that thing. And yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, there we go. Of course, it's the wrong resolution. That's what we need. We need the wrong resolution on there. That's the best thing to do. And then we'll let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll have to custom set the resolution. It's 3840 by 2160. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Of course, it's still in the wrong fucking direction because camera's ridiculous. Of course, it's going the wrong way. Great. This is really good. This is really good stuff. Really good stuff, Logitech. Really good stuff. There we go. And then we'll see. Flip. Oh, that didn't work. Try this again. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get there eventually. We're gonna get there eventually. There we go. Just put that right there. And of course the exposure just looks fucking terrible. Okay, at least we're back on the screen. Sorry about that. Jesus says technically Jesus wasn't born, he spawned from the lobby since he existed eternally. Well, I don't know what the lobby is, but I mean that basically is the situation, right? And HD said, I could never be Christian because of Christopher. Actually, you know what? When I was younger, I knew quite a few people who like avoided associating with Christianity and the Christian label, specifically because of people like Christopher and Breezy, right? Like, even though they were believers, they were so embarrassed by other believers that they're like, I just don't want to be associated with them. And could you blame them? I don't blame them. She Shadow says, happy birthday to me. Gonna eat some barbecue for dinner. Well, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I can go for some barbecue. Really go for some barbecue. And Polum says, ladies and gentlemen, we found it. The bottom of the barrel. Humans are born. Therefore, Bible is real. I mean, that's the thing. You just proved it. Now we're all Christians now, right? And Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat, says Christopher is the real life version of Ellis from Die Hard. Prove me wrong, Hans Bubby. Wait, who's Ellis? Now I gotta Google who Ellis from Die Hard is. Oh, yeah, he's the douchey guy. Yeah, you should have just said the douchey guy. We all know what you're talking about. Yeah. You're right. Christopher was a truer super chat has never been sent. That is the case. That is the case. And you're right, Sarah. I apologize. I should know better. Yes, he is definitely Ellis. And Konami says Chris is evidence that God, Jesus Christ, is an idea and unreal. I agree. Hank says 5 dodges should be a strikeout. Fuck this clown ass. That's a fair point. We should have a strikeout. I do agree with this sentiment. This is a good idea. And Keith says, oh, Doug, listening to Christopher is painful. I know it's painful. And I'm sorry that you guys have to hear it. I wish that wasn't the case. But you know, what are we going to do? It just is what it is. It is what it is. The Aspen says Christopher's brain has actually been cooked. I thought it was a metaphor, but since he first came on Ian's live, you can see the baking process. I know. It's not just that that Christopher and like Breezy are cooked. It's that they never learn a lesson. They'll do this. They'll come up on my live stream, get their asses handed to them, and then go on someone else's live stream, get their asses handed to them, and then go on another live stream and get their ass handed to them, and they just never learn. They're so dumb. Former prophet says Chris is the perfect example of why people don't like Christianity or Christians. This cultist asshat. Yep. It's the reason. If you wonder, like, people are like, why are you mad at God? We're not mad at God. You're just a piece of shit. And Lockfery, thank you for the super chat, says, so glad Christopher the Christian is being humble and respectful like a true Christian. I know, right? He really is making Jesus proud. And Brian says, refusing to engage is not winning, Chris. It isn't, it never has been, and it never will be. And Great Big James says, I submit Super 3D Noah's Ark as a game to play on Steam or Stream. It's also available on Steam. No, Super 3D Noah's Ark? Are you fucking with me? Hold on. I gotta get this. Okay. All right, let me get this demo first. How do I can I save this somewhere? Add to your wish list. There we go. All right. And then it's Noah's, hold on. This is fucking crazy. Super 3D Noah's Ark. That's the name of it. Yeah, Super 3D Noah's Ark. What a terrible fucking name for a game. Add to my wish list. There we go. I bet there's a Nephilim in here. Is there a Nephilim video game? Oh, fuck, there's multiple Nephilim video games. We've got multiple video games for the Nephilim. Okay, cool. Cool, now we know. Active Fool says, Christopher brings his real Clockwork Orange energy to the live stream that I can't stand to listen to for more than a few seconds. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like, listening to that nonsense is hard. It's hard to sit through that because it's so annoying. You know what I mean? It's so annoying. Lockfree says, did Christopher enjoy being an altar boy a little too much? Oh, Father, let me confess my sins. I don't know. I mean, I think he's got problems. Reverend 8 says, has there been a more abusive DZ caller than Chris? Gaslighting, condescending tantrums, and they intentionally show zero verbal or bowel control. You know what? I bet there has. Like, maybe my first or second time we got Praise I Am on here. Maybe his second time was pretty bad. Hadassah was pretty bad. We've had a couple rough ones. GH says, persecute me, Poppy. Ooh woo. I think you nailed it. Science Lover says, I'm confused. I thought this was a Christian deconstruction stream. Why are we talking about the Dalai Lama? See, that's the thing. Christopher is so concussed. He doesn't even know why he's talking about the Dalai Lama. He's insane. He's out of his mind. And Milf Wrangler says, Christopher, my boy, debated Ian a few days ago and crashed out as well. Seems to have lost Rudolph. Yeah. Seems to be good. Well, he actually did the same thing on my live stream a couple days ago too. I think on Monday. Like, he's just a glutton for punishment. He just comes, he hate watches all these live streams and just crashes out on everybody. Lockfree says, oh, please persecute me harder, Justin. Prissy the Pissy. That's an amazing, that's really good. Where's my clap? Do I got a clap in here? Oh, that's good. That's good. Game Guy says, the word you were looking for was oppressed. Oh, yes. Help, help. Well, he says repressed. I'm being repressed. Yeah, he is being oppressed. And GeForce is so... Christopher is something. So, GeForce, that is the case. He is something. Unfortunately, he is something. He'd be better off as nothing. 49 says, here's $5 because it will make Christopher sad. You made money from his stupidity. Isn't that the funny thing? They get up here and they make a fool of themselves, and it just makes our channels grow even larger. It just, all it does is help our cause. And Miss says, I think loser D-bags like Christopher and Breezy actually came here to learn about the Bible, but are too immature and stupid to admit that. Yeah. I think that is the case, to be fair. I think that is. 49 says, Breezy is scared of the Bible. Christians are such babies. They're terrified of the Bible. They hate the Bible. They hate God's word. That's why I read it to them. And German says, I'll spend the holidays away from family, friends, and girlfriend this year because of work. Thank you for the company. Keep on cooking. Merry Christmas. Everybody will shit. That's what I'm talking about, German. Thank you for being here with us, being that you can't be with your family. Hopefully, we can count as at least as like a little bit of a second place. And Yantu says, just to be sure, Justin needs to be a shirt. Rock hard for Doug. A gay for Justin. Simply what for Sharon. Just to be sure. Wait. Just to be sure needs to be a shirt. Oh, the phrase just to be sure should be on a shirt. Maybe. Maybe. Lockfree says, my favorite elite scholar, Various Anonymous. Oh, indeed. Yes. And also, trust me, bro. And also, just Google it. Just Google it is a very popular scholar among the Christians. Donna says, started drinking sangria at my office Christmas party. Now home, still drinking sangria, watching you cook. The assholes at work and on your stream will not kill my vibe. That's what I'm talking about. Go get it, girl. Have some sangria for me. Or I think it's a girl. Donna? Yeah, Donna. Godwin says the opposition needs a cheat sheet. I know they do. It would make these conversations easier because at least they could follow a flow, you know? I sold E and C fucking what? I sold DN and C Music Clubhouse. Says literary device are for fiction. Actually, this is a very good point. Yeah, this is true. The literary devices that he's referring to are good indicators that they were made up. SP Privateer says, wow, Breezy converted me to Jesus. How can someone resist the evidence of blah, 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 cannot shut up, blah, 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 cannot answer, blah, 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 blah. Rock hard for Doug. That's the ticket. That's how they get you. They get you with the blah, 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 but they hook you with the not answering questions. They get you with the blah, blah, blah. Christian says, an Xmas clip special. You could collab with Blame Blitz, Evidence First, and whoever else cooked Chris and Breezy in the last few days. It would be glorious. I might be able to arrange that. We should do some kind of a Christmas stream. I think that'd be worthwhile. I'll definitely look into that. Space Lord says, God, let there be light. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Indeed. In fact, if he spent more time worrying about putting fast food up in the world rather than writing bullshit books, we'd get somewhere in society. And Reverend says, this Dr. Chad GPT Esquire to you, buddy. Oh, that's Dr. Chad GPT Esquire to you, buddy. Put some respect on that name. It's respect. McDubbin says, is Twisted Tea the body and Fireball Chaser the blood of BMF? That is the case, McDubbin. If I know anything about BMF, it's that like he lives on like I want to say words that not get me banned. Let's just say his diet consumes of some things that the average human being wouldn't consume. Lockfree says, Hasa Diga Eboi. Well, I don't know what that means, Locke, but thank you for the super chat. And Isaac says, idea, DZ bingo sheet for those of us going to Christmas Eve Mass with our families, featuring bad prophecies and lies from lectionary reading, songs, etc. Not a bad idea, like a Christmas bingo sheet. I've already got a deconstruction bingo sheet of all the common Christian phrases. We haven't played in a while because the channel's too big. So the way, like the account that I have allows you to play bingo online, but it only generates up to 100 unique bingo cards, which means if somebody gets a bingo, 10 people get a bingo. Maybe I need to find a different account somewhere where I can create bingo cards with more variety And then we could do bingo again. It's been a minute. We used to do atheist bingo, though. It was a good time. And Joey Portland says the Mormon seems to enjoy the smell of his own farts. That is the case. These silly Christians over here who believe in this particular reading of the book, my Mormon doctrine is much more advanced than these Christians. That's kind of what he sounded like. Micro says, Justin, you handled the Supreme Leader well Sunday. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I kind of forget what we talked about already, but Supreme Leader could have been a lot worse. I think we made some progress with Supreme Leader, which sometimes happens. Sometimes it happens. William, thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, you will never regret watching the South Park episode on Mormonism. Dum 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 dum. It's definitely endorsed by Doug. Rock hard for Doug, and thank God for Justin. Is that what that means? So I have admittedly loved every South Park episode. I love South Park. The Mormon episode, amazing. I think I'm 1 or 2 episodes behind this season, but like if you haven't watched the Mormon South Park episode, you owe it to yourself to do that. Jesus says Mormon apologetics are so pathetic and lazy. Every time they come on, they will concede to everything as long as they can lean on incredulity. I mean, that's actually been my experience, Jesus. That seems to be the case. And Reverend Nate says, Muppets Nativity Story, how do we get this made? I'm a little shocked there's not one. Like, I'm familiar with the Muppets Great... Is it the Christmas Caper? What is it? Hold on. There's the Muppets Christmas Carol and a very Muppet Christmas movie. I was thinking it must be the Muppet Christmas Carol I was thinking of, not the Caper. I do love me some Muppets. Lockfree says, surprised the argument isn't bruh, Omni-God can do star stuff. Duh, get wrecked. I mean, you're not far off. When it comes to the wandering star, or the guiding star rather, there's no good answer. The only thing you can do is resort to magic, bro. Wotu says, Venus was a comet. Check out Thunderbolt's project. Venus? Was a comet? Pretty sure Venus is a planet. I got questions. Reverend Nate says, if you stood under a helicopter that was hovering at 5,000 feet, how would you know what house it was hovering over? This is bonkers level of cope, I know. There's no good way to look at the guiding star story. It's ridiculous every way you look at it. There's no decent way to look at it. And Tom says, Merry Christmas is a metaphor for drink more eggnog. It is. And I agree with this message. This is approved. Jesus says, ironically, if immaculate conception is true, then God didn't need a sacrifice for original sin. God could just make it so you weren't born with sin. This is such a good observation. If God can do the immaculate conception for Mary, he can just do it for anybody. Original sin's out the window at that point. Get out of here. That's a really good point. McDubbin says, at the weak excuse of Christian apologists tonight, and to quote Logan Roy, you are not serious people. I love you, but you are not serious people. And that is the case. The apologists that we had in here tonight are not serious people. Jagged says, is it weird when pro-life Christians say abortion is wrong and then say God killing kids is fine, like great flood drowning babies? So this is the only answer they have, right? So they have to admit that killing babies isn't inherently wrong. It's only wrong when we do it. When God does it, it's okay because might makes right. That's the calculus you have to make. Hey, what are you doing over there? Get out of there. G-Force says, so the word avocado comes from the Nahudi word avocado, which literally means testicle. It was named for its shape and how it grows in pairs. So enjoy your toast. So HFG, so hard for Jug. Well, fuck. Okay, G-Force. But here's the thing. You guys know me. I'm a true millennial. I love me avocados. I would eat avocados every day if I could. It's an amazing source of fat and nutrients. And I know everyone's stomach is different, but my stomach feels best when I have a little bit of fat with my meal. Avocado gets you there. Tattoo says foreshadowing is prophecy. Claiming I will wake up tomorrow and then waking up tomorrow is not prophecy. Make it make sense, bro. I know. Making a literal prediction is not a prophecy. Things looking vaguely familiar to other things, now that's prophecy. Zach says, if Jesus was king of all kings, then was it blasphemy for the French to revolt and remove the head of their royals? Wait, what now? I guess I don't get it. Sorry about that, Zach. Mike says, faith doesn't require science. If you need science to prove your faith, you have very little faith. I mean, so Mike, I do agree with this. When I was in school, and people have heard me say it, I was told by my religion teacher, a Catholic school, that Christianity is not a fact. It's a faith. You either believe it on faith or you don't. And as a Christian, that's the only logical position. You either take it on faith or you don't. You can't prove it. Steven says, hey, Justin, thank you for all you do. Wondering what the most convincing argument for Christianity is that you've heard atheists here. Well, Steven, somebody asked me this earlier today. I don't think there's convincing arguments for Jesus. I think the best you can ever hope for is to cling desperately to these weird prophecies and the resurrection. And that's it. It's the best you got. And none of them are good, you know? Ancient says, there's a humongous gap between David and Jesus. Jesus was actually the god of the gaps. Checkmate, theists. That is true. Unless you believe in Joel's wet box theory, then it's a god of the gape. Oh, Lockfree says, anybody remember Weekly World News? No, I don't actually. They claim Daryl was the 13th apostle, jester to Nero. Daryl was the reason Jesus turned water into wine because Daryl drank it all. Fuck. Now I kind of want to see it. It sounds like a parody. I love a good parody. Raven, thank you for the super chat, says, why do most Bible texts leave out the lineage of Aegon, especially when the most important character in the Bible is a son of Aegon? I have no idea who Aegon is. Am I supposed to know who Aegon is? Listen, I read the Bible. Who the fuck is Aegon? Is he even, I don't think Aegon's even in the Bible. I've never even heard that name. Hold on. There's no Aegon in the Bible. I'm lost, my friend. I don't know what to tell you. Raven, I've never heard of Aegon. I think you might have the wrong name, or this is a joke and I'm too dumb to get it. I don't know. Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat, says, my takeaway, Ludacris and Rush are officially biblical canon because of area codes and synchronicity. I'm down with that. Listen, I go with that. I go with that. Yeah. If you're old enough to know area codes, it's a fun song. Lockfree says, wait, the corporate Israel, persons, is the Christian version of sovereign citizen. Wait a minute. What now? Corporate Israel, persons, is the Christian version of sovereign citizen. Huh. Lockfree, my friend. I love you, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get it. I'm sorry. Viper says, I keep seeing the number 69 everywhere. Viper, it's a sign. It led me to Isaiah 6:9. Keep listening, but do not comprehend. Keep looking and do not understand. So I guess I need to keep doing my online research. Yes, that's what it is. Just be careful not to do some of that research at work. You might get yourself into a little bit of trouble. Thank you for the super chat. Adam, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, if Alma means virgins, then Christians have to bite the bullet of 2 virgin births from Isaiah and Matthew. Rock hard for a dog. Love you, buddy. Keep on cooking. This is actually a good point. If Alma could mean virgin, then there's a lot of instances in the Hebrew Bible that should be translated virgin because it says Alma. Although it's not used all that much. But there are instances. And there's instances of Elim. The Elamim? There is a masculine version in the Bible as well, and a feminine plural. Nailed it like the Romans. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. It says, your live stream barbecues are more effective for my combat-related PTSD than the meds I get from the VA. I told you Mendoza would get the Heisman. Well, you were right. But listen, I'm glad, Nailed It Like the Romans, that we can help you out. I mean, that's what we're here for. We want to help people. And there's quite a few ways we can do that. This is one way that we can do it. Dude says, best examples versus where God shits on free will. I think maybe Joshua 11, where he impedes on the free will of the Canaanites to make them come out to fight. In Genesis with Abimelech, he prevents Abimelech from touching Sarah after Sarah's been kidnapped. Weird time to intervene. Pretty much all the prophecies only come true because God affects people's free will. Like in 2 Samuel 12, he has to affect the free will of Absalom to get Absalom to rape David's concubines. In 1 Samuel 22, he has to affect the free will of Dog to get Dog to murder men, women, and children to fulfill the prophecy given in 1 Samuel chapter 2 to Eli and his sons Hophni and Phinehas. So when God fucks around with people's free will, usually people die. Genji says, is the background context of Isaiah 7 the second round of Levantine Wars? This is a good question. Now, my reading of Isaiah 7 is that it's probably first or second round. The problem with the Assyrian conquest is that there were multiple invasions. I'm reading Isaiah 9 as coming after the first like 1 or 2 invasions. There was like a 10-year gap between a couple of the invasions where they had a time of peace. And I think they understood this as being the end. When when Hezekiah was born. And it wasn't the end. There was another invasion that came later and fucked him up. Nailed It by the Romans says also rock hard for Sharon, WAP for Doug, F forever fornicating. Forever fornicating is wild. I feel like we need to adopt forever fornicating. Mike says, guilt offering for watching Dr. Blitz live on the line. Love Sarah's glasses, vert rules, whores drools. I don't agree with that sentiment. We're all on the same team. Sarah's glasses are amazing. And yes, Dr. Blitz was on the line tonight with Matt, and I didn't get to see it yet, but I'm watching it first thing in the morning tomorrow. I can't wait. I hope he cooked. Nailed It Like the Romans says, Justin, you don't understand. It's Darius the Rucker. Duh, he hootied the blowfish, and thus Stratosphere's saint is real. Oh boy. I did not have Darius Rucker on my bingo card tonight. Yet, here we are. G4 says, crispy questions, yummy. So, I mean, that is the case. We got some crispy questions. Vara Varaprasad, thank you for the super chat. Says, when Moses performs miracles, it is God's causing, but when God explicitly said he is causing David's wives to be raped, then it's not God's doing. It's only God's doing when you like what he's doing. When you don't like what he's doing, then obviously it's human free will. That's the equation, guys. And nailed it like the Roman. Says, my former evangelical pastor dad is over here feeling the whiplash. He said he's going to put a neck brace on. Well, nailed it like the Romans is if he's watching the live stream, good. If he called in, even better. Have him call in. We'd love to talk to him. Tattoo says, bro is having numerical revelations to find Bible passages. Dude could just, I know, read his Bible. They're not going to, Tattoo. They're not going to. Beautiful dog, too. They're allergic to reading this book. They hate the word of God. Reverend says, Todd, you're admitting God hired people who were completely unqualified for the job they were given, and then God punished them for being bad employees. That's it. You can't blame anything on God when you say, well, humans had free will, Satan was put in charge, any of that stuff. It's all nonsense because God knew he was putting the wrong people in charge, and he did it anyways. And Nicholas, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, hey, Todd, Bertrand Russell, the author of Principia Mathematica, was an atheist. Oh, he wrote that. Well, fuck me. That'd be good information to have on hand, had I had it on hand, and I didn't have it on hand. Now I know, thank you. Jagged says, love the heaven talk, a lot of issues logically. I agree, Jagged. Heaven doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And when I was still an agnostic, heaven was one of the things that started pushing me towards atheism because like it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a stupid idea. Now, like the Roman says, NHLCL. No idea what that means. Not a single clue. But thank you. Design. Thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says caller's nightmare. World of suffering from which he said he needed saving literally started with claims of seeing a finely tuned rainbow or some shit. So this is actually the point, right? Because when they bring up the fine tuning argument, it almost immediately devolves into them like trying to defend this like pathetic world of suffering, unfinely tuned world. Like what is happening? What's the point here, right? If we're finely tuned, it should be obvious. If we're not finely tuned, then that's it. The argument fails. End of argument. Dalton says, Left Behind, Retribution Force was the game. It was top-down game like Diablo, right? That's it, yeah. Left Behind, Retribution Force was the name of it. I wonder if it's available anywhere. Left Behind. There are some Left Behind games on Steam. I don't know if any of them are the same, though. Let me see if I can find it. Left Behind Retribution Force. Or was it Tribulation Force? I think it might be Tribulation Force. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think it's Tribulation Force. Left Behind Tribulation Forces is a 2007 real-time strategy game. Yep, that's it. That's it. But like, I don't think you can't buy it on Amazon. It's on Amazon for $13. Left Behind Tribulation Forces PC. $13 on Amazon. How do I get it? How do I there's got to be an easier way to get it than Amazon. Gotta be an easy way to get it. I might have found it. Might have found it. I think I found it. I can't wait. I want to play it so bad. Not the Bible Jason says, I'll Venmo you a $100 to download the game Dream Daddy. I've already bought the Doug plushies at this point, right? There's a game called what? Hold on. Dream Daddy? A dad dating simulator? No fucking way. That's a thing? There's a game called Dream Daddy? I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Well, that's something. Well, I'll oh boy. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, friend. Thank you. And Dalton says, Left Behind Tribulation Force, Doug, damn it. I think that's it. Yeah, I think Left Behind Tribulation Force. And I did find it. I just don't fully know if I'm able to get it online. I think I found it, though. I think I found it online. So I don't have to order it on Amazon. Xenothran says, Potholer54, he's got a great channel. Oh, shit. Never heard of it. Potholer54. I have to give it a look. I appreciate that. And Not the Bible Jason says, I'll fucking summon Hadassah. Don't tempt me. Oh, please don't get Hadassah in here. Not this late at night. She's crazy. She's crazy. But you know what? Hadassah might be crazy, but at least she's entertaining. Like, if she's anything, she's entertaining. She's like, Hadassah's never boring. Never been boring. So, there's that. I'm downloading the game right now, friends. MS Meg says, sadly missed the start, have friends visiting, and yes, I use some of the cheat sheet points to argue the Bible with him. Good fun. I'll catch the beginning of live tomorrow. Well, Meg, I'm glad to hear it. And please do update us on how your debating went. The cheat sheet was designed for this very purpose, friends. And Marus, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, I have a document showing in detail how the nativity scene is not in the Bible and how the stories in Luke and Matthew are contradictory and irreconcilable. I'd be interested in feedback and corrections. Well, friends, send it to me over email or Discord, and I'll take a look at it. And Wallace, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, how do you feel about someone like me who is a middle-right atheist? Sometimes I feel confused because of this. I think you mean a conservative political atheist. Well, like, we all deconstruct at different times. I deconstructed from right-wing politics before I deconstructed from Christianity. Now, I believe that the Democrats are feckless losers that get paid to lose. That being said, I believe in the left-wing policies. I've done the math. I've crunched the numbers. Right-wing economics don't work. They're bullshit. And the right wing isn't all that interested in a good economy. They're interested in helping the rich get richer. And also, I don't hate gay people. I don't want to force women to have children. I don't believe in child labor. I'm not a war hawk. There's so many reasons to not vote for the right wing. Laura says Egon is the real name of Jon Snow, Game of Thrones. Oh, I've never seen it. Turn up to be real hair for Iron Throne and Targaryen descent, the ruler of Seven Kingdoms. Laura, I didn't understand a word in that super chat. Not a single one. There's not a single word that in that super chat I understand, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. Not the Bible. Jason says, what would a WWFJ Wet Willies for Wet Willies for Jesus? Yeah. Maybe he would have learned a lesson if he got a few Wet Willies and maybe a couple wedgies in his lifetime. Melissa, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I love your sweater. I'm sitting here eating peanuts and pretzels, laughing at those melting like butter up against you. Well, thank you, Melissa. I really appreciate that. And to be fair, it's not like they stand much of a chance. Like, I've spent my life reading this book and they've never read it. Like, imagine debating somebody on a topic that you have no idea of. It's just weird that they even try it. Herbie Shine, thank you for the super chat, my friends. I went to bed early last night. I woke a couple hours ago and have watched Blitz on the line. Now going to watch this brief show. Always rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Herbie. And I hope Dr. Blitz did a bang-up job, a smashing job on the line, because he is fucking brilliant. And Raven says, son of Aegon, son of a gun, confusion cleared. Oh, son of a gun. Oh, well, you could have put a U in there. I guess that clears it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, now, who in the world right now is live that we can go raid? Let me see who's live. I know somebody's live that we can go raid. Let me find out. Let me find out. Oh, fuck, Mezzo's live right now. Go raid Mezzo's live stream, y'all. Let me get Mezzo up here. Let's go raid Mezzo. He's live on TikTok and on YouTube. His YouTube is Mezzo. I think it's this at Mezzo_WS. At Mezzo_WS. Live right now. Good friend of mine. He's playing a really fun game. Quick questions for Christians, where they basically run over some of the atrocities of the Bible and have Christians answer for them. It's really fun. Let's all raid the live stream. Tell them Justin sent you. Thank you so much, friends, for being here. I really love and appreciate everybody in the community. Thank you for all the likes, all the shares and super chats and memberships and support. I really do appreciate it. It means the world to me that people show up to this live stream and support it the way that they do. It's really, it really is a big deal. It's the thing that makes the channel. So thank you, friends, for being here, and I'll see you over on Mezzo's live stream. Let's fucking go.